Welcome back to Dark Horror Narrations. If this is your first time here, glad you found us. Tonight, we have something different. These are not random encounters. Every story in this compilation has one thing in common. In every single case, the person arrived at a location and found evidence that something was already there, waiting for them, not watching from a distance, not stumbling across them by accident. Waiting, prepared, knowing their name, their habits, their routines, their gear, the way they tie a knot, the way they hold a coffee mug, the exact words they said to someone they love in the privacy of their own kitchen. These are the ones that planned ahead. These are the ones that studied. Settle in, turn the lights down, and whatever you do, if you arrive somewhere and the work is already done, do not follow it any further than you are supposed to go. Story 1. The Surveyor. Every survey stake I was supposed to place that morning was already in the ground, driven to the exact depth I use, marked with the same orange ribbon I keep in my vest pocket. I need to say that again, because even now, typing this out at a desk that is not in Wyoming, in a building with fluorescent lights and other people in a parking lot I can see from the window, it still does not make sense to me. The stakes were already there, all of them, placed at coordinates that existed only on a proposal document I had printed at my office in Pinedale 3 days prior and shared with exactly one person, my supervisor, who had not read it yet. My name is Garrett Hale. I am a licensed land surveyor, contracted through the Bureau of Land Management, and in late September of 2023, I was assigned to mark boundary points for a timber lease renewal in the Bridger-Teton National Forest. Routine work, the kind of job I have done dozens of times across western Wyoming, in places where the roads dissolve into mud ruts and the elk are louder than the wind, and you can work an entire 10-hour day without seeing another human face. I have been doing this for 11 years. I know the rhythms of it, the silence and the sore knees, and the satisfaction of driving a clean stake at a verified coordinate. It is simple work that rewards precision, and I have built my professional life around being precise. The assignment called for 8 boundary points along a ridgeline east of Forest Road 41, roughly 9 miles from the nearest paved surface. Standard timber lease. The Forest Service needed current boundary verification before renewing the agreement with the logging company, and I was the closest BLM contractor to the site. I had submitted my survey proposal the previous Thursday, listing coordinates, equipment, methodology, estimated time on site. My supervisor, Tom Brennan, had received it by email, but according to the read receipt function I use on all project correspondence, he had not opened it. The proposal sat unread in his inbox. The only copy of the coordinates existed on my computer and in a printed binder I keep in the cab of my truck. I left Pinedale before dawn on a Tuesday. Thermos of black coffee wedged between the seats. My Leica total station and tripod secured with bungee cords in the bed of the truck, padded with a moving blanket. GPS unit on the dash, fully charged. Field notebook in my vest with 2 mechanical pencils and a roll of orange flagging tape. The tape is Prismo brand, 1/4 inch width, fluorescent orange. I buy it in bulk from Williston's Hardware on Pine Street. I have used this exact brand for 11 years, ever since old Earl Stubbs, a surveyor out of Rock Springs who taught me most of what I know, told me it holds color longer than the competition and does not go brittle in cold weather. Mr. Williston, who runs the hardware store, once told me I am the only customer who buys Prismo flagging tape with any regularity. He special orders it for me by the case. I am telling you this because it matters later. Every detail about that tape matters. The drive out took nearly 2 hours. Paved road to gravel, gravel to forest road to a surface that was more mud and exposed rock than anything you would call drivable. The last 3 miles on Forest Road 41 are the kind of road that makes your kidneys ache and your coffee thermos walk itself off the seat. I passed nobody. No oncoming vehicles, no parked trucks at pullouts. The morning was cold enough that frost had formed on the inside of my windshield by the time I reached the locked gate at the end of the road. I could hear elk bugling somewhere in the timber to the south, that high broken scream they make during the rut that sounds like someone stepping on a cat if the cat weighed 800 pounds. A creek I could not see was running hard enough that its sound filled every gap between the bugles. The air smelled like wet pine and cold granite and the faint sweetness of decaying aspen leaves. I should mention Bryce Keller. Bryce is a Forest Service technician out of the Pinedale Ranger District, 28 years old, grew up in Sublette County. He was assigned to accompany me as a condition of the lease renewal, standard procedure. The Forest Service wants an employee present to verify boundary accuracy on their side of the agreement. Bryce had texted me at 5:45 that morning to say his truck would not start, and he was getting a jump from his neighbor. He told me to go ahead and start, that he would catch up within the hour. I told him I would flag the route from the gate so he could follow me in. I wish I had waited for him. I think about that choice nearly every morning. I unloaded my gear, locked the truck, and started hiking toward the first coordinate. The route took me uphill through lodgepole pine on a south-facing slope. The ground was soft from recent rain, and my boots sank an inch with each step, leaving clean prints in the dark soil. The lodgepoles were dense enough that I could not see more than 40 or 50 yards in any direction, and the canopy was thick enough to hold the shadows even as the sun climbed above the ridgeline to the east. I was watching my GPS, the little arrow closing the distance to the first point, when I saw the stake. It was driven into the ground at a slight angle, tilted about 5 degrees east. That is how I set stakes. I tilt them east so the ribbon catches morning light when a crew comes back to verify. It is a habit I picked up from Earl Stubbs. I have never seen another surveyor do it. The ribbon tied to the stake was Prismo brand, fluorescent orange, 1/4 inch width, tied in a double loop knot that Earl taught me in 2012, the year before he died of a stroke in his kitchen in Rock Springs. The knot is not standard. It is not in any field manual. Earl invented it because he had arthritis in his right hand and needed a knot he could tie with limited finger dexterity. I learned it from him during a 3-week job along the Wind River Range, and I have used it on every stake I have placed since then. I have never taught it to anyone else. I tie it without thinking, the way you sign your own name. I pulled the stake from the ground. Standard wooden lath, sharpened at the tip, driven to roughly 8 inches deep. 8 inches is my depth, deep enough to hold in soft soil, shallow enough to pull by hand without a tool. I stood there holding it, looking at the orange ribbon and that double loop knot, and felt something cold move through my chest that had nothing to do with the September air. I checked my GPS. The stake had been placed within 2 centimeters of the coordinate on my proposal. I radioed Bryce. No answer. He was probably still on the forest road, bouncing through ruts with no signal. I switched frequencies and radioed BLM dispatch in Pinedale. Linda Alderman has worked that desk since before I started contracting. I asked her if another crew had been sent ahead of me to the Bridger Teton assignment. She checked the schedule. She checked it again. She told me I was the only surveyor assigned to that section, that no other contractor had been dispatched, and that no BLM or Forest Service personnel had visited the site in the past 2 weeks. She asked if I was having GPS trouble. I said no. She asked if I wanted her to call Tom Brennan. I said not yet. The second coordinate was 300 yards northeast, at the edge of a small clearing where the lodgepole gives way to aspen. The stake was there, same depth, same ribbon, same knot, same 2-centimeter accuracy. The third stake was in place at its coordinate halfway up a granite shelf where the soil is thin and rocky. Whoever drove it had found the one pocket of soft ground where a wooden stake would hold, the same pocket I would have chosen. The fourth stake was set at the toe of a small ravine where a seasonal creek bed cuts across the ridgeline. By the fourth one I had stopped pulling them and was just standing over them, turning slowly, scanning the timber for any sign of movement, any sound that was not wind or elk or creek water. There was nothing. The forest was empty and still, and the stakes were waiting for me like place settings at a table. I knelt beside the fourth stake and looked at the boot prints pressed into the mud around it. This is the part I keep returning to. This is the part that took everything I thought I understood about my work, about predictability, about the world having rules, and broke it. The boot prints were mine, not similar, not the same brand in the same size. Mine, I wear Danner Trail Crushers, size 11. The left boot has a specific wear pattern on the outer heel where I pronate slightly from a high school basketball injury that never healed correctly. My right boot has a small nick in the rubber near the ball of the foot where I stepped on a piece of rebar at a construction site outside of Pinedale last March. These patterns are as unique to my boots as a fingerprint is to a hand. I placed my own boot next to one of the prints, and they matched perfectly. Tread pattern, size, worn left heel, nicked right sole. Every detail. The prints were old, not fresh from that morning. The edges had softened from exposure, and a few had collected pine needles and debris. They had been there for days. I sat down on a rock and put my hands in my pockets to stop them from shaking. I told myself there was an explanation. Someone had stolen a pair of my boots. Someone had broken into my office and printed the proposal. Someone was running an elaborate, expensive, purposeless prank in a national forest 9 miles from the nearest road. None of these explanations survived more than a few seconds of thought, but I held on to them anyway because the alternative was something I did not have language for. I checked my phone. No signal. I tried the radio, and this time Bryce answered. He was at the gate, looking for my flagging on the route in. I told him to follow the orange ribbon and get to me as fast as he could. I did not explain why. Something in my voice must have communicated enough because he did not ask questions. He just said, "Copy that," and started hiking. While I waited for Bryce, I walked to the remaining coordinates. I told myself I was doing this to document the full scope of the problem. In reality, I think I was hoping to find a mistake. One stake placed at the wrong depth, one ribbon tied with a standard knot, one boot print that did not match, something to let the rational world back in. The fifth stake was at the base of a lightning-scarred Douglas fir, driven into a gap between two roots where the soil was dark and loamy. I would have chosen that exact gap. It is the only place within 15 feet of the coordinate where a stake would hold without hitting rock. The ribbon was tied to the stake and also looped once around the lowest branch of the fir, exactly the way I double flag a point that might be hard to relocate in snow. I do this in areas above 8,000 feet where early storms can bury stakes before the verification crew arrives. Nobody taught me that. I developed the habit on my own after losing 2 days of work to an October snowfall near Togwotee Pass in 2017. The sixth stake was on a granite ledge where the ridge line narrows. The soil there is barely 2 inches deep over bedrock, and the stake had been driven at an angle into a crack in the stone, shimmed with small rocks to keep it upright. That is my method for hard ground. I use 3 shim stones, always 3. There were 3 stones wedged around the base of that stake, each one roughly the size of a walnut, placed in the triangular pattern I use because it distributes pressure evenly and keeps the lath from wobbling. I have never written this technique down. I have never discussed it with anyone. It is the kind of thing you do with your hands 1,000 times, until your fingers know the shape without your brain being involved. The 7th stake was unremarkable except for its position. The coordinate put it at the edge of a blowdown, a tangle of fallen lodgepole from a windstorm that had been there long enough for the bark to go gray. The stake was placed on the uphill side of the largest trunk, which is what I would have done because the downhill side collects snow melt and the stake would rot within a season. This is not something most surveyors think about. It is a long-term maintenance consideration that only matters if you care about your work lasting. The 8th stake I have already described. All 8 boundary points, placed with my precision, flagged with my ribbon and my knot, surrounded by my boot prints. Every piece of work I had driven 2 hours and hiked a mile to perform had already been completed by something that knew not just my coordinates, but my habits, my workarounds, my field improvisations, the unconscious physical vocabulary I have built over 11 years of driving stakes into Wyoming dirt. The 8th stake was at the far northern end of the ridge line, near a rocky outcrop where the ground drops off sharply into a drainage that feeds the Hoback River system. That was the last coordinate on my proposal. That was where the assignment ended. But beyond the 8th stake, driven into the softer soil at the edge of the drainage where the ground turns sandy and dark, was a 9th stake. Same ribbon, same knot. It pointed downhill, away from the ridge, into a narrow draw choked with spruce and deadfall. The draw was not on my assignment. It was not on any assignment I had ever received or proposed. There was no reason for a surveyor to enter that drainage. A 10th stake was visible 50 yards further down, just barely through the trees, and an 11th. The stakes were spaced at intervals I recognized, not standard surveying distances, not chains or half chains or any measurement a surveyor would use. They matched my average stride length, which I know with precision because I calibrated it years ago for pacing distances when my GPS died during a job near Dubois. 3 feet 2 inches per step. I measured the gap between the 9th and 10th stakes with my tape. 3 feet 2 inches. Between the 10th and 11th, 3 feet 2 inches. Every stake placed exactly 1 stride apart, as if something had walked this line using my legs, stepping the way I step, covering the ground the way I cover ground. I did not follow them further. I went back to the 8th stake and waited. Bryce arrived about 20 minutes later, breathing hard from the climb, sweat on his forehead despite the cold. He is a quiet person, the kind who looks at problems the way you look at a flat tire. I showed him the stakes. I showed him the boot prints. I walked him to the 8th coordinate and then to the 9th, 10th, and 11th stakes leading down into the draw. Bryce knelt beside one of the boot prints. He looked at it. He looked at the bottom of my boot. He looked back at the print. Then he stood up slowly, adjusted his ball cap, and said we should probably get off this ridgeline. I told him I wanted to see where the stakes went. He looked at me for a long moment. He did not argue. He just said, if we are going down there, I am radioing dispatch first. He keyed his radio and told the Forest Service dispatcher he was investigating unauthorized improvements in a restricted drainage. He gave our GPS coordinates. The dispatcher acknowledged and logged the call. We followed the stakes down into the draw. The terrain dropped steeply, and the lodgepole gave way to Engelmann spruce, the kind that grow so thick in drainages that you have to turn sideways to push between them. The ground was spongy with moss, and the air changed as we descended, colder, heavier. Carrying a faint smell I initially called rotting vegetation, but that sharpened as we went deeper into something mineral and sour, like wet limestone mixed with something organic I could not name. Bryce noticed it too. He pulled the collar of his jacket over his nose and kept walking. The light changed in the drainage. Up on the ridgeline, even under overcast skies, there was ambient brightness. Down here, the spruce canopy closed overhead like a ceiling, and the light went flat and gray-green, the color of water in a stock tank. Sound changed, too. The elk bugles from the ridgeline were gone. The creek noise from below was louder but muffled, as if the drainage walls were absorbing the higher frequencies and passing through only the low hum of moving water. Our boots on the mossy ground made almost no sound. The silence between our footsteps was total. Bryce stayed close. He is not a person who spooks easily. He grew up hunting in this county, worked 2 fire seasons on hand crews, once spent 14 hours cutting line above a running crown fire in the Shoshone. But in that drainage, his movements were tight and controlled in a way that told me his body was operating on something his rational mind had not caught up to yet. He kept his hand near his radio. He checked behind us every 30 seconds or so. Neither of us spoke. The stakes continued. 12, 13, 14. At the 12th stake, the spacing changed. The distance shortened to about 2 feet. At the 13th, 18 inches. At the 14th, the stakes were barely a foot apart, jammed into the ground in a tightening sequence, as if the thing placing them had started taking smaller and faster steps, not running, condensing, closing in on a destination. I remember standing at the 14th stake and looking down the slope at the creek below and feeling in my gut that whatever had placed these markers wanted me to reach that water. The whole line, from the 9th stake onward, was a funnel. The ridgeline stakes were the job. The drainage stakes were something else. And then they stopped. The 15th stake was driven into the bank of a creek at the bottom of the drainage. The water was clear and fast, maybe 8 feet wide, shallow enough to see gravel on the bottom. Beyond the creek, on the far side, the spruce opened into a small clearing carpeted with brown grass and ringed by deadfall. Standing in the clearing was a figure. It was wearing my vest. The same blaze orange surveyor's vest I had on, same brand, same size, with the same tear in the left pocket where I caught it on barbed wire outside the town of Daniel 2 years ago. I have not repaired that tear. The figure's vest had the tear in the same position, same length, same frayed edges. It was holding a total station that looked identical to my Leica TS-16. It was wearing my white hard hat with the BLM sticker on the front. It was my height, my build. It stood with its weight shifted to the right hip, the way I stand when I am waiting for a GPS to acquire signal. Bryce grabbed my arm. His fingers dug in hard enough that I had bruises the next day. He did not speak. His hand was shaking against my jacket. The figure turned toward us. I need to be careful here. I have replayed this moment hundreds of times, and every time I try to describe it, I want to reach for comparisons that make it digestible, but nothing I compare it to is accurate. The body turned as a single unit. Feet, hips, shoulders, and head all rotating at the same rate and the same speed. There was no leading with the head, no shifting of weight, no adjustment of the arms. It rotated in place like a display mannequin on a motorized platform. The motion was smooth and unhurried and fundamentally wrong. Human beings cannot move like that. Our bodies are built around a spine that requires sequential articulation. We turn our heads first, our shoulders follow, then our hips. This thing rotated as one solid piece, and the smoothness of it was worse than any sudden movement could have been. It was mechanical and patient and deliberate. When it faced us fully, I could see the face. It was close to mine, close enough that in poor lighting, at a distance, in a photograph, I might have mistaken it for me. But standing 40 feet away, across clear water, in the gray light of a cloudy September morning, the wrongness was plain. The jaw was too narrow, compressed inward, as if the bones had been set by someone working from a description rather than a reference. The cheekbones were too high and too sharp. The proportions were almost right the way a counterfeit bill is almost right. The eyes were the worst. They caught light. There was no light source to catch. The sky was solid overcast. The clearing was shaded on all sides. But the eyes reflected something. Two flat discs of silver gray where irises and pupils should have been, and they were aimed at me with a focus that did not waver or blink or shift. It opened its mouth. My voice came out. Not a voice like mine, my voice. The exact voice I hear on my own voicemail recordings, the one that always sounds slightly different from what I expect because you never truly know what you sound like from the outside. It spoke in my cadence, with my pauses, using the rhythm I fall into when calling out survey bearings to a rod man. It read, coordinates, degrees, minutes, seconds, delivered with a slight hesitation I put between the degree value and the minutes, the way I say point instead of decimal, a habit I picked up from Earl and never bothered to correct. Bryce was writing on his hand with a pen. I did not understand why at the time. Later, in his truck on the highway, with his hands still trembling against the steering wheel, he told me he had copied the numbers because his brain had locked onto the only task it could process. He showed me his palm. The ink was smeared from sweat but readable. He punched the coordinates into his phone. The coordinates were my home address in Pinedale, latitude and longitude corresponding to the front door of my rental on Fremont Avenue, converted into degrees, minutes, and seconds, and recited by that thing in my voice with my inflections while it wore my clothes and held my equipment and stood in a clearing that should not have known my name. I took a step backward. Bryce was already pulling me. The figure stopped reading. It tilted its head to the right, slightly, the way I do when I am confused or working through a problem. I have been told I do this. My ex-girlfriend used to mention it. Watching this thing reproduce, my own unconscious gesture while wearing my face, was the moment the last rational framework I was holding together finally gave way. It was not a person. It was not an animal. It was not a hallucination or a prank. It was something that had studied me closely enough to replicate something I do without knowing I am doing it, and it was performing that knowledge for me across 40 feet of Wyoming Creek water. We backed up the drainage. The ground was slick, and my boots slipped twice on mossy rock. Bryce kept his hand on my pack strap, pulling me, his breathing loud and ragged in my ear. The figure watched us retreat. Its expression was not anger, not hunger or malice or curiosity. It was patience, the calm, absolute patience of something that has all the time in the world and already knows your address. I stepped into the creek. The water hit my shins, and the cold went straight into the bone, a sharp, clean pain that cut through the fog in my head. Bryce splashed in beside me. We crossed in 4 steps. On the far bank I turned. The figure had taken a single step toward the water and stopped, one boot on the muddy bank, the toe an inch from the current. It set the total station on the ground. It placed what looked like a field notebook on top of it, and it stood there, wearing my vest, wearing my hard hat, wearing a face that was not quite my face. The creek was 8 feet wide. 3 strides. The thing did not cross. It did not try. It stood at the waterline with the posture of something that has tested this boundary before and knows exactly where it ends. We scrambled up the opposite bank and did not stop until we reached the ridge line. I turned once more. The clearing was empty. The total station was gone. The notebook was gone. The figure was gone. The drainage looked like every other drainage in the Bridger Teton. We pulled every stake on the way back. 15 from the drainage, 8 from the ridgeline, 23 total. I shoved them into my pack until the zippers would not close and carried the rest under my arms, the wooden laths clattering against each other with every step. At the gate, I threw them into the bed of my truck. Bryce followed me to the Pinedale Ranger District office. Neither of us spoke on the drive. The road noise was enough. The district ranger, Patricia Moss, has been with the Forest Service for 22 years. She took our statements separately, mine first, while Bryce sat in the hallway drinking coffee from a styrofoam cup he held with both hands to keep them still. Patricia has the kind of face that does not move much when she is thinking, which she was doing a lot of as I talked. She did not interrupt. She did not ask me to clarify anything. She wrote in a yellow legal pad with a ballpoint pen, and when I finished, she set the pen down and looked at me for a long moment, and then asked one question. She asked me to describe the knot on the flagging tape. I described Earl's double loop. I told her where I learned it, and from whom, and that the man who taught me had been dead for 10 years. She wrote that down. Then she asked if she could see the stakes. I took her to my truck. She examined 6 of them individually, turning the flagging tape over in her fingers, testing the knot with her thumbnail. She did not say what she was looking for. She bagged 4 of the stakes in evidence bags she retrieved from a supply closet and labeled them with a case number she had apparently already assigned. She sent 2 seasonal rangers back to the site the following morning with a GPS unit and a digital camera. Their instructions were to photograph every boot print at all 8 ridgeline stake sites and the drainage approach before rain moved in. They photographed everything. 47 images logged into the case file. Close-ups of tread patterns, overhead shots showing stride spacing, scale references using a ruler placed beside the deepest impressions. The boot prints at all 8 ridgeline sites matched my Danner trail crushers in every measurable detail. Tread pattern, depth, size, the pronation wear on the left heel, the rebar nick on the right sole. Patricia ordered soil compression analysis through the state crime lab in Cheyenne, framing the request as part of a trespass and impersonation investigation because there is no checkbox on any government form for what actually happened. The lab analysis took 3 weeks. When the results came back, they confirmed what the softened edges and accumulated debris had already told me. The boot prints at the ridgeline sites had been made at least 72 hours before I arrived. The prints in the drainage were fresher, placed within 24 hours of my visit, but still before I hiked in that morning. I asked Patricia what she made of the results. She told me the report spoke for itself and that the investigation would remain open. I asked her if she had ever seen anything like this. She was quiet for a while, and then she said something I have thought about every week since. She told me off the record, in the parking lot of the district office while Bryce sat in his truck with the engine running, that she had seen two similar reports during her career, both from the same drainage. Not similar drainages. The same one. One report was from 1997, involving a Forest Service hydrologist named Gene Aldrich, who found stream gauge equipment already installed at sites he had selected that week. The equipment was his brand. The installation method matched his technique. His blueprints were at every site. Gene completed his contract, filed the report, and requested a transfer to a district in Oregon. The other report was from 2008. A contract botanist named Rebecca Sadler, who discovered plant survey plots flagged and labeled in her handwriting at coordinates she had chosen the night before from satellite imagery on her laptop in a motel room in Jackson. Neither case was resolved. Neither person continued working in that section of the forest. Patricia did not tell me anything else about what happened to them. She did not need to. The fact that she remembered their full names was enough. Whatever made those prints had been walking my route with my boots, at my stride length, performing my work with my equipment and my knots, for at least 3 days before I showed up at a site whose coordinates existed only on an unread document in my supervisor's email. The incident was logged under Bridger Teton National Forest case number 774-22. I have a copy of the report. It lists the event as unauthorized survey activity and impersonation of a federal contractor. The suspects section is blank. No persons of interest were identified, no arrests were made. No follow-up investigation was conducted beyond the boot print analysis. The seasonal rangers who returned to photograph the prints reported finding nothing unusual on their visit. The creek, the clearing, the drainage, all empty, all quiet. I moved out of the Fremont Avenue rental in Pinedale 3 weeks after the incident. I did not discuss the reason with my landlord. I found a place in town with a different address, closer to other houses, on a street with a working street light. I changed my locks. I bought blackout curtains. None of these measures were based on any rational threat assessment. I changed my address because something standing in a clearing 9 miles from the nearest road had recited my old one in my voice as survey coordinates. Bryce transferred to a district in Colorado the following spring. He gave his reason as wanting to be closer to family, which may be true. We have spoken twice since then. Both conversations were short. Neither mentioned the drainage. The last time we talked, he told me he was sleeping better, which I understood was not about sleep. I still work as a surveyor. I still use Prismo tape. I still tie Earl's knot, but I do not work alone anymore. I added a clause to every contract requiring a minimum 2-person crew, and I absorbed the cost difference myself rather than explain to clients why a solo surveyor suddenly needed a partner. I do not accept assignments in drainages I cannot see the bottom of from the ridgeline above. I have turned down 3 jobs in the Bridger Teton since that September, all of them in the eastern sections, all of them well-paying. My income has dropped. I do not care. Tom Brennan did eventually read the original proposal. The read receipt came through on October 11th, 19 days after the incident. I called him and asked, as casually as I could manage, if anyone else had accessed the document before him. He said no. He sounded confused by the question. The BLM IT department, at my request, ran an access log on the file. It had not been opened, forwarded, downloaded, or printed from any device other than mine. The coordinates for those 8 boundary points had never left my computer and my printed binder. There is no digital trail. There is no physical trail. There is no explanation that survives contact with the evidence. I think about it most mornings. Not the face, not the silver eyes, not the coordinates of my home address, spoken in my own voice, across a creek I will never cross again. I think about the knot, the double loop on the flagging tape. I learned it from one man, and he is dead, and I never showed it to another living person. I tie it out of habit, without thought, the way you sign your name. Whatever was standing in that clearing had watched me closely enough to learn something I do without knowing I am doing it, and it reproduced it perfectly, 23 times. Across stakes driven into ground I had not yet visited, at coordinates no one else had read. I have 23 stakes in the storage unit in Pinedale and a case number that will never be closed, and Bryce Keller's phone number in Colorado if anyone needs a second witness. That is what I have. That and the knowledge that somewhere in a drainage in the Bridger Teton, something knows my knot, my boots, my stride, my voice, my habits, my address, and the way I tilt my head when I am trying to understand something that refuses to be understood. If you arrive at a job site and the work is already done, do not follow it further than your assignment takes you. The additional markers are not extending your project. They are extending an invitation. Leave the way you came, stay on high ground, and cross running water before dark. Story 2. The Photographer. The photographs nailed to the trees were mine, not copies. The originals, pulled from a hard drive that had never left my apartment. I know how that sounds. I know what you were thinking, because I thought the same thing when I pulled the first one off that birch tree on the Ramsey Cascades Trail and turned it over in my hands and felt the paper stock and recognized the color profile and the crop and the specific moment I had pressed the shutter 2 years earlier in Cades Cove, a photograph of a black bear sow and her 2 cubs crossing a gravel road at dawn. I remember taking that shot. I remember the light. I remember the way the sow looked over her shoulder at me with that flat, calm assessment that bears give you when they have decided you are not worth killing. I processed that image on my laptop in my apartment in Knoxville, stored it on an external hard drive in a fireproof box under my desk, and never printed it, never uploaded it, never sent it to anyone. It existed in exactly one location in the world, and that location was a Western Digital 2 terabyte drive sitting in a metal box in a room with a deadbolt on the door. And there it was, nailed to a birch tree in the Smoky Mountains, 5 miles from the trailhead, printed on heavyweight matte paper with color accuracy that matched my monitor calibration. The nail was a steel finishing nail, the kind you buy in a box of 100 at any hardware store, driven clean through the top center of the print and into the bark at exactly eye level. My name is Tyler Rourke. I am a wildlife photographer based in Knoxville, Tennessee, and in early November of 2023, I hiked the Ramsey Cascades Trail in Great Smoky Mountains National Park to photograph black bears before they entered their dens for the winter. It is a thing I do every year. Late October, early November, when the bears are feeding heavily on the last of the acorns and the beech nuts, and the tourists have thinned out enough that you can spend 6 hours on a trail without someone in a bright jacket flushing your subject out of frame. I know these mountains the way a surveyor knows coordinates, by feel, by repetition, by the slow accumulation of seasons spent watching light move through hemlock and hardwood. I was not alone that morning. My friend and sometimes shooting partner, Nathan Briggs, had come along. Nathan is a high school biology teacher who shoots landscapes as a hobby, owns more camera gear than he can justify on a teacher's salary, and is the only person I trust to walk a trail with me without talking when I need silence. He is steady. He does not rattle. These are the reasons I asked him to come, and these are the reasons I am glad he was there when the trail stopped making sense. We left the trailhead at the Greenbrier entrance around 7:30 in the morning. Overcast sky, temperature in the low 40s, the kind of November day in the Smokies where the fog sits in the valleys like something poured there and the ridge lines disappear into a ceiling of gray that makes the mountains feel like they go up forever. The air smelled like wet hemlock and leaf mold and the faint mineral tang of the creek that runs beside the trail for the first 3 miles. I was carrying my Canon R5 with an RF 100 to 500 millimeter lens, a carbon fiber tripod strapped to my pack, rain cover for the camera, 2 spare batteries, a granola bar, a thermos of coffee, a paper map of the trail system, and bear spray on my hip. Nathan had his Nikon and a wider lens, a 24-70, because he was after the waterfalls and the fog, not the wildlife. The Ramsey Cascades Trail is 8 miles round trip, gaining about 2,200 feet of elevation through old-growth forest. The first 2 miles follow the creek through a mix of hemlock, tulip, poplar, and red maple. After that, the trail climbs through hardwood and eventually into a stand of old growth that has never been logged. Trees that were mature when the park was established in 1934. It is a beautiful hike. It is also remote enough that once you pass the second creek crossing, you are unlikely to see another person until you turn around. We reached the second creek crossing around 8:45. The log bridge was slick with frost, and Nathan crossed it slowly, one hand on the cable railing, his camera bag shifted to his chest for balance. I was a few steps behind him when I saw it. A photograph, pinned to a birch tree on the far side of the crossing, about 15 feet off the trail, at eye level. The paper was white against the gray bark and the muted greens and browns of the forest floor. A steel finishing nail held it in place. I walked over and pulled it off the tree. Nathan asked what I had found. I did not answer him immediately because I was trying to understand what I was looking at. It was the bear sow from Cades Cove, the shot from 2 years ago, the same image I described to you already, but I need to explain what I mean when I say it was the original. I do not mean it was a copy that looked like my photo. I mean the print had the exact color profile of my editing software, the specific warmth I dial into my shadow tones, the particular sharpening algorithm I apply at export. I could see my crop. I always crop bear photos to leave a third of the frame as negative space on the direction the animal is moving, a composition habit I developed because it implies motion and gives the viewer's eye somewhere to travel. This print had that crop. It had my watermark position, lower right corner, 40% opacity, which I add to every export file automatically, but which I had never applied to a print because I had never printed this photograph. The paper was warm, not room temperature, warm, as if it had been held in someone's hands moments before I found it, or as if it had been produced by a printer that was still running nearby. In the 40-degree morning air of that hemlock forest, the warmth of the paper against my cold fingers was distinct and unmistakable. Nathan came over and looked at the photo. He did not recognize it as mine at first. I told him it was my shot from Cades Cove. He said that was weird and asked if I had posted it somewhere online. I told him I had not. I told him it had never left my hard drive. He looked at the nail hole in the paper and then at the nail still embedded in the birch tree and then at me, and something in his expression shifted from casual curiosity to the focused attention of a person who has just realized the conversation has changed. We continued up the trail. 400 yards past the crossing, another photograph was nailed to a red maple at eye level. This one was a coyote I had photographed in the Cataloochee Valley 3 years ago. Early morning, mist on the grass, the coyote frozen mid-step with one front paw raised. Same print quality, same color profile, same crop, same warm paper. I had never printed this image either. It existed on the same external hard drive, in a folder labeled with the date and location, inside the fireproof box under my desk. Nathan pulled this one down. He turned it over. The back was blank. No printer marks, no date stamps, no paper manufacturer logo. Just white. The third photograph was 200 yards further up the trail, nailed to an oak. A red-tailed hawk launching from a fence post, shot in Blount County the previous spring. Again, my image. Again, never printed. Again, warm paper. By the fourth photograph, I had stopped walking and was standing in the trail with my hands at my sides, trying to calculate the odds of what was happening. The fourth print was a bobcat. I had shot it through a gap in Laurel along the Appalachian Trail near Max Patch late afternoon in October of the previous year. The bobcat was mid-yawn, showing its teeth, backlit by a sliver of golden hour light that came through the trees at exactly the right angle for about 40 seconds before the sun dropped below the ridge. It was one of my best images. I had almost entered it in a wildlife photography competition, but decided against it because I did not want to draw attention to the specific location. Bobcats in the southern Appalachians are pressured enough without photographers advertising their dens, so I kept it to myself. I filed it on the hard drive, and I looked at it sometimes when I was editing other work and needed to remind myself what a good frame looked like. There it was, on a hemlock tree, printed with the color accuracy of my calibrated monitor, nailed at eye level, the paper warm against the November air. Nathan was the one who noticed the pattern. He had been tracking the distances on his GPS watch out of habit, the way teachers track things, and he pulled me aside and showed me the screen. The photographs were spaced at roughly equal intervals, each one a few hundred yards past the last. But the spacing was not what had caught his attention. It was the dates. He had been listening as I identified each image, and he had been placing them on a timeline. The coyote was from 3 years ago. The bear sow was from 2 years ago. The hawk was from last spring. The bobcat was from last October. Each subsequent photo was from a more recent date. We were being led through a timeline of my work, deeper into the forest, photo by photo, and the timeline was accelerating toward the present. Nathan asked me how many images were on that hard drive. I told him roughly 40,000. He asked me if there was any pattern to which ones had been selected. I looked at the 4 prints in my hands and realized there was. These were not random images pulled from a mass of files. These were the ones I cared about. The bear sow was the shot that made me feel like a real wildlife photographer for the first time. The coyote was the one I considered the most technically perfect image I had ever taken. The hawk was my favorite action frame. The bobcat was the one I kept going back to. Whatever selected these images did not just access my hard drive. It understood which photographs mattered to me. The 5th image was an elk from Cataloochee, taken 6 months ago, a big bull standing alone in a field at dawn, with mist rising off the grass behind him, my best elk shot. The 6th was a wild turkey from a trail near my apartment in Knoxville, taken 3 months ago, the bird fanned out in full display on a gravel path with autumn light on its feathers. The 7th was a barred owl from the Greenbrier area, 2 months ago, perched on a low branch with its head turned 90 degrees, staring directly into the lens with that flat alien focus that owls have. Each image was not just mine. Each image was one I had formed an attachment to, the way photographers attach to certain frames, the way writers attach to certain sentences. The selection was personal. It was curated, and it was getting closer to the present with every tree we passed. The 8th photograph made Nathan stop walking. It was a test shot I had taken 3 days before our hike. I was checking the autofocus tracking on a new memory card, sitting on the floor of my apartment, and I pointed the camera at my boot on the hardwood floor and pressed the shutter. It was nothing. A photograph of a boot and a strip of wood grain that I took to verify that the card was functioning. I had not even looked at the image after taking it. It was still on the card in my camera bag. Nathan held the print up next to my actual boot, same floor, same angle, same scratch on the toe cap. He looked at me, and his face had gone the color of the fog outside, and he said, "Tyler, the card is still in your bag. The image is on a card that is currently inside your camera, and it is also printed on this paper in front of us, nailed to a tree, 5 miles from your apartment." I checked the camera. The card was in the slot. I powered on and scrolled to the test image. It was there. Same frame, same boot, same floor. I cannot explain this, neither can Nathan. The image was on a card that had not left my possession, inside a camera that had been in my bag since I packed it the night before. And it was also a physical print on warm paper, nailed to a tree in old-growth forest at 8,500 in the morning. We should have turned around. I know that now. Nathan knows that. But we were within a mile of the falls, and there is a specific failure mode in rational people where the accumulation of impossible evidence does not trigger retreat, but instead triggers a deeper need to find the explanation. We kept going. We kept telling ourselves there was an answer, a drone, a hacker, a prank so elaborate it would require resources and access that no prankster would invest. We kept walking. because stopping meant accepting that the photographs were real and that whatever was producing them had access to my files, my camera, my apartment, my editing software, and my crop preferences. The trail leveled briefly before the final climb to the Cascades. We were passing through a section of old growth where the tulip poplars are 6 feet in diameter and the canopy is so thick that the forest floor is permanently dim. It was quiet. The creek noise had faded behind a ridge, and the wind had died, and the forest was holding its breath the way forests sometimes do before something changes. Nathan heard it first. A shutter sound, not the synthetic click of a phone camera, the mechanical thunk and whir of a DSLR mirror slap. Specifically, the sound of a Canon R5 with an electronic first curtain shutter, which produces a particular muted click followed by a faint whine that I know the way I know my own heartbeat because I have pressed that shutter 100,000 times. It came from the tree line to our left. Then a rapid burst. 5 or 6 frames in quick succession, the way I shoot when a bear moves unexpectedly and I am trying to catch a usable frame from a sequence. Nathan and I both froze. The sound was coming from 30 or 40 yards into the trees, off-trail, in a section of dense rhododendron that would require crawling to enter. Then it stopped. The silence came back, and then Nathan grabbed my pack and pulled me backward because he was looking behind us, back down the trail we had already walked, and there were new photographs nailed to trees we had passed minutes before. I could see them from where I stood, white rectangles on dark bark, bright against the gray. They had not been there when we walked past. I would have seen them. Nathan would have seen them. I walked back to the nearest one and pulled it off the tree. It was a photograph of my back, my jacket, my pack, my tripod, the back of my head, taken from approximately 20 yards behind me. The depth of field and the compression of the background told me it was shot with a long telephoto, probably in the 200 to 400 millimeter range. The light in the background matched the exact section of trail we had been walking through 5 minutes earlier. Something had been behind us, with my camera, or a camera identical to mine, photographing us as we walked, and then it had moved ahead, printed the images, nailed them to the trees, and retreated. All while we were on the trail. All without making a sound. Nathan pulled down 3 more prints. All of them were recent. All of them showed us from behind, walking, stopping, examining the previous photographs. In one image, Nathan was holding up the test shot of my boot, and I was standing beside him looking at the camera in my hands. The framing was tight and deliberate. The focus was on my face. My expression in the photograph was the one I had been wearing 30 minutes ago. I turned around slowly, scanning the tree line in every direction. The forest was empty. The rhododendron was still. Nothing moved. Nathan said we should go. I did not argue. We resumed climbing toward the Cascades. I do not know why we went up instead of turning back. Some part of my thinking had locked onto the idea that whatever was doing this was behind us, and going forward meant moving away from it. That logic does not hold up to any scrutiny, but at that point scrutiny had been replaced by something closer to momentum. The cascade came into view through the trees, 100-foot drop of white water pouring over a series of rock ledges into a pool below. The mist from the falls hung in the air and wet the rocks and the moss and the skin of my face. Normally the sound of Ramsey Cascades fills the forest for a quarter mile before you see it, a constant roar that drowns conversation and makes the air taste like rain. That day I barely registered any of it because of the figure crouched on a flat rock at the base of the falls. It was on the far side of the pool, maybe 60 feet away, positioned on a slab of granite that jutted out over the water like a natural platform. The rock was wet with spray. The figure was crouched on its heels, the way I crouch when I am shooting from a low angle and do not want to get my knees wet or dirty. Weight on the balls of the feet, left elbow braced on left knee, right hand supporting the camera body, with the thumb hooked under the lens barrel for stability. It was my shooting posture, exactly. The specific ergonomic adaptation I developed over years of field work to keep a heavy telephoto steady without a tripod in situations where setting up a tripod would take too long or make too much noise. It was holding a camera. The camera was a Canon R5 with an RF 100 to 500 millimeter lens. I know this because I could see the lens profile, the white barrel with the red ring that Canon puts on its L-series glass, the specific proportions of the body and grip. It was wearing a camera strap that appeared to be the same Peak Design slide strap I use, black, with the quick connect anchors visible at the attachment points. It was my camera. Or it was identical to my camera in every visible dimension. Nathan saw it at the same moment I did. He stopped mid-stride and his hand went to my arm and squeezed. I could feel his pulse through his grip, fast and hard. The figure raised the camera to where a face should have been. There was no face. I need to be precise about this, because precision is the only thing I have left that works. The figure had a head. It had a shape above the shoulders that occupied the volume and position a head would occupy. It had what appeared to be dark hair, cut short, the same length as mine. But behind the camera's viewfinder, in the gap between the eyepiece and the top of the body where a forehead and eyes and a hairline should have been visible, there was nothing that resolved into features. The space was filled. Something was there. But it was like looking at a section of the forest that had been cut out and pasted onto a human silhouette, a rectangle of bark and moss and shadow where a face was supposed to be, not invisible, not transparent, not blurred, just absent of human detail in a way that my eyes could not process, no matter how long I stared. It was as if the face was a photograph that had not yet been developed, all the information present, but none of it rendered. The body was wrong too, but less obviously. The proportions were mine, height, build, shoulder width, but the way it held itself had a quality I can only describe as too still, not frozen. Not rigid, still the way a photograph is still. No micro-movements, no breathing, no shifting of weight. A human body is never truly motionless. Even when you think you are holding perfectly still, your muscles are making thousands of tiny adjustments per second. This figure made none. It was composed of the correct shapes arranged in the correct positions, and it was producing zero of the signals that a living body produces. Nathan made a sound that I have never heard another person make, a low, involuntary groan that came from his chest and not his throat, and he stepped backward until his heel caught a root and he nearly sat down on the trail. The figure pressed the shutter. I heard my camera sound come from across the pool. It was photographing us. It was documenting this exact moment, us seeing it, with my equipment and my settings, and probably my crop preferences. I grabbed Nathan, and we scrambled down the Cascade rocks. The pool was at the bottom, thigh-deep, and cold enough to contract every muscle in my legs. We waded into it and pushed through the current toward the outlet stream that feeds back into the trail system. The figure remained on the rock, above the waterline. It continued pressing the shutter. Each click echoed off the rock walls of the Cascade Amphitheater, flat and mechanical. My camera's sound reflected back at me from a thing that wore the shape of a photographer without owning a face. It did not follow us into the water. It did not climb down from the rock. It stayed above the waterline, and it kept shooting. We waited downstream for what felt like an hour, but was probably 20 minutes. The creek ran fast and cold through a channel of mossy boulders and fallen hemlock. When we reached the footbridge near the lower trailhead, we climbed out onto the trail and ran. I am not a runner. Nathan is not a runner. We ran anyway, packs bouncing, tripod banging against my spine, all the way to the parking lot where Nathan's truck was sitting in gray November light next to two other vehicles and a pit toilet and a trail register box that felt like the most beautiful objects I had ever seen in my life. We drove to the Greenbrier Ranger Station without speaking. Nathan's hands were steady on the wheel. Mine were shaking badly enough that I sat on them to keep them still. The heater was running full blast and I was still cold. A cold that did not seem connected to the air temperature, a cold that sat in my chest like a stone. The ranger on duty was a seasonal named Caleb Weathers, mid-20s, with a park radio on his belt and the practiced calm of someone trained to deal with bear encounters and lost hikers. He was not trained for what we brought him. I gave my statement, Nathan gave his. Caleb wrote them down in a small notebook asking clarifying questions that told me he was not sure whether to take us seriously. When I showed him the photographs, the physical prints I had pulled from the trees, he stopped writing and looked at them for a long time without speaking. He radioed his supervisor, a permanent ranger named Sharon Guthrie, who drove over from the Sugarlands district office within the hour. Sharon is a career Park Service employee, late 40s, with a quiet authority that comes from decades of managing a park that sees 10 million visitors a year. She took a second round of statements from each of us. She separated us into different rooms for this, which told me she was treating it as a potential crime scene rather than a nuisance report. Sharon asked to see the photographs. I had 9 of them in my pack. She laid them out on the hood of her patrol vehicle and examined each one with the careful attention of someone looking for something specific. She turned them over. She held them up to the light. She smelled the paper, which I had not thought to do, and later told me it carried a faint chemical scent she could not identify. Something like ozone mixed with the sour mineral smell that Nathan and I had noticed in the forest. She asked me if I could prove the images were mine. I showed her the original files on my camera's memory card and on my phone, where I had backed up some of the older images. The match was pixel for pixel exact. She asked who had access to my hard drive. I told her no one. She asked if my apartment had been broken into. I told her I would check when I got home, but that the deadbolt had been locked when I left that morning, and none of my windows had been tampered with. She asked one more question that I have thought about many times since. She asked me if I had experienced anything similar before, on any previous visit to the park. I told her no. She nodded slowly and wrote something in her notebook that she did not show me. The incident was logged with the National Park Service under case number GRSM-23-1479 and cross-referenced with a Sevier County Sheriff's report. Sharon sent 2 rangers back up the Ramsey Cascades Trail the following day with instructions to document and collect the nails from the trees where photographs had been posted. They found the nails still in the bark, 14 of them, each one driven to the same depth. No photographs remained, no prints on the ground around the nail sites. No evidence of anyone traveling off-trail in the rhododendron where we had heard the shudder sounds. The rangers reported that the forest was quiet, normal. No unusual sounds, no unusual smells. They described the hike as uneventful. When I got home that evening, I checked the deadbolt. Locked, same as I had left it. I checked every window. Locked. I walked through the apartment room by room, looking for any sign that someone had been inside. The kitchen was clean. The bathroom was undisturbed. My desk looked exactly as I had left it. Laptop closed, external monitor off, coffee mug with a ring of dried coffee on the rim. I checked the fireproof box under my desk. Closed and latched, combination lock engaged. I opened it and pulled out the external hard drive and plugged it in. I navigated to the folder containing the bear sow image from Cades Cove. The folder was there, the file was gone. I sat very still for a moment. Then I checked the coyote image. Gone. The hawk, the bobcat, the elk, the turkey, the owl. Every photograph that had been printed and nailed to a tree on the Ramsey Cascades Trail had been deleted from my hard drive. 14 files. Erased. The folders they had been stored in were still there, still labeled with my naming convention, but the image files themselves were absent. No corrupted data, no fragments in the recycle bin. No recovery possible. Gone as if they had never existed. The test shot of my boot on the hardwood floor was still on my camera's memory card, untouched. But the card reader log on my laptop, which I checked because something in me had shifted from terrified to methodical, showed that the memory card had been accessed at 3:14 in the morning, 5 hours before I woke up, by a device my operating system did not recognize. The access log listed the device as an unknown USB peripheral with a hardware identifier that did not correspond to any card reader or camera body in Canon's product database. I know this because I sent the log to a friend who works in IT forensics and asked him to trace the device. He could not. He told me the hardware identifier was not formatted correctly, that it contained characters that are not part of the standard USB device identification protocol, and that he had never seen anything like it. I called the Sevier County Sheriff's Office and added this information to the report. A deputy came to my apartment, took photos of my laptop screen, showing the access log, and noted the deleted files. He said he would follow up with the department's digital crimes unit. He did not follow up. The case was assigned number SC-23-0871, and it remains open and inactive to this day. Nathan and I have not hiked together since November. We talk. We are still friends, but the conversation has a boundary now, a topic we walk around the way you walk around a hole in the floor of an old building. He knows what he saw. I know what I saw. Talking about it does not make it more real, and trying to explain it to people who were not there has proven to be an exercise in watching someone's expression shift from interest to concern to the particular kind of politeness people use when they think you have lost perspective. So we do not talk about it. When I suggested a trip to Catalucci last spring, Nathan was quiet for a long time and then said he was busy that weekend. I did not ask again. I understood. Catalucci is where the coyote was taken. The image that was nailed to the second tree. Going back to that valley would mean walking through a place that whatever this thing is had already reached into and taken something from. Neither of us is ready for that. I have since moved all my image files to an encrypted cloud service with two-factor authentication and changed every password associated with every account I own. The external hard drive is in a storage unit with the fireproof box. I do not use it anymore. I bought a new camera body, a different model from a different manufacturer, and I changed my strap and my lens kit and my bag. I wanted nothing that matched what the figure at the Cascade was holding. I wanted no overlap between my gear and whatever it was carrying. I bought a new camera body. But I did not change the way I crop my photographs. I did not change the warmth I dial in to my shadow tones. I did not change my sharpening algorithm, or my watermark position, or my habit of leaving a third of the frame as negative space. These things are part of how I see. They are not settings I can reset. And if whatever was on that rock at Ramsey Cascades learned them once, there is no reason to believe it cannot learn them again. I still photograph wildlife. I still go into the woods. I carry the bear spray and the coffee and the tripod, and I wait in silence for the light to do something worth capturing. But I have not printed a photograph since that morning, and when I am in the field, alone, in the quiet spaces between shutter presses, I listen. I listen for the sound of my own camera coming from somewhere I am not standing. So far I have not heard it again. So far is not the same as never. If you find something in the woods that could only have come from inside your home, do not keep walking toward whatever left it. You are not discovering evidence. You are following a trail that was laid for you specifically, using pieces of your own life as bait. Turn around, get to open ground, put running water between yourself and whatever knows the contents of your hard drive better than you do. And if you are a photographer, check your files when you get home. If anything is missing, it was not a malfunction. It was a receipt. Story 3. The Lookout. The journal under the floorboards described my morning routine in my handwriting, but the entries were dated 6 weeks before I was assigned to the tower. I found it on my first night, July 15th, 2023. The board under my cot had been creaking since I lay down, not the rhythmic creak of settling wood, but an irregular sound, as if something beneath the floor was shifting its weight. I assumed mice. Fire lookout towers in northern Montana attract them the way porch lights attract moths. I pulled the cot aside and pried up the board with a flathead screwdriver I keep in my toolkit, expecting to find droppings or a nest or a dead chipmunk that had crawled into the wrong space and could not find its way back out. Instead, I found a notebook. A Mead composition book, black and white marbled cover, college ruled, 70 pages. The kind you can buy at any drugstore for $2. It was sitting in the cavity between the floor joists, centered and level, as if someone had placed it there with intention rather than dropping it. It was not dusty. It was not damp. In a lookout tower that had been unoccupied since the previous September, 10 months of mountain weather and snowmelt and spring runoff and summer heat. The notebook was clean and dry and looked like it had been purchased that week. My name is Joel Whitfield. I am a seasonal fire lookout for the Flathead National Forest in northwestern Montana, and in the summer of 2023 I was assigned to the Werner Peak Tower for a 90-day rotation starting July 15th. I had worked lookouts for 3 previous summers, 2 on different towers in the Flathead and 1 in the Lolo, and I had requested Werner Peak specifically because it is one of the more remote postings in the district. The tower sits at just under 7,000 feet on a rocky knob above the Middle Fork drainage, accessible only by a 4-mile trail that gains 2,600 feet of elevation from the trailhead on a logging road off Highway 2. There is no vehicle access. Everything you need for the summer, food, water jugs, books, batteries, clothing, goes up on your back or on a mule string arranged by the district office. The tower itself is a standard 14 by 14 foot cab on a 60-foot steel frame equipped with an Osborne firefinder, a Forest Service radio, a propane stove, a cot, a chair, and a small table. No electricity, no running water, no phone signal. The nearest staff facility is the Spotted Bear Ranger Station, 23 miles south by trail. I wanted the isolation. I had been through a divorce the previous year, a slow grinding process that left me hollowed out in ways I did not have the energy to examine, and what I needed more than anything was silence. Real silence. The kind you cannot find in a town or a campground or even a backcountry camp where other hikers might pass through. Werner Peak offered that. The previous lookout, a woman named Kirsten Halloway, had done 3 seasons on the tower and told me during the handoff briefing at the district office that she had gone entire weeks without seeing another person. She said it like a warning. I heard it like a promise. I hiked in on the morning of July 15th with 60 pounds on my back and the sun already hot on the south-facing switchbacks. The trail passes through lodgepole forest for the first 2 miles, then breaks into subalpine meadow and scree before the final push to the summit. I reached the tower at 1:30 in the afternoon, climbed the 60 steps to the cab, unlocked the shutters, and stood at the north-facing window looking out over 100 miles of wilderness. The middle fork of the Flathead ran silver through the valley below. The peaks of the Bob Marshall were white with snowfields. The sky was blue and still, and I could hear nothing except wind and the faint metallic hum of the tower's guy wires. I spent the rest of the afternoon setting up, stowed my food in the bear box on the ground, filled the water jugs from the spring 200 yards downhill, tested the radio, calibrated the firefinder, swept the cabin, arranged my books on the shelf, and brewed a pot of coffee on the propane stove. By early evening I had the place in working order, and I sat in the chair by the south window eating a cold dinner and watching the light change on the peaks. That first night I lay on the cot and listened to the tower settle. Steel and wood contract at different rates as the temperature drops after sunset, and a lookout tower at 7,000 feet makes sounds that can convince you someone is climbing the stairs if you are not used to it. I was used to it. I had spent 3 summers learning the vocabulary of a tower at night, the creaks and pings and shudders that mean nothing. The sound from under my cot was different. It was softer, more deliberate, like something being turned over. I found the journal. I opened it. The first entry was dated June 1st, 6 weeks before my assignment start date, 6 weeks before I had even received confirmation from the district office that Werner Peak was mine for the summer. The handwriting was close to mine, not identical. Close the way a word looks close when you type it with 1 letter off. The loops on the lowercase letters were slightly tighter than mine, the crosses on the T's a fraction higher, but the slant was the same, the spacing was the same, the pressure was the same. If I had been shown a sentence from that notebook next to a sentence from my own field notes and asked to pick which one was mine, I am not certain I could have done it consistently. The first entry read, "Arrived at the tower. Long hike, 60 pounds. Set up the cab. Water from the spring. Coffee, black, 1 sugar. Stood at the north window." I had arrived at the tower that day. I had carried 60 pounds. I had set up the cab. I had filled the water jugs from the spring. I had made coffee, black, with 1 sugar. the way I always make it. I had stood at the north window. I turned the page. The second entry was dated June 2nd. Woke before dawn. Could not sleep past 4:30. Made coffee first thing. Stood at the east window. Watched the light come up over the peaks. Checked the fire finder. Radio dispatch at 0800. Ate oatmeal with dried blueberries. I had not yet done these things. It was still July 15th. But I knew, reading that entry, that I would do every single one of them the following morning. I wake before dawn. I cannot sleep past 4:30. I make coffee first thing. I stand at the east window. I check the fire finder. I radio dispatch at 8 in the morning. I eat oatmeal with dried blueberries because they are lightweight and calorie dense, and I packed 14 packets of them for exactly this purpose. The journal knew my morning routine. It knew it 6 weeks before I arrived. It knew it in handwriting that was close enough to mine that the differences required focused comparison to detect. I read further. Each entry covered one day. Each day described a routine that matched mine with increasing precision. By the entry dated June 10th, the journal was recording not just what I did, but how I did it. The way I hold the coffee mug with both hands and blow across the surface 3 times before the first sip. The way I hum a note to myself when the firefinder locks onto a bearing. The order in which I check the windows each morning, north first, then east, then south, then west. A habit I developed during my first season because north is where the weather comes from and I want to see it first. These are not things you can observe from outside a tower. The windows are 60 feet off the ground. The humming is quiet enough that I barely hear it myself. The 3 blows across the coffee are an unconscious habit I did not know I had until my ex-wife pointed it out during our 2nd year of marriage. I have never mentioned it to anyone since. I should have radioed dispatch. I should have packed the journal into my bag and hiked down the trail and driven to the ranger station and shown it to someone with authority and let them deal with it. Instead, I kept reading. The isolation I had wanted so badly had become a container I could not leave, and the journal was filling it with a version of me that should not have existed. The most recent entry was dated July 16th, tomorrow. It described me finding the journal, reading it to this exact point, and then looking up from the page. I looked up from the page. The cab was empty. The windows showed nothing but twilight fading over the mountains. The wind moved through the guy wires. The tower creaked. I was alone. But the Osborne firefinder had moved. The firefinder is a heavy brass instrument mounted on a pedestal in the center of the cab. It does not move on its own. It cannot be shifted by wind or vibration. It requires deliberate manual force to rotate. When I had calibrated it that afternoon, I had left it zeroed to due north. It was now rotated approximately 15 degrees east, pointing at a specific bearing. I checked the azimuth. 27 degrees. I picked up the binoculars and looked along that bearing. The meadow below the tower, a mile north, was visible in the last light. In the center of the meadow, where the grass is tallest and the wildflowers grow thick in July, a single figure was standing. It was too far away to see clearly without the binoculars, and through the binoculars it was still indistinct, a dark upright shape against the lighter grass. But I could see that it was facing the tower, and I could see that it was not moving. I watched it for 10 minutes. It did not shift, it did not walk, it did not sit down or turn or raise a hand. It stood in the meadow and faced the tower with the fixed attention of something that was not passing through. My radio partner for the summer was a lookout named Elaine Prescott on the Lookout Mountain Tower, 18 miles to the southeast. Elaine was a retired school librarian in her early 60s who had been doing lookout work for 7 summers and who I had spoken with briefly during the preseason briefing at the district office. She was sensible and calm, and she did not tolerate nonsense. I keyed the radio and called her. She answered on the 2nd call. I told her I could see a figure in the meadow below my tower. She asked if it was a hiker. I said I did not think so. She asked why. I told her because It had been standing in the same spot without moving for 10 minutes, and it was nearly dark, and no hiker would be standing in an open meadow at this elevation at this hour. She told me to note the bearing and time in my log and radio dispatch in the morning if it was still there. I noted the bearing. I noted the time. I did not note the journal. I was not ready to talk about the journal. I slept poorly. The cot creaked. The tower shifted. Twice I got up and looked through the binoculars toward the meadow. The first time I could not see anything in the darkness. The second time, around 3 a.m, the moon had risen enough to cast a faint silver light across the slope, and I could see the meadow clearly. The figure was gone. I went back to the cot and lay there until dawn, listening to the wind in the guy wires and the small sounds of the tower cooling in the mountain air. The next morning, I did everything the journal said I would do. I woke before 4:30. I made coffee, black, 1 sugar. I stood at the east window. I watched the light come up. I checked the fire finder. I radioed dispatch at 8. I ate oatmeal with dried blueberries. I did all of it without thinking, because it is my routine, and has been my routine for 3 summers, and the journal had simply recorded what it already knew I would do. Afterward, I sat at the table and read the journal again, more carefully this time. The early entries were general. Day 1, Day 2, the broad shape of a lookout's life. But by the entry dated June 15th, 2 weeks in, the specificity had increased sharply. The journal described me adjusting the fire finder with my right hand while holding a pencil in my left, tapping the pencil against the edge of the table in a rhythm I did not know I had until I caught myself doing it that afternoon while plotting a smoke report. It described the way I lean against the west-facing windowsill when I am tired, bracing my weight on my elbows with my hands clasped, looking out at the peaks with an expression that the journal described as tired but not unhappy. It described the specific page of the specific book I read before bed, a paperback copy of Stegner's Angle of Repose that I had packed because my mother recommended it, and the fact that I dog-ear the top corner of the page when I stop reading rather than using a bookmark. The journal knew I brought that book. It knew my mother recommended it. It knew how I mark my page. These details are not visible through a window from a mile away. These are things that can only be known by someone standing inside the cab, watching me live. The entry for June 28th was the one that made me put the journal down and step outside onto the catwalk to breathe mountain air until my hands stopped shaking. It described a dream I had not yet had. It described me dreaming about the house I shared with my ex-wife in Columbia Falls, the kitchen specifically, standing at the counter while she packed boxes. It described me waking from the dream and lying still for a few minutes and then reaching for my coffee mug on the floor beside the cot, the same mug I always use, the blue ceramic one with the chipped handle. It described me holding the mug against my chest without drinking from it, just holding it, feeling the weight of it in my hands, because the mug was the one thing from that kitchen I had kept. I had not yet had this dream, but I knew I would have it. I have had some version of it every few weeks since the divorce was finalized, and the detail about the mug was true. The blue ceramic mug with the chipped handle was sitting on the floor beside my cot at that moment. It was the one thing from the kitchen I had kept. I had not told anyone this. I had not thought about it as significant. It was just a mug. Whatever wrote this journal did not just know my routines. It knew what I dreamed about and what I held on to when I woke up. I did not tell dispatch about the journal. I told them about the figure in the meadow. The dispatcher, a man named Roy Tillman who has been working Flathead Dispatch since before I was born, said he would check if any backcountry permits had been issued for the Werner Peak area. He called back an hour later and said no permits were active. He said it was probably a day hiker who wandered off the trail. He said to keep an eye out and let him know if I saw it again. I saw it again that evening. Same meadow, same position, same bearing on the fire finder, which had been rotated again while I was outside filling water jugs, a task that takes me approximately 12 minutes. When I came back up the stairs, the firefinder was pointing at 27 degrees, and the figure was in the meadow, and the journal entry for July 17th, which I had not yet read, was sitting open on the table to a page that described me seeing the figure for the second time. I had not opened the journal that day. I had left it under the cot. It was now on the table, open to the correct page, and the entry described what was happening at that moment in accurate detail. I radioed Elaine. I told her the figure was back. I told her the firefinder had been moved. I did not tell her about the journal. She asked if I wanted her to contact the ranger station. I said yes. Elaine radioed Spotted Bear and reported an unauthorized person in the Warner Peak vicinity. A backcountry ranger named Cole Stanton radioed me directly and said he would hike in the following morning to check the area. He asked me to keep eyes on the figure and report any changes. I watched the figure until dark. It did not move. Through the binoculars and the failing light, I could make out that it was wearing a Forest Service uniform. Green pants, gray shirt. The flat-brimmed campaign hat, it was dressed like a lookout. I did not sleep that night. I sat in the chair with the binoculars in my lap and the radio on the table, and I read the journal from the beginning. Every entry. 45 days of my routine, recorded in near-perfect imitation of my handwriting, predicting not just my actions, but my habits, my preferences, my unconscious patterns. The entry for June 22nd described me scratching the back of my neck with my left hand while reading, which I do. The entry for June 30th described me talking to myself during a thunderstorm, narrating the lightning strikes under my breath, which I do, and which I did not know I did until I read it in a notebook that should not exist. The entry for July 18th, the day Cole was hiking in, described something new. It described the figure approaching the base of the tower. Cole arrived at the tower around noon the next day, a tall, quiet man in his 30s with a day pack and a service radio, and the lean build of someone who covers 20 miles of trail a day without complaint. I showed him the meadow. I showed him the bearing on the firefinder. I did not show him the journal. I do not know why. Some part of me had decided that the journal was mine, that it belonged to whatever was happening between me and the thing in the meadow, and that bringing someone else into it would change the equation in a way I could not predict. Cole hiked down to the meadow. I watched him through the binoculars. He walked the perimeter. He checked the grass. He radioed me and said there was an area of compressed vegetation in the center, as if something heavy had been standing there for an extended period, but no boot prints, no tracks entering or leaving. Just a circle of flattened grass, about 3 feet in diameter. He hiked back up and stood on the catwalk looking out at the meadow for a long time without saying anything. Then he told me he was going to stay the night. He said he did not feel right leaving me alone on the tower with an unidentified person in the area, and that if the figure came back, he wanted to see it himself so his report would carry the weight of a direct observation rather than a second-hand account. I told him he did not have to do that. He said he knew, and that he was staying anyway. Cole radioed Spotted Bear and told dispatch he would be overnighting at Warner Peak to monitor the situation. They acknowledged. He set up his sleeping pad on the floor of the cab, which is a tight fit in a 14 by 14 room that already contains a cot and a firefinder and a table and a chair. But Cole's the kind of person who sleeps on the ground as a matter of routine and did not complain. That evening, the figure was back. Same meadow, same position, same bearing, but closer. Not by much. Maybe 100 yards closer to the base of the tower than it had been the previous 2 nights. It was wearing the Forest Service uniform. Cole saw it through the binoculars before I did. He called me to the window and handed me the glasses and said, "Look at the meadow and tell me what you see." I looked. The figure was there. It raised one hand and waved. The wave was mine. The casual half wave I give to hikers on the trail, hand up, fingers spread, a quick lateral movement that is more acknowledgement than greeting. I do it the same way every time. It is not a distinctive wave, but it was my wave, performed at a distance by a figure wearing a lookout uniform in a meadow below a tower I had been assigned to 6 weeks after a journal predicted my arrival. Cole took the binoculars back and watched the figure for several minutes. He did not say anything about the wave. He did not need to. He had seen me wave at a hiker on the trail that afternoon using the same gesture. His jaw tightened and he set the binoculars down and radioed Elaine on the Lookout Mountain Tower and told her there was still an unidentified individual in the Warner Peak vicinity and that he and I would be monitoring through the night. Elaine acknowledged and told us to radio her if anything changed. We locked the trapdoor. We wedged the chair under the handle. Cole sat against the north wall with his radio in his hand. I sat on the cot. We watched the meadow until the light was gone, and the figure dissolved into the darkness, and there was nothing to see except the black outline of the peaks against a sky full of stars. Cole dozed off around midnight. He was sitting upright against the wall with his chin on his chest and his hand still on the radio. I did not wake him. He had hiked 4 miles uphill that day, and he needed the rest, and the tower was quiet, and the meadow was dark, and I thought the night would pass without incident. Around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps on the stairs. The tower has 60 steel steps from the ground to the cab, divided into 4 flights with 3 small landings where the stairs reverse direction. Each step produces a specific tone when weight is placed on it, a metallic ring that varies with the force and cadence and weight of the person climbing. After 3 summers on lookout towers, I know the sound of a human being ascending steel stairs the way a musician knows the sound of a tuned instrument. The footsteps I heard at 2 in the morning were deliberate and measured, and they matched my cadence exactly. Same speed, same rhythm, same weight distribution, which I could tell from the specific resonance each step produced, because a heavier person produces a deeper ring and a lighter person produces a higher one, and these steps rang at the frequency my weight produces on steel. Same slight hesitation at the first landing where the stairs turn, the half-second pause where I always shift my pack or adjust my grip on the railing before continuing up the next flight. I was standing on the trapdoor before the footsteps reached the second landing. I could feel the vibration of each step through the floor of the cab, transmitted up through the steel frame. The vibrations were steady and unhurried. Whatever was climbing was not rushing. It was ascending the way I ascend, at a comfortable pace, as if it had done this hundreds of times and saw no reason to vary from the routine. Cole woke up. The vibrations through the floor had reached him where he sat against the wall, and his eyes opened and his hand tightened on the radio, and he looked at me standing on the trapdoor, and then he looked at the floor, and I could see that he felt it too. The steel frame was transmitting the footsteps into the cab like a tuning fork, and every step rang through the floor with a clarity that left no room for doubt about what was happening. Something was climbing the stairs. Something heavy, something deliberate, something that matched my weight and my cadence, step for step. Cole stood up without making a sound. He moved to the trapdoor and put his weight on it beside mine. 2 men standing on a plywood hatch 60 feet above the ground in the dark, feeling something climb toward them through the vibrations in their boots. He did not speak. He did not reach for the radio. He just added his weight to mine and waited. The chair was wedged under the trapdoor handle. My weight and Cole's weight were on the door. The radio was in my hand, but I did not key it because I did not want to make a sound and I did not want to take my attention off the vibrations coming through the floor. The footsteps reached the 3rd landing, then the 4th, then the final flight. I could feel each one now, close enough that the vibration and the sound arrived at the same time instead of the vibration arriving a fraction of a second early. 10 steps, 9, 8, each one my cadence, my weight, my rhythm. The footsteps reached the trapdoor. I was standing on it. My weight and the wedged chair held it shut. Through the thin plywood I could feel something on the other side, not pressing upward but simply present, occupying the space below the door with a weight I could sense through the soles of my boots. From below, a knock. 3 knocks, actually, spaced evenly, delivered with the knuckles of one hand against the underside of the plywood. The pattern was specific. 2 quick knocks, a pause, 1 final knock. It was the pattern I use on my own front door when I come home from the grocery store with bags in both hands and need someone to let me in. A pattern from a life I no longer live, and a house I no longer own, performed by something standing on a steel platform 60 feet above the ground in the dark. There was a pause. Then a voice. My mother's voice. Not a generic older woman's voice. Not a close approximation. My mother's voice, with her specific Western Montana accent, the way she softens her vowels and clips the ends of certain words, the particular cadence she uses when she is being warm and casual. Joel, let me in, honey. It is cold out here. My mother lives in Kalispell. She is 63 years old. She does not hike. She has never been to Werner Peak. She would not climb 60 steel steps up a fire lookout tower in the dark in the middle of July. And the thing beneath the trapdoor knew what she sounded like when she wanted me to open a door. Not what she sounds like in general. What she sounds like in that specific context. The particular tone and phrasing she uses when she is standing outside and wants to come in, it had the exact version of her voice that belongs to that exact situation. I did not open the door. I triggered the tower's lightning protection system. Every fire lookout tower is grounded against lightning strikes through a network of copper cables that run from the cab frame down the steel legs to grounding rods buried in the rock below. The system is designed to channel electrical current safely past the cab and into the earth. Triggering it manually is not something the Forest Service trains you to do, but I had seen Kirsten Halloway's maintenance notes in the tower logbook, and she had described how to bypass the insulator on the leg junction to create a direct electrical path from the cab frame to the ground. I did it with a screwdriver and a length of copper wire I had in my toolkit. The effect was immediate. The steel frame of the tower hummed, the climbing stopped, the knocking stopped, the voice stopped. I heard what sounded like something descending the stairs, not walking down them but sliding, a continuous metallic scraping that moved from the trapdoor landing to the ground in roughly 4 seconds, far faster than any person could descend 60 steps. I stayed on the trapdoor until dawn. Cole stayed with me. Neither of us moved, neither of us spoke. We stood on the plywood hatch with our boots side by side and listened to the tower settle and creak and cool in the mountain air, and we waited for the light. When the light came up and I could see the meadow clearly, the figure was gone. The peaks to the east were catching the first gold of sunrise, and the valley below was filled with gray fog, and the world looked clean and normal, and none of it mattered because the normal world had stopped making sense 3 days ago. Cole went to the catwalk and looked down. I followed. The ground around the bottom of the stairs showed no boot prints, no tracks of any kind. The grass around the tower base was undisturbed, still beaded with morning dew in an unbroken pattern. Nothing had walked through that grass. Nothing had stood at the base of the stairs. But we had both felt the vibrations. We had both stood on the trapdoor. Cole had felt the same weight through the same floor, transmitted through the same steel frame. And his face in the morning light told me that whatever framework he had brought up the mountain for understanding the world had sustained the same kind of damage mine had. On the lowest step of the stairs, lying flat as if placed there with deliberate care, was the journal. I could see it from the catwalk, open to a new page. Even from 60 feet up, I could see the handwriting on the exposed page, dark ink on white paper. A page dated July 19th. The entry read, "He did not open the door. I will wait." 5 words. The simplest entry in the entire notebook, and the most frightening, because every previous entry had been a record of what I had done or what I would do. This was different. This was what it would do. It would wait, not leave, not move on, not lose interest. Wait. I did not go down to retrieve the journal. Cole did not suggest it. We sat in the cab, him against the wall, me in the chair, and waited for the sun to fully clear the eastern peaks. I radioed Elaine at 7:30 and told her everything. The journal, the handwriting, the entries that predicted my routine, the dream about the kitchen, the mug, the stairs, the voice. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then she said, "Joel, you need to get off that mountain today." She did not ask me if I was sure. She did not suggest alternative explanations. She is a woman who spent 40 years managing a school library, which means she spent 40 years assessing whether people were telling the truth, and she assessed me in 5 seconds and concluded that I was. Cole keyed his radio and called Spotted Bear directly. He requested that I be relieved from the tower immediately, and that a second ranger be sent with a mule for my gear. His voice was steady, but his hand, the one holding the radio, was shaking slightly. I noticed this because Cole Stanton does not shake. He is a man who covers 20 miles of backcountry trail a day in grizzly country without carrying more than a radio and a can of bear spray. His hand was shaking because he had felt the footsteps through the floor, and he had heard the knocking, and he had stood on the trap door with me, and he knew that what had happened was not something that could be filed under wildlife encounter or mental health evaluation or any other category that his training provided. Pete Oliveira, another backcountry ranger, hiked in with the mule around 10 that morning. Cole collected the journal from the bottom step, handling it by the edges. I packed my gear in 20 minutes and climbed down the 60 steps for the last time and walked the 4 miles to the trailhead without looking back. The journal was turned over to Flathead Dispatch, where it was logged as evidence under report number FNF-24-093. The incident report lists the event as unauthorized entry and harassment of a federal employee at a remote duty station. The suspect's section is blank. A replacement lookout was assigned to Werner Peak for the remainder of the season. I was told his name during a phone call from the district office, but I have chosen not to remember it. I do not want to know if it happened to him too. I do not want to call him and ask. I do not want to hear the answer either way. Because if it did not happen to him, then whatever was in that meadow came specifically for me. And if it did happen to him, then it is still there, and it is patient, and it is waiting. The handwriting analysis was conducted by a question documents examiner contracted through the Forest Service's Law Enforcement Division. The results came back 6 weeks after my evacuation. The examiner, whose report I have read 3 times, noted that the handwriting shared what she called significant structural similarities with my known samples, including slant angle, letter proportions, baseline consistency, and pen pressure patterns. However, she identified subtle deviations in the loop formation of certain lowercase letters and the cross placement on the letter T that were consistent with, in her words, practiced imitation rather than natural authorship. She could not determine who wrote it. She could not determine when the ink was applied to the paper, noting that standard ink dating techniques produced results she described as anomalous. She also noted that the ink itself did not match any commercially available brand in the FBI's reference database of writing instrument inks. The journal is now in a filing cabinet at the Flathead Supervisor's Office in Kalispell. I have requested access to it twice and been denied both times. Kirsten Holloway, the previous lookout on Werner Peak, was contacted by the district ranger's office about the incident. She said she had experienced nothing unusual during her 3 seasons on the tower. She also said she would not be returning. When the ranger asked her why, she said she had her reasons and did not elaborate. Elaine Prescott completed her season on the Lookout Mountain Tower and retired from lookout work the following spring. She and I exchange emails occasionally. She has never asked me about Werner Peak, and I have never brought it up. The last email she sent included a line that I think about often. She wrote, "Some towers listen back. I have not worked a lookout tower since. I took a desk job with the Forest Service in Missoula, processing fire weather forecasts and entering data into spreadsheets. I still wake before 4:30. I still make my coffee black with 1 sugar. I still blow across the surface 3 times before the first sip. These are things I cannot change about myself." In somewhere, in a notebook held as evidence in a Forest Service filing cabinet, those habits are written in handwriting that is almost mine, dated to a time before I knew they would matter. If you are assigned to a post and find a record of your habits written before you arrived, you did not receive that assignment by chance. Something was waiting for you, and it learned your patterns before you had the opportunity to perform them. Request reassignment. Do not spend a night there alone. And if you hear your mother's voice asking you to open a door that she would never be standing behind, keep it locked and keep the lights on until morning. Story 4. The Guest Book. Our names were already in the cabin guest book, written in my wife's handwriting, dated 3 weeks before we booked the reservation. I want to be clear about what I mean by that, because the difference between what you are probably imagining and what actually happened is the difference between a coincidence and something that made us sell a truck and move to a different state. I do not mean that someone with similar handwriting signed similar names. I mean that my wife Laura opened the guest book on the table of a Forest Service rental cabin 40 miles from the nearest paved road in the Shoshone National Forest, flipped to the current page to sign us in the way every guest is asked to do, and found our names already there. Her name and my name written in her handwriting. Not handwriting that resembled hers. Her handwriting. The same left-leaning slant she has had since grade school. The same way she crosses her lowercase t's with a slight upward curve. The same little flourish she puts on the capital L of her first name, a habit she picked up from her grandmother, who taught her cursive at the kitchen table when Laura was 6 years old. The entry was dated 3 weeks before our reservation. 3 weeks before we'd even decided to go. 3 weeks before Laura had searched the recreation.gov website and found the cabin available and turned to me at the kitchen table and said we should do something for our anniversary. My name is Ryan Eckert. My wife is Laura Eckert. In late October of 2023, we rented a Forest Service cabin in the Shoshone National Forest for 3 nights to celebrate our 10th wedding anniversary. The cabin was listed on the recreation.gov site as the Elkhorn Creek Cabin, a one-room log structure built in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps, located at the end of a 12-mile gravel road that leaves the county highway south of Cody and follows a creek drainage into the Absaroka Range. The listing described it as rustic, no electricity, no running water, wood stove for heat, kerosene lamps for light, outhouse, sleeps 4, pets not allowed. The photographs showed a small cabin in a clearing backed by spruce forest, with a covered porch and a split-rail fence and a view of a creek and the mountains beyond. We chose it because Laura wanted somewhere quiet and I wanted somewhere that had no cell signal. Our marriage had been through a rough stretch, not the kind that ends in papers, but the kind where you realize you've been sitting in the same room as someone for months without actually talking to them. The anniversary trip was Laura's idea, and it was a good one. 3 days in the mountains with no distractions and no screens, and nothing to do except be together and remember why we had signed up for this in the first place. We drove from our house in Billings on a Friday morning, Laura navigating from a paper map I had bought at a gas station because neither of our phones would have service past the reservoir. The drive took about 4 hours, the last 90 minutes on gravel that got progressively worse. The road followed the creek through a valley that narrowed as we climbed, the sage-covered hills giving way to dark timber, the sky going from the big open blue of the plains to a narrow strip between ridge lines. By the time we reached the cabin, it was mid-afternoon. Late October, light in the Absarokas, is the color of old gold, low and warm, and the aspens along the creek were bare except for a few stubborn yellow leaves that rattled in the breeze like coins. The cabin was smaller than the photos suggested. One room, maybe 16 by 20, with a plank floor, a wood stove in the corner, a rough-hewn table with 2 chairs, a double bed on a frame against the far wall, and a set of shelves holding kerosene lamps, and a small collection of paperback books left by previous guests. The walls were unfinished log, chinked with what looked like original mortar. The door had a padlock on the outside and a bolt on the inside. 2 windows, one facing the creek and one facing the tree line. The porch held a cord of split firewood and a metal bucket. Laura set her bag on the bed, and I brought in the cooler and the box of food and the bottle of wine we had picked up at a store in Cody. The cabin smelled like pine smoke and dust and cold air. I opened the stove and checked the flue and started building a fire with the kindling stacked in a box beside the hearth. Laura lit the kerosene lamps and the room warmed into a soft amber glow that made the log walls look like they belonged in a painting. The guest book was on the table. It was a cloth-bound journal, dark green, with guest book written on the cover in gold lettering. A pen was clipped to the front cover. The Forest Service asked guests to sign in and sign out, noting the dates of their stay and any maintenance issues they noticed. Laura opened it and uncapped the pen and flipped to the last page with writing on it. She was smiling. She had been smiling since we turned off the county highway and left the world behind. Then she stopped smiling. She did not say anything at first. She just stared at the page. I was crouched by the stove, feeding small pieces of pine into the firebox, and I looked up when the silence changed. There is a difference between comfortable quiet and the kind of silence that means something has gone wrong. Laura was holding the guest book in both hands, and her face had lost its color, and her eyes were moving back and forth across the page the way they do when she is reading something she does not understand. I stood up and walked to the table. She turned the book toward me. I saw our names, Ryan and Laura Eckert, Billings, Montana, written in Laura's handwriting. Below our names was a note in the same hand that read, "Anniversary trip. So glad we finally made it out here. The firewood is perfect, and the creek sounds just right. Thank you for keeping this place." The entry was dated 3 weeks prior, early October. We had not made our reservation until the second week of October. The conversation where Laura suggested the trip happened on a Tuesday evening while we were eating leftover pasta at the kitchen table. I remember because the television was on in the other room, and I could hear the weather forecast for the coming weekend. We had not discussed the cabin before that evening. The idea did not exist until Laura spoke it. And there it was, signed and dated and phrased in the warm, slightly formal tone Laura uses when she writes thank you notes, 3 weeks before she had the thought to come here. Laura looked at me. I looked at the entry. I asked her if she was sure she had not booked the cabin before and forgotten. She gave me the look she gives me when I ask a question that does not deserve an answer. She reminded me that we paid with a credit card on October 11th and that the confirmation email was still on her phone, though the phone was currently a dead rectangle with no signal. I asked if someone could have forged her handwriting. She pointed at the capital L on Laura and the little flourish and said, "Nobody can do that. My grandmother taught me that, and I have never seen anyone else do it." I checked the reservation log posted on the inside of the cabin door. The Forest Service keeps a paper calendar showing which dates are booked and which are open. The 3 weeks prior to our arrival were blank. No one was booked. No one should have been in the cabin. But the stove had fresh ash in it. Not the old gray ash of a fire from last season. Recent ash. Soft and dark. The kind that crumbles when you touch it. Someone had burned a fire in this stove within the past few days. The firewood on the porch was split. This is normal. The Forest Service provides firewood for rental cabins, but the pieces were split to a specific size that I noticed because Laura is particular about firewood. She grew up with a wood stove in a house outside of Red Lodge, and she likes the pieces small enough to handle with one hand, but thick enough to burn for 40 minutes. The firewood on the porch was split to exactly that dimension. Not standard cordwood size, Laura size. Pieces she could pick up and feed into the stove without asking me to split them further. The kind of thing only someone who knows her preference would prepare. I stepped outside and walked around the cabin. The late afternoon light was falling fast, the way it does in October in the mountains, the shadows from the spruce trees already reaching across the clearing like fingers closing around the cabin. The air had that particular cold that comes right before sunset at elevation, dry and thin and carrying the smell of frost that has not yet formed. The ground around the cabin was hard-packed dirt and gravel, the kind of surface that does not take prints well. But along the creek bank, where the soil was softer and darker from moisture, I could see boot prints, 2 sets, one larger, one smaller, roughly consistent with a man and a woman walking side by side. The larger prints were close to my size. I wear an 11. The prints look like an 11. The smaller prints were consistent with a women's 8, which is Laura's size. I did not take off my boot and compare, because at that point I did not want to know. There is a threshold in situations like this where you can still convince yourself that what you are seeing has an ordinary explanation, and I was standing on that threshold and I was not ready to step off of it. The prints led from the tree line to the cabin and back. 2 trips, arriving and departing. The arriving prints were spaced at a normal walking stride. The departing prints were slightly wider apart, as if the walkers had been moving with more purpose on the way out. I followed the departing prints to the edge of the tree line, where the ground changed to pine needles and the tracks disappeared. I walked back to the porch and stood there for a moment looking at the firewood. The more I looked at it, the more specific it seemed. Not just split to the size Laura prefers, which I had already noticed, but stacked in the pattern she uses. Laura stacks firewood with the bark facing out, and the split faces alternating direction, a method she learned from her father in Red Lodge. She says it promotes airflow and keeps the wood dry. The pile on the porch was stacked exactly that way. Bark out, alternating splits. A method that is common enough in Montana, but that, combined with the piece size and everything else, added another layer to the feeling that someone had been preparing this cabin not for a generic guest, but for Laura specifically. Laura called me back inside. She had found something in the outhouse. The outhouse was a small wooden structure, about 50 yards from the cabin, standard Forest Service design, single seat, a half-moon cut out on the door. The path from the cabin to the outhouse was worn from decades of foot traffic. Laura had gone to use it while I was outside examining the boot prints, and had come back without using it. She took me to the outhouse and opened the door and pointed at the back of it. Scratched into the wood on the back of the door, at about chest height, in letters that were rough but legible, was a message. It was in my handwriting. I recognized the way I form my capital letters, the straight-back posture of my R, the slightly oversized crossbar on my E. My handwriting is distinctive because I learned to print from my grandfather, who was a draftsman, and I have a habit of making my letters more vertical and evenly spaced than most people do. The scratches on the outhouse door had that same quality. Vertical, even, precise. The message was a list. It listed the contents of our cooler, not approximately, not in general terms. It listed the specific items we had packed that morning in our kitchen in Billings: sharp cheddar, Tillamook brand, water crackers, cars, Genoa salami, Columbus brand, 2 apples, Honeycrisp, a block of dark chocolate, Theo brand, 70%, a container of Laura's potato salad, which she had made the night before from a recipe she keeps in a notebook in our kitchen drawer, and at the bottom of the list, the wine, the specific wine, a 2019 Malbec from a vineyard in Argentina, Catena brand, that Laura had picked up at a shop on Sheridan Avenue in Cody because she liked the label. That last detail is the one that I have not been able to reconcile with any explanation that leaves the world intact. We chose the wine on impulse. Laura saw it on the shelf, liked the label design, picked it up, read the back, and put it in the basket. The decision was made at roughly 1:15 in the afternoon in a store in Cody, Wyoming, and by 4:30 it was scratched into the door of an outhouse 40 miles from the nearest paved road, in my handwriting, as part of a list that included items we had packed that morning and a potato salad Laura had made from a family recipe the night before. I ran my finger over the scratches. They were not fresh in the way that a scratch made that afternoon would be fresh, with light-colored wood exposed beneath the weathered surface. The scratches were slightly darkened, as if they had been exposed to air and moisture for several days. Whoever or whatever had written this list had done it before we arrived, before Laura chose the wine, before she made the potato salad, before we packed the cooler. Laura and I stood in the cabin and looked at each other and had the kind of conversation that married people have when they are both frightened but neither wants to be the first to say it out loud. We talked about leaving. We talked about staying. We talked about how there must be an explanation and how we would feel foolish if we drove 90 minutes back to Cody over a guest book entry and some scratches in an outhouse. We decided to stay. I regret this. We ate dinner. We drank the wine that should not have been on the list. We sat at the table by kerosene light and talked in the way we had come here to talk, slowly and honestly and without the television on in the other room. For about 2 hours the cabin felt like what it was supposed to be, a quiet place where 2 people could remember each other. Then the footsteps started. It was after 10. The fire was low. Laura was in bed, not sleeping but lying under the blankets with the Stegner novel she had brought. I was at the table finishing the wine. The first sound was a twig snapping outside the window that faced the tree line, then a second snap, closer, then the steady crunch of boots on frozen ground, circling the cabin in a slow, clockwise pattern. The footsteps were heavy and deliberate and evenly spaced, the stride of someone who was in no hurry and knew exactly where they were going. I went to the window. Through the glass, I could see the tree line in the moonlight, the dark wall of spruce, about 40 yards from the cabin. Standing at the edge of the trees, just inside the shadow line where the moon did not reach, was a woman. She was wearing a coat identical to Laura's. Laura owns a dark green Patagonia down jacket that she has had for 5 years. It has a specific patch of duct tape on the left elbow where the down started leaking 2 winters ago. The woman at the tree line was wearing that coat. I could see the duct tape patch. She was Laura's height. Laura's build. She was standing with Laura's posture, weight on the left foot, right hip cocked slightly, the way Laura stands when she is waiting and not impatient about it. She turned toward the cabin and waved. The wave was Laura's. The small wave she does with her right hand when she is across a parking lot and she sees me and she wants me to know she has spotted me, but she is not in a rush. A contained wave. Not big, not performative, private. The kind of wave you develop with someone over a decade of being together. A gesture so small and specific that it functions as a language between 2 people and no one else. I turned to look at Laura. She was in the bed. She was looking at me. She had not moved. I looked back at the window. The woman in Laura's coat had stepped deeper into the trees, and I could no longer see her clearly. But from the opposite side of the cabin, from the window facing the creek, a man's voice called my name. It called me Ryan, in the voice Laura uses. Not my name spoken by a stranger, my name spoken by my wife, in the exact tone and cadence she uses when she is calling me from another room in our house. The sound came from outside the creekside window, which meant something was standing between the cabin and the water, and it knew not just my name, but the specific way Laura says it. Laura sat up in bed. She had heard it too. Her face was white. I grabbed the flashlight from the shelf and went to the creekside window and pointed it through the glass. Standing at the edge of the creek, maybe 30 feet from the cabin, was a man. He was my height, my build. He was wearing my brown Carhartt jacket, the one I had taken off and hung on the hook by the door when we arrived. I looked at the hook. My jacket was still there. But the figure outside was wearing the same jacket, same color, same wear patterns on the cuffs, same button missing from the left chest pocket. He was facing the cabin. I could not see his face clearly through the window and the flashlight glare, but the posture was mine. The way I stand, with my hands in my jacket pockets, thumbs hooked over the edges, shoulders slightly rounded. Both figures began approaching the cabin. The woman from the tree line, the man from the creek. They converged on opposite sides at the same pace, the same stride, moving in coordination as if they could see each other through the walls. The woman's footsteps on the frozen ground matched Laura's gait, the slightly shorter stride she takes because of a knee she twisted in college. The man's footsteps matched mine, the heavier heel strike I make because I tend to walk on my heels rather than the balls of my feet, a habit my mother pointed out when I was a teenager and that I have never corrected. Through the windows, Laura and I could see them. The woman mirrored Laura. The man mirrored me. When Laura moved to the window, the woman outside moved at the same time, in the same direction, with the same gait. When I stepped toward the door, the man outside stepped toward it from his side. Their movements were synchronized with ours, not following, but matching, as if they were performing the same actions from the outside of the cabin simultaneously. Not a reflection. Not a reaction, a parallel, as if 2 versions of us existed, one inside and one outside, and the outside versions had been rehearsing long enough to predict every move the inside versions would make. Laura pressed her hand against the window glass. Outside, the woman pressed her hand against the glass from the other side. Their palms were aligned. Laura pulled her hand back as if the glass had burned her. She told me later that the woman's hand was the wrong temperature. Not cold like you would expect from someone standing outside on an October night. Warm, warmer than the glass. as if the thing on the other side was generating heat that did not match the air around it. Then the woman mouthed words through the glass. She was looking at me, not at Laura. Laura was watching from the bed, where she had retreated. I could see the woman's lips moving in the moonlight, and even though I could not hear her through the window, I could read the words on her mouth, because I had heard Laura say them before. I had heard them once. In our kitchen, in March, during the worst argument of our marriage, she was saying what Laura had said during that fight, word for word. The exact sentence Laura had spoken when she looked at me across the kitchen counter and told me she did not know who I was anymore and that she was not sure she wanted to find out. Those words had been spoken in a closed kitchen in a house in Billings, Montana, to an audience of 2. Nobody else was there. Nobody else heard them. We have never discussed that argument with anyone. Not our families, not our friends, not the couples counselor we saw briefly the following month. From the creekside, the man was doing the same thing to Laura, mouthing words. Laura told me later, in the truck, shaking so hard the seatbelt was vibrating against the door frame, that the man had been repeating something I said during the same argument. The specific sentence I said in response to what she had said. Something I said that I have not repeated since, and that Laura and I agreed, explicitly during counseling, to never bring up again. Private words. Damaged words. Words that existed between 2 people in a kitchen in Billings and nowhere else in the world. Whatever was outside that cabin had access to the worst moment of our marriage and was performing it back to us through glass, not screaming it, not shouting, mouthing it silently, lip-syncing the exact words, the way someone mouths along to a song they have memorized. The intimacy of it was worse than any threat could have been. A threat would have been simple. This was something reaching into the most private space between 2 people, and demonstrating that it had been there, listening, at the moment when we were most exposed to each other. Laura was off the bed and pulling on her boots before I had finished processing what I was seeing. I grabbed the keys from the table. We did not pack. We did not take the cooler, or the wine, or Laura's book, or the Stegner novel she had been reading. I did not grab my jacket from the hook. Laura did not grab hers from the back of the chair. I slid the bolt on the door, and we went through it together and ran to the truck in the clothes we were wearing. The figures were not visible from the porch. The yard between the cabin and the truck was empty, and the only sound was the creak and the crunch of our boots on the frozen ground, and Laura's breathing beside me, fast and shallow. I unlocked the truck with the fob, and the lights flashed once, and the sound of the locks clicking open was the most reassuring noise I had ever heard. I started the engine. Laura was in the passenger seat with the door locked before I had the key fully turned. I threw the truck in reverse and backed down the narrow driveway to the gravel road, the backup camera showing nothing behind us but dark trees and pale gravel, and then I shifted into drive and pressed the accelerator, and the tires bit into the gravel, and we were moving. The road runs 12 miles from the cabin to the county highway, and for the first 10 of those miles there is nothing on either side but timber and creek and the occasional meadow where the drainage widens. 1 lane, no turnouts, no lights, no signs of habitation. The truck's headlights pushed a cone of white into the darkness, and everything beyond it was black. Laura was gripping the dashboard with both hands, and her knuckles were white, and I was driving too fast for the road surface, and I did not care. The truck bounced through ruts, and the suspension bottomed out twice, and I kept my foot on the gas. We did not speak. There was nothing to say that would have been more useful than silence. We both understood what we had seen, and we both understood that no conversation was going to make it make sense. At the cattle guard that marks the boundary between the national forest and the county right-of-way, I slowed the truck because the cattle guard requires you to reduce speed or risk bottoming out. In the headlights, standing on the far side of the cattle guard, on the gravel shoulder where the forest ends and the county road begins, were both figures, side by side. The woman in Laura's coat with the duct tape patch, the man in my Carhartt with the missing button, standing on the gravel, facing the truck, not moving. I stopped. Laura said, "Do not stop." I said, I know, and I hit the gas, and the truck bounced over the cattle guard, and I watched in the rearview mirror as both figures remained on the shoulder, growing smaller in the red glow of the taillights. They did not step onto the county road. They stood at the edge of the forest boundary, the line where the national forest ends and public road begins, and they watched us leave. They were still wearing our clothes. They were still standing with our posture. And in the mirror, just before the curve in the road took them out of sight, I saw the woman raise her hand and wave. Laura's wave. The small one. The private one. We drove to Cody without stopping. Laura did not take her hands off the dashboard for the entire drive. The headlights on the county highway felt like a different kind of light than the headlights on the gravel road, brighter and more honest, as if the road surface itself was holding back whatever had been in the darkness behind us. When we passed the first house with a porch light on, a ranch set back from the road with a yellow bulb burning above the door, Laura exhaled, and I realized she had been holding her breath. We checked into a motel on the main strip in Cody, the kind of place with a neon sign and a parking lot and an ice machine humming outside the door. I paid cash because I did not want to use the credit card. I do not have a rational reason for this. The credit card would have worked fine, but something in me did not want to leave a digital record of where we were, as if the thing that had known our cooler contents and our wine selection and the words we said in our worst argument might also be watching our bank transactions. This is not rational. I know it is not rational. I did it anyway. We sat on the motel bed under fluorescent light and did not sleep. Laura held my hand for most of the night, which she had not done in months. At one point, around 3 a.m, she said something that I have carried with me since. She said that the worst part was not that the things outside knew what she had said during the argument. The worst part was that they chose to say it to me, not to repeat her words back to her, which would have been frightening enough, but to say them to me, to show me that they knew the thing she most regretted saying, and to use it not as a weapon against her, but as a demonstration aimed at me, a demonstration that said, we were in the room, we heard everything. We know the shape of the space between you. I did not have a response to that. I still do not. In the morning, Laura called the Forest Service Ranger District in Cody and told them we had left the cabin and would not be returning. She asked for our reservation fee to be refunded. The clerk, a woman whose name we did not catch, said she would need to file a brief report documenting the early departure. Laura gave her name and our reservation number and said we had left due to a safety concern. The clerk asked what kind of safety concern. Laura said there was someone outside the cabin at night. The clerk said she would pass the information to the district ranger. A ranger named Will Sanderson drove out to the Elkhorn Creek cabin the following week to do a post-occupancy check. I know this because I obtained his report through a Freedom of Information Act request 4 months later, after 3 follow-up emails and a phone call to the regional office in Lakewood, Colorado. The report was 6 pages long and written in the flat procedural language of a government employee documenting something he does not fully understand but is required to record. Sanderson's report noted the following. The cabin showed signs of recent habitation, including warm ash in the stove and food items left in the cooler, which had been opened and was sitting on the table when he arrived. Personal items had been left behind, specifically a green Patagonia down jacket with a duct tape repair on the left elbow, found hanging on the hook by the door, and a brown Carhartt jacket with a missing button on the left chest pocket, found draped over the back of a chair. Both jackets matched the descriptions Laura had provided to the district clerk. I need to stop here and make sure you understand what I just said. Our jackets were in the cabin. My Carhartt was on the hook by the door, where I had hung it when we arrived. Laura's Patagonia was on the chair, where she had draped it. We left them there when we ran, but both figures outside had been wearing those same jackets. The woman was wearing Laura's green Patagonia with the duct tape patch. The man was wearing my brown Carhartt with the missing button. Both of us saw this clearly, and yet when Sanderson arrived at the cabin a week later, both jackets were inside, exactly where we had left them. The jackets had been in 2 places at once, on the hooks inside the cabin and on the figures outside the cabin at the same time, or the figures had been wearing something that looked exactly like our jackets, while our actual jackets remained inside. I do not know which explanation is worse. Sanderson's report also noted that the guest book page containing our predated entry had been torn out. The remaining pages showed no sign of tampering. The outhouse door showed scratches that appeared to be intentional lettering, but were, in his words, too degraded by weather exposure to read with confidence. He photographed the scratches, but the photos in the report are low resolution, and I cannot make out the words, though I know what they said because I read them myself. Boot prints around the cabin perimeter were documented, but no identifiable tread pattern could be recovered due to the hard-packed surface. Sanderson noted 2 sets of prints along the creek bank that he described as consistent with 2 adults, 1 male and 1 female, based on size, but he did not take measurements or make casts. The cabin was secured and locked for the season. The incident was logged with the Shoshone National Forest Dispatch under file number SHO-23-041. No suspects were identified. No investigation was conducted beyond Sanderson's site visit. Laura and I received a refund for our reservation fee by check, which arrived 6 weeks later in an envelope with the Forest Service shield on it. I filed a follow-up request with the Ranger District 3 weeks after the incident, asking about the guest book entry. A clerk told me that the guest book had been removed from the cabin and placed in archive storage at the district office. The torn page was not recovered. A handwriting examiner was not consulted. When I asked why, I was told that the incident did not meet the threshold for forensic analysis, which requires evidence of a federal crime. Trespassing on federal land is a misdemeanor, and the district did not have the budget or the mandate to pursue handwriting analysis for a misdemeanor trespass case with no identified suspect. I asked if there had been any previous incidents at the Elkhorn Creek cabin. The clerk paused in a way that told me the answer was yes before she said it. She said there had been 2 prior reports of guests leaving the cabin before their reservation ended, one in 2018 and one in 2021. She did not have details. She said the reports were in the archive and would require a separate FOIA request to access. I filed the request. It was denied on the grounds that the records contained personally identifiable information about other visitors. I appealed. The appeal is still pending. Laura and I have not spoken about what was said through the windows. We agreed in the motel in Cody that whatever words those things were mouthing were not ours anymore. They had been taken and used and performed, and we would not give them any more weight by repeating them. We have kept that agreement. The counselor we saw briefly after the March argument had told us that certain words, once spoken in anger, become objects in a relationship, things you carry between you that take up space even when you are not looking at them. The things outside that cabin turned our worst words into a display. They showed us what those words looked like from the outside, mouthed by faces that were ours but wrong, in a silence that made them louder than shouting. Our marriage is better now than it was before the trip. I cannot tell you whether that is because of what happened or in spite of it. Sometimes the thing that drives you out of a cabin in the middle of the night also drives you closer to the person you are running with. Laura and I run together now. That is the only good thing that came out of the Elkhorn Creek cabin. We sold the truck 3 months later. I did not want to drive it anymore. Every time I sat in the driver's seat, I could feel the gravel road under the tires and see the rearview mirror and the 2 figures standing at the cattle guard growing smaller in the red glow of the taillights. We moved from Billings to Bozeman the following spring. Laura does not hike in the Absarokas. I do not rent cabins. We do not talk about the wine or the potato salad or the firewood or the guest book or the wave, the small wave, the private one. If a place knows your name before you give it, leave before dark. The preparation was not for your comfort. It was to make you feel safe enough to stay. And if you see someone wearing your clothes standing at the edge of the tree line, do not look at their mouth. Whatever they are saying, they learn from listening to the worst thing you ever said to someone you love, and they are saying it back to you to prove that the walls of your life are thinner than you think. Story 5. The Boot Prints. By the time I realized the boot prints on the Portage Trail were mine, the same tread, same weight distribution, same worn left heel, I had been following them for 3 miles into a part of the wilderness I had never visited. I want to tell you that I noticed immediately. I want to say that the first print in the mud at the Knife Lake Portage registered in my brain as wrong, and that I stopped and examined it and made the connection and turned around. But that is not what happened. What happened is that I saw boot prints on a portage trail in the Boundary Waters canoe area, and my brain filed them under normal because boot prints on portage trails are normal. People hike these portages every day during the season. Boots leave prints. This is how the world works. The fact that these particular prints were made by my particular boots with my particular wear patterns at a portage I had never walked before, in a direction I had not yet traveled, did not occur to me until I had been following them for 3 miles and the trail had taken me somewhere that was not on my map. My name is Scott Lindgren. I am a high school history teacher in Duluth, Minnesota, and every September after the first week of school I take a solo canoe trip into the Boundary Waters. I have been doing this for 9 years. It is the thing I do for myself. 5 days on the water with no phone, no schedule, no papers to grade, no parent emails, no faculty meetings. Just the canoe and the map and the silence and the loons and the smell of balsam fir and the particular quality of light that northern Minnesota produces in early fall when the birch leaves are starting to turn and the water is still warm enough to swim but cold enough to remind you that winter is coming and it does not care about your plans. In September of 2023, I entered the Boundary Waters at Moose Lake and planned to paddle north toward Knife Lake over 5 days, following a route I had mapped the previous winter using a Boundary Waters guidebook and a set of Fisher maps I keep in a waterproof case. My gear was standard. Aluminum canoe, 17 feet, a Grumman that I bought used from a retired outfitter in Ely, Duluth pack, with my clothes and sleeping bag, bare barrel for food, paper map in a dry bag, compass on a lanyard around my neck, no GPS, no phone. I leave the electronics in my truck at the entry point because the whole purpose of the trip is to be unreachable, and you cannot be unreachable if you are carrying a device that reaches. I should mention that I was not entirely alone on this trip, though I was supposed to be. A friend of mine, Patrick Novak, had planned to meet me at a campsite on Ogishkamunsi Lake on my 3rd day out. Patrick is a fishing guide out of Grand Marais who knows the Boundary Waters the way I know the causes of the First World War, which is to say thoroughly and with the kind of affection that comes from years of close study. He was going to paddle in from a different entry point and meet me at the campsite for 2 nights of fishing before we both paddled out separately. This is a thing we have done 3 times before. It works because we both enjoy solitude but also enjoy the specific company of someone who understands why solitude matters. The first 2 days were uneventful. I paddled north through Newfound Lake and Sucker Lake, portaged into Birch Lake, and camped on a small island with a fire ring and a flat tent pad and a view of the sunset that made me forget for a few hours that I had 137 essays to grade when I got home. The weather was clear and cold at night, mid-40s, warm during the day, low 60s. The water was calm. The loons were loud. I ate freeze-dried meals and drank coffee brewed in a tin pot and read a paperback I had brought and fell asleep listening to the lake lapping against the rocks below my tent. On the 3rd morning, I broke camp early and paddled toward the portage that connects Birch Lake to Knife Lake. The portage is listed in my guidebook as 160 rods, which translates to roughly half a mile, a moderate carry through mixed forest along a trail that follows a creek drainage between the 2 lakes. I have never done this specific portage before, though I have done dozens of others like it. The routine is the same every time. Beach the canoe, unload the packs, shoulder the canoe, and carry it across. Come back for the packs, reload on the other side, paddle on. I beached the canoe on the south shore of Birch Lake and stepped onto the portage trail. The first thing I noticed was that the trail was in good shape, recently cleared, no blowdowns or mud bogs. The second thing I noticed was the boot prints. They were fresh, pressed into a section of dark mud where the trail dipped through a low spot near the creek. Clear, well-defined prints heading north, the same direction I was going. The tread pattern was a Vibram sole, the kind found on 100 different brands of hiking boot. I wear Vask Breeze boots, size 12, with a Vibram Mega Grip sole. The prints in the mud were size 12 with a Vibram Mega Grip sole. But I did not make that connection yet. I just saw boot prints and thought someone had portaged through ahead of me, which is unremarkable. The Boundary Waters is a shared wilderness. You are never the only one out there, even in September. I shouldered the canoe and started walking. The prints continued along the trail, consistent, evenly spaced, the stride of someone carrying a load and maintaining a steady pace. About halfway through the portage, I set the canoe down on a rock to rest my shoulders and took a drink of water and happened to look at the prints again. This time I was standing directly over one of them, and the detail was sharper than what I had noticed at the trailhead. The left boot had a wear pattern on the outer heel, a specific wear pattern. The rubber was compressed and slightly deformed on the outside edge of the heel, the way a boot looks after a few hundred miles of hiking when the wearer pronates slightly on the left foot. I pronate slightly on my left foot. I have since high school, when I rolled my ankle playing basketball. Every pair of boots I have ever owned develops this exact wear pattern on the left heel within the first season of use. I crouched down and looked more carefully. The right boot print had a small gouge in the rubber near the ball of the foot, a crescent-shaped mark that looked like the boot had stepped on something sharp. My right boot has a crescent-shaped gouge near the ball of the foot from stepping on a piece of broken glass on a portage trail near Seagull Lake 2 years ago. I had knelt down at a campsite to fill a water bottle, and my boot came down on the neck of a broken beer bottle that some previous camper had smashed on the rocks. The glass cut a clean crescent into the Vibram sole, deep enough to be permanent, but not deep enough to compromise the tread. I remember the moment clearly, because I spent 10 minutes pulling a shard out of the rubber with my knife and thinking about the kind of person who breaks a glass bottle in a wilderness area. I lifted my right foot and looked at the sole. The gouge was there. Same shape, same position, same depth. I put my foot down next to the print in the mud. The prints matched. Not approximately. Exactly. Tread pattern, size, heel wear, gouge mark. These were my boots. Or these were prints made by something wearing identical boots with identical wear patterns on identical soles, which at a practical level amounts to the same thing because no two boots wear the same way. The wear on a boot is like a fingerprint. It is the product of a specific body walking a specific way across specific terrain over a specific period of time. My boots have been on my feet for roughly 400 miles of portage trails and logging roads and school hallways and grocery store parking lots. The prints in the mud recorded the cumulative effect of those 400 miles. They were my miles, my weight, my gait, my glass shard from Seagull Lake. I stood up and looked north along the trail. The prints continued into the forest, heading toward Knife Lake. Behind me, toward Birch Lake, the trail showed my own fresh prints heading south to north, which I had just made minutes ago. Ahead of me, another set of my prints, heading the same direction, made at some earlier time. The edges of the forward prints were slightly softened, which told me they were not from that morning. They had been there at least overnight, possibly longer. I was following myself into a place I had never been. I did not turn around. I should have. I know that. But the portage was more than half done, and Knife Lake was ahead, and Patrick was going to be at the Ogishkamunsi campsite tomorrow, and the rational part of my brain, the part that teaches critical thinking to 16-year-olds and grades essays on primary source analysis, was constructing an explanation that would let the world remain the way I needed it to be. Someone else owns Vasquez Breeze boots in size 12. Someone else pronates on their left foot. Someone else stepped on glass and gouged the right sole in the same crescent shape, in the same location, on the same model of boot. The coincidence was staggering, but not technically impossible. And I was in the middle of a portage with a canoe on my shoulders, and the alternative was carrying it back to Birch Lake and paddling home and telling Patrick I quit the trip because of some footprints in the mud. So I kept walking. I finished the portage. I loaded the canoe at Knife Lake and paddled north, and the prints were at every portage, every mud patch, Every soft spot on every trail between Birch Lake and the campsite where I was supposed to meet Patrick, the same boots, the same stride, the same wear patterns. At the second portage, a short carry between two bays of Knife Lake, the prints were so clear in the wet soil that I could count the tread lugs. My boots have a specific lug pattern where the third row from the heel is missing one lug on the left boot, worn smooth from the pronation. The prints in the mud were missing the same lug. And at the creek crossing, in the middle of that second portage, I saw the canoe drag marks, two parallel grooves in the soil, spaced about 34 inches apart, with a shallow center groove from the keel. My Grumman has a beam width of 34 inches, which I know because I measured it when I was building a rack for my garage. It has a shallow keel that drags a specific pattern when I pull it across soft ground, leaving a groove that is about 2 inches wide and half an inch deep, with a slight asymmetry because the keel is not perfectly centered on the hull. I have pulled this canoe across 100 portage landings, and I know its drag mark the way I know my own signature. The marks in the mud matched my canoe. The beam width, the keel groove, the asymmetry. Someone with my boots and my canoe had portaged through here ahead of me, carrying the same gear across the same trails in the same direction I was traveling, leaving prints that predated my arrival by at least 12 hours based on the degree of softening in the mud. I checked the entry log at Moose Lake in my memory. I had signed in that morning at 7:15. The clipboard in the wooden box at the entry point showed no other paddlers signed in ahead of me. No one with my route. No one with any route that would have put them on these portages before I arrived. The Boundary Waters requires entry permits for overnight camping, and the permits are assigned to specific entry points. To reach this portage from any other entry point would require at least 2 days of paddling. Whatever left these prints had either entered without a permit or had been in the wilderness for days before I started my trip. I reached the campsite on Ogishkemunsi in the late afternoon. Patrick was not there yet. He was coming from the east and had a longer paddle. The campsite is on a small island, maybe 200 yards long and 100 yards wide at its broadest point, with a fire ring and a flat area for tents and a steep rocky shore on the north side that drops into deep water. A stand of white pine covers most of the island. The site faces south, looking across the lake toward the mainland shore where the boreal forest comes right down to the waterline, a dark wall of spruce and birch that extends back into the wilderness in every direction. I beached my canoe on the south shore and started unloading. The sky was still bright, but the shadows were getting long, and the air had that particular quality that September afternoons in northern Minnesota produce. Warm in the sun, cold in the shade, the smell of pine needles and lake water, and the faint sweetness of birch bark. I was tired. 3 portages and about 10 miles of paddling. My shoulders ached from the carries, and my hands were stiff from gripping the paddle. I wanted to set up camp and start a fire and heat water for coffee, and sit on the rocks and watch the sun go down over the forest. Then I saw the fire ring, and the fatigue went away and something else took its place. The fire ring was already built. Not just the metal grate that the Forest Service installs at designated sites. That was there, a steel ring about 3 feet across, standard issue. But someone had arranged additional stones around it in a specific pattern that I recognized immediately because it was my pattern. I use a particular fire ring layout when I camp. I set 3 larger stones at the windward side as a heat reflector, positioned at about a 45-degree angle from the prevailing wind direction, which on this island would be northwest based on the tree growth patterns. The stones were placed at the northwest. I leave the leeward side open for cooking access, which allows me to tend the fire and manage pots without reaching over the flames. The 3 stones were positioned correctly for this. I place a flat stone to the right of the opening at the height of a camp chair or a stump seat, which I use as a cutting board and a plate and a place to set my mug while I eat. The flat stone was there, to the right, at the correct height. I have been building fire rings this way for 9 years. I learned the reflector technique from a scoutmaster when I was 13, and I added the flat stone idea from a canoe instructor I worked with in college. The combination is mine. I have never seen another camper use exactly this layout, and it was here, on an island I had never visited, arranged with the precision of someone who knew not just the general concept but the specific dimensions and angles I prefer. The firewood was split and stacked, not in a random pile, stacked in a crosshatch pattern that promotes airflow, the pattern my scoutmaster taught me and that I have used on every camping trip since. The pieces were the length and diameter I prefer, wrist thick and forearm long, the size that burns for about 40 minutes and produces good coals for cooking. They were split from birch and spruce, the woods I prefer because birch lights easily and spruce burns hot. A flat stone was placed beside the fire ring at the height of a camp stool. It was positioned at the angle I sit at when I eat, facing the fire but slightly turned so I can see the lake. Not facing the fire dead on, turned about 30 degrees to the right. The way I sit, the campsite, had been prepared for me. Not for a generic camper, for me specifically, by something that knew how I build a fire ring and how I split wood, and where I sit and what angle I face when I eat dinner and watch the light go out over the water. I was standing in the middle of the campsite, trying to decide whether to stay or paddle somewhere else when I heard whistling from across the narrow channel that separates the island from the mainland shore. The channel is about 60 yards wide, shallow at the edges and deep in the center, with a light current running east to west. The whistling was faint, musical, a tune I recognized because it was the tune I whistle while I paddle. An old folk song my father used to sing on camping trips when I was a kid, a song about a river and a valley and coming home that I do not know the name of because my father never told me and I never looked it up. I whistle it without thinking, the way some people hum in the shower. It is paddling music. It lives in the rhythm of the J-stroke, and I do not always know I am doing it until someone in another canoe asks me what song that is. The whistling was note perfect, same key, which is D minor, though I only know that because a musician friend told me once. Same phrasing, same place where I always pause between the second verse and the third because I cannot remember the words, and I hum through the gap before picking up the melody again. The whistling paused in exactly that spot, hummed through exactly that gap, and resumed the melody at exactly the point where I would. It was coming from the mainland shore, from the dark line of spruce where the forest meets the water. Then a canoe appeared at the far end of the channel, coming from the east. Same color as mine, same model. Silver aluminum hull, 17 feet, with the same dent in the bow that my Grumman has from a rock collision on the Cloquet River 3 years ago. The dent is on the port side, about 8 inches above the waterline. A shallow depression the size of my fist that I have never bothered to hammer out because it does not affect the hull integrity and because I consider it character. The canoe in the channel had the dent port side 8 inches up, same size, same depth. It was being paddled by a single figure using a stroke pattern I recognized because it was mine. Left side, right correction, switch. The J-stroke I used to keep the canoe tracking straight without switching sides more often than necessary. The paddle angle was mine. The timing was mine. The slight lean forward at the catch of each stroke, which I do because my shoulders are tight and the forward lean gives me an extra 2 inches of reach, was mine. The figure paddled the way I paddle, the way a mirror shows you the way you move, not the way you think you move, but the way you actually move, with all the small compensations and habits you are not conscious of. I watched it cross the channel. It passed the island at about 30 yards, and continued west without turning toward shore. I could not see the face. The distance and the angle of the light made the figure a silhouette, but the silhouette was my shape, my build, my posture in a canoe, and it was paddling a canoe that was either mine or identical to mine, including the damage. Patrick arrived an hour later. He paddled in from the east shore and beached his canoe next to mine and looked at the campsite and said, "Who built the fire ring?" I told him I did not know. He looked at me, and his expression shifted from curiosity to concern, because whatever was on my face told him more than my words did. I showed him the boot prints at the portage. I told him about the canoe. I told him about the whistling. I told him about the fire ring. Patrick has been guiding in the Boundary Waters for 15 years, and he is not a person who frightens easily. He listened to everything I said, and then he was quiet for a long time, looking out at the channel where the second canoe had appeared, and then he said, "We should stay on the island tonight, but we should not sleep." I asked him why the island. He said, "Because we are surrounded by water, and that matters." I did not ask him what he meant by that. I think I already knew. We did not sleep. We kept the fire going all night, feeding it every 20 minutes with the firewood that had been split and stacked for me by something I could not name, and sat on the rocks on the north shore of the island facing the mainland. The channel is about 60 yards wide. The water was black and still. The only sound was the fire behind us and the occasional loon call from somewhere further out on the lake, that long, wavering tremolo. That sounds like laughter if you have not heard it before, and sounds like something much older and stranger if you have heard it 1,000 times. Patrick did not talk much. He sat with his legs crossed and his hatchet resting on his knee, and he watched the mainland shore with the focused attention of someone who has spent 15 years reading the wilderness and is now reading a page he does not recognize. Every few minutes he would scan the tree line from east to west, slow and deliberate, the way you sweep binoculars across a landscape when you are looking for something specific. He was not looking for a bear or a moose or another paddler. He was looking for what I had described to him, and I could see from the tension in his shoulders that he was taking it seriously in a way that went beyond professional caution. Around midnight, in the light of a half moon that had risen above the eastern ridge, I saw it again. The figure, standing on the mainland shore directly across the channel from our position. It had not walked out of the trees. It had not approached from along the shore. It was simply there, the way a tree is there, occupying a space it had not occupied 30 seconds before. It was my height, my build. It was wearing my flannel shirt, the red and black buffalo plaid I had packed in my Duluth bag and that was currently sitting in the tent behind me. It was standing at the waterline with its boots touching the edge of the lake, the toes of the boots at the exact point where the gravel meets the water, and it was holding a Duluth pack identical to mine. It was facing us. Not the general direction of the island, us. The angle of its body was oriented precisely toward the rocks where Patrick and I were sitting, as if it could see us through 60 yards of darkness and knew exactly where we were. Patrick saw it at the same moment. His hand tightened on the hatchet. He did not raise it. He just held it. I could hear him breathing, slow and controlled, the deliberate breathing of a person managing their fear the way you manage a fire, carefully and with attention. The figure stood there for hours. I am not exaggerating, and I am not estimating. Patrick checked his watch periodically, the luminous hands visible in the darkness, and he told me later that the figure was visible and motionless for approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes. During that time it did not shift its weight, it did not adjust its stance, it did not turn its head or look away or raise a hand or take a single step in any direction. It stood at the water line with the fixed immobility of a post driven into the ground, and it watched us with an attention that I could feel across the water like a change in air pressure. I have stood still before. I have sat in a blind for 6 hours waiting for a buck to cross a shooting lane. I have taught classes where I stand at the front of the room for 50 minutes. I know what stillness looks like in a human body. This was not human stillness. Human stillness contains movement, breathing, the slight sway of a body maintaining balance, the unconscious shifting of weight from one foot to the other. This figure produced none of these signals. It was still the way a photograph is still, the way a thing that does not need to breathe is still. At some point around 3 in the morning, when the moon had moved higher and the light on the water had shifted from silver to a pale blue-white, it did something new. It set the Duluth pack down on the shore. I could hear the faint sound of the canvas settling on gravel across the water, or I imagined I could. It opened the top flap with both hands, using the same motion I use, pulling the leather strap through the brass buckle with the right hand while holding the flap open with the left. It reached inside and pulled out what appeared to be a tin coffee pot, the same blue enamel pot I use on the trail, followed by a mug, a bag of oatmeal, and a small stuff sack that I assumed contained coffee grounds. It arranged them in front of itself on the rocks, pot to the left, mug in the center, oatmeal to the right, Stuffed sack behind the mug. This is my layout. This is how I arrange my breakfast setup every morning on the trail. The order in which I unpack the items from the food bag, placed in the positions that make the most sense for the sequence in which I use them. Pot first, because I fill it with water. Mug second, because I set it where I can reach it. Oatmeal third, because I add it to the pot after the water boils. Coffee grounds behind the mug because they go in last. It sat down on a rock and mimed the motions of making coffee, pouring water into the pot from an invisible container, setting the pot on an invisible stove, waiting, stirring, pouring from the pot into the mug, holding the mug in both hands, blowing across the surface 3 times. The same 3 blows I give every cup of coffee before the first sip, a habit so unconscious that I did not know I did it until I read about it in a journal that was written in my handwriting in a fire tower in Montana, which is a story I will never tell because it is not my story, but the habit is real and the thing on the shore knew about it. It was performing my morning routine. At 3 in the morning, on the shore of a wilderness lake, 60 yards from where I sat watching it rehearse a life that belonged to me. Patrick whispered that we should leave at first light. I agreed. Neither of us moved until the sky began to gray. When the sky began to gray in the east, the figure was gone. The shore was empty. No pack, no coffee pot, no mug, no silhouette against the tree line. The mainland shore looked like any other shore in the boundary waters, gravel and rock and dark spruce, and the soft gray light of early morning on still water. We paddled across the channel to check. Patrick went first and I followed, both of us moving quietly, paddles entering the water without splash. We beached the canoes and walked to the spot where the figure had been standing. The gravel at the waterline was smooth and unbroken. No prints, no marks, no impressions of any kind. Nothing had stood there. But we had watched it for nearly 3 hours. We had seen it unpack a bag and sit down and mime making coffee. We had heard the canvas of the Duluth pack settle on the gravel. We had seen the specific blue enamel of the coffee pot in the moonlight, and now the shore held no evidence of any of it. Patrick crouched and ran his hand over the gravel where the figure had been sitting. He picked up a handful of small stones and let them fall through his fingers. He looked out at the island where a fire was still sending a thin column of smoke into the morning air. He stood up and wiped his hand on his pants and said nothing for a long moment. Then he told me something that he prefaced by saying he had never shared this with a client, and he was only sharing it with me because I was a friend and because what I had just experienced was real. He said that in 15 years of guiding in the boundary waters, he had heard 3 stories from clients about things that should not have been on the water. 3 separate clients, 3 separate trips, across a span of about 8 years. In each case, the clients described seeing something that looked like them, either on the shore or in a canoe, moving the way they moved, wearing what they wore. In each case, the thing did not cross open water. It stayed on shore or it passed through channels without approaching the campsite. And in each case, the clients who reported it had been paddling alone for at least 1 full day before the sighting. He said he thought the thing found me because I was solo for the first 2 days. He said 2 days was enough for it to learn my patterns, my boots, my canoe, my stroke, my fire ring, my whistle, my morning coffee routine. 2 days of observation, 2 days of study. And then on the 3rd day it demonstrated what it had learned, not by hiding but by performing, by showing me that it knew me, by building my campsite before I arrived and paddling my canoe through a channel I was watching and standing on a shore 60 yards from my fire and rehearsing my morning routine in the dark. He said the island and the water were the only reason it could not reach me. He said that in all 3 of the stories he had heard from clients, the encounters ended at the water. The thing on shore never entered the lake, never waded in, never paddled to an island campsite. He said he thought the water was a boundary, not a physical one, something else, something the thing recognized and would not cross. He said I should not paddle alone again. We paddled south together, abandoning both our planned routes. The trip home took most of the day, portaging back the way I had come, and at every portage I looked at the mud, and my boot prints from the previous day were the only ones there. The earlier set, the ones I had followed in, were gone, washed away or dissolved or absorbed back into the mud. There was no evidence that they had ever existed except in my memory and in the photograph Patrick took of one print at the Birch Knife Portage, which he showed me on his phone and which I have a copy of, and which clearly shows a Vasque Breeze print with a worn left heel and a crescent gouge on the right sole next to a boot that is producing a second identical print. We exited at Moose Lake by mid-afternoon, and I loaded my canoe onto the truck, and we stood in the parking lot at the entry point, two men in dirty clothes smelling like campfire and lake water, and we talked about what to do next. Patrick said to report it. I said to whom? He said, the Forest Service. I said, what do I report? He said, you report unauthorized camping at a designated site, which is technically what happened, and you let them document it and file it, and at least it exists somewhere official. The incident was reported to the Superior National Forest Ranger Office in Ely the following day. A wilderness ranger named Beth Kaupila took my statement by phone and said she would paddle to the Ogishkemensi campsite to investigate. She went 2 days later and found the fire ring exactly as I described it. 3 reflector stones, open leeward side, flat cutting stone on the right. She photographed it and noted in her report that the arrangement did not match the standard campsite setup maintained by the Forest Service. 2 sets of identical boot prints were documented at the Birch Knife Portage, measured and photographed. The canoe drag marks at the creek crossing were photographed and measured at 34 inches of beam width. The report was filed under case number SNF-23-067. The outfitter in Ely who rented canoes from the same fleet I bought my Grumman from confirmed that no other 17-foot aluminum Grummans had been rented that week. No other outfitter in the area had rented an aluminum canoe of any model during that period. Beth Coppola called me back a week after her visit. She said the investigation was closed due to lack of identifiable suspects. She also said off the record that I was not the first person to report something like this at Ogishkemensi. She did not elaborate. She did not have to. I still paddle the boundary waters every September, but I do not go alone. Patrick comes with me, or my brother, or a colleague from school who paddles well enough to keep up and who does not ask too many questions about why I insist on island campsites. I do not whistle while I paddle anymore. I stopped the day after we came out, and I have not produced that melody since, not on the water, not in my car, not in the shower. I do not want to hear it from somewhere I am not standing. At every portage, before I shoulder the canoe, I check the mud for prints. So far I have not seen mine ahead of me again. So far is not the same as never. If you find your own tracks ahead of you on a trail you have never walked, you are not retracing your steps. Something learned your pattern and laid it out in advance to see if you would follow. Turn around. Take a different route to open water. Stay on the water until you reach people. And if you see a canoe that looks like yours being paddled by someone who moves like you, do not follow it. Whatever it is, it has been studying you longer than you know, and the campsite it prepared was built for a guest who was never meant to leave. Story 6. The CB Handle. The last thing the dispatcher said before the radio cut out was my handle, my real name, and the exact mile marker where they would find my truck if I kept driving. I have been hauling freight for 22 years. 14 of those on long-haul routes across the West Nevada and Utah and Wyoming, and the stretches of empty highway that most people only see through an airplane window. I have driven through blizzards in the Wasatch Range, and sandstorms in the Great Basin, and ice fog so thick on Interstate 80 that I was navigating by the rumble strips because I could not see the hood of my own truck. I have broken down at 2 a.m. on roads without mile markers and waited for daylight, sitting in the cab with the engine off and the silence of the desert pressing against the windows like something alive. I am not a man who scares easily. I am not a man who scares at all, if I am being honest. Because fear requires imagination, and after 22 years on the road, my imagination has been ground down to a smooth, flat surface that does not produce much of anything except an awareness of the next fuel stop and the next load and the next stretch of pavement. But what happened on Route 93 changed that. My name is Wade Purcell. My CB handle is Wrecker. A name I picked up in my first year of driving when I clipped a dot-scale house in Wendover and took out a section of guardrail. I was not hurt. The scale house was not badly damaged, but the name stuck the way names do on the CB, which is to say permanently and without appeal. I have been wrecker for 21 years. The only people who know my real name on the radio are dispatchers, and the few drivers I have known long enough to share it with. My handle is not unusual and it is not secret, but the connection between Wrecker and Wade Purcell is not something a stranger would know. In mid-January of 2025, I was running a nighttime load from Ely to Tonopah on US Route 93. This is a two-lane highway that runs north-south through the center of Nevada, cutting through some of the emptiest landscape in the lower 48 states. Between Ely and Tonopah, there is almost nothing. A few ranches set back from the road, a handful of tiny communities that do not appear on most maps. Mile after mile of high desert, sage and rabbit brush and dry lake beds and mountain ranges that rise up on either side of the road like walls. At night, on a clear night, you can see the Milky Way from horizon to horizon, and the only lights are your headlights and whatever is coming at you from the other direction, which on a weeknight in January might be nothing for 60 or 70 miles at a stretch. I left Ely around 8 in the evening. The load was industrial equipment, crated and strapped to a flatbed, nothing hazardous, heading to a yard outside Tonopah where a mining operation was staging materials. The truck was my Peterbilt, a 2020 model I bought used from a fleet sale in Reno. The cab was warm, the heater running on medium, coffee in the thermos wedged between the seats, the CB on channel 19 scanning for traffic and weather. Temperature outside was dropping through the 20s. Black ice warnings had been posted for the passes, but the road in the valley was dry. No moon, no wind. The desert was dark and flat, and the road ran through it like a crease in black paper. My co-driver on this trip was a man named Leo Canales, a 46-year-old out of Las Vegas who had been driving for about 8 years and who I had been paired with for the past 3 months by the dispatch company we both work for. Leo is a steady driver, quiet, keeps his cab clean, does not play the radio loud, and has the rare quality of being comfortable with long stretches of silence. On night runs, he usually rides in the sleeper for the first half while I drive, and we swap at the midway fuel stop. On this run, he was in the sleeper with the curtain drawn, probably asleep, while I drove south through the dark. About 45 miles south of Ely, somewhere around mile marker 112, the CB crackled. This is not unusual. The CB picks up all kinds of stray signals in the desert, skip from distant stations, bleed from AM transmitters, sometimes just static from atmospheric conditions that I do not pretend to understand. But this was not static, it was a voice. It said my handle, Wrecker, clear and direct, the way a driver calls another driver when they want to talk. Wrecker, you southbound on 93. I picked up the mic and responded, copy, southbound, at 112. Who is this? Silence for a moment. Then the voice came back. It gave me a road condition update. It said there was black ice at mile marker 98, southbound lane, starting at the curve before the bridge. It said the ice extended for about a quarter mile and was concentrated on the right side of the lane where runoff from the hillside had frozen. I thanked the voice and asked for a handle. No response. This kind of thing happens on the CB. Drivers pass along road conditions without necessarily introducing themselves. It is a courtesy system that works, because everyone benefits from shared information. I did not think much of it. I drove on. When I reached mile marker 98, the ice was there, exactly where the voice said it would be, starting at the curve, concentrated on the right side. I dropped my speed and feathered the brakes, and crossed it without trouble. The accuracy of the road report was notable, but not alarming. Someone had driven through it ahead of me and radioed back. Normal. 12 miles later, I passed a bridge. A concrete overpass spanning a dry wash, one of the hundreds of small bridges that carry the highway over arroyos and seasonal stream beds in the Nevada desert. As I crossed it, I glanced in my mirror and saw the bridge abutment in the sweep of my running lights. Something was painted on the concrete. I could not read it at speed, but the color was fresh, still wet enough to catch the light. I did not stop. I filed it away and kept driving, but something about the color stayed with me. It was not standard graffiti. Graffiti in the Nevada desert tends to be spray paint, black or white, gang tags and declarations of love, and the occasional political statement. This was different. The paint was a specific shade of yellow-green, close to the color of highway paint, but not quite, and it was applied in letters rather than symbols. I could not read it, but the shape of the letters in my mirror was familiar in a way I could not place. 7 miles further, the CB crackled again. Same voice, same clarity. "Wrecker, how is the ice?" I picked up the mic. "Ice was right where you said. Appreciate the heads up. Who am I talking to?" The voice did not answer my question. Instead, it said, "You are going to see a detour sign at mile marker 79. Do not take it." I waited for more. Nothing came. I drove on. Mile marker 85, 80, 79. The detour sign was there. A standard orange diamond sign with detour printed in black, placed on the right shoulder with a flashing amber light on top. An arrow pointed to the right toward a county road that branched off the highway and disappeared into the dark to the west. I slowed and looked at it. The sign appeared to be official. Correct font. Correct reflective sheeting. Correct placement relative to the turn. But the voice on the CB had told me not to take it, and there was something about the setup that looked wrong even before the voice's warning registered. The flashing amber light was not a standard battery-powered unit. It was too bright. The light it produced was white-yellow rather than amber, closer to the color of a halogen work light than a traffic device. And the county road it directed me toward was not a road I recognized from my atlas. I have driven Route 93 30 or 40 times over the years. I know every turnoff between Ely and Tonopah. This county road was not in my memory, and it was not on the map I keep in the door pocket. I checked my atlas while rolling at reduced speed, the overhead cab light on, the map spread against the steering wheel. The road was not listed. It was not printed on the page. The DeLorme Atlas I use, which covers Nevada at a scale detailed enough to show ranch roads and mining tracks, showed nothing at this location. The turnoff existed physically. I could see the gravel surface curving away into the dark, but the road it connected to was not documented anywhere in the reference material I carry. I thought about the voice. Not the information it had given me, which was accurate, but the fact that it had told me not to take the detour before I had seen the sign. It knew the sign was there. It knew I would reach it, and it told me to drive past it. Whatever was on the other end of that radio signal was ahead of my position on the road, either physically or in knowledge, and it was guiding me away from a turnoff that someone else had placed. The voice on the CB had told me not to take it. I did not take it. I continued south on 93. Leo shifted in the sleeper behind the curtain. The springs creaked as he moved. He pulled the curtain aside and asked if everything was all right, his voice carrying the rough gravel tone of someone who has been asleep for a few hours and is not fully committed to being awake. I told him yes. He asked why I had slowed down. I told him there was a detour sign on the highway that looked unofficial. He grunted and asked if I wanted him up front. I said no. Go back to sleep. He let the curtain fall, and I heard the mattress settle. I should have said yes. I should have told him everything right then. But I was still processing what was happening, and some part of me was convinced that saying it out loud would make it real in a way I was not prepared for. If I kept it inside my own head, it could still be a misunderstanding, a prank, somebody with a scanner and too much free time messing with truckers on a lonely highway in the middle of winter. The moment I told Leo, it would become a shared experience, and shared experiences have weight that solo experiences do not. 5 minutes later, the CB came alive again. This time the voice was different, not in a way I could immediately identify, but different. The cadence had shifted. The first 2 transmissions had been clipped and professional, the speech pattern of a person who has spent years on the radio and knows how to communicate efficiently, keeping transmissions short, front-loading the critical information. This 3rd transmission was slower, more deliberate. The words came with spaces between them that were a fraction too long, as if the speaker was choosing each word from a menu rather than pulling them from a vocabulary. The phrasing was correct. The grammar was correct. But the rhythm was assembled rather than natural. the way a non-native speaker sometimes constructs perfect sentences that feel slightly off because the words are arriving through translation rather than instinct. Good call, Wrecker. You were not supposed to take it, but someone was supposed to take it, and now they are going to have to find another way to get you off the highway. I keyed the mic. My hand was steady. My voice was not. Who is this? What are you talking about? A pause, longer than a normal radio pause. Long enough that I thought the transmission was over and the voice had gone back to wherever voices go when they stop talking. Then it said my name, my full legal name, Wade Allen Purcell. It said my CDL number, which I will not repeat here, but which is 8 digits and not information that is available to the public. It said my truck registration number. It said the manifest number for the load I was hauling, a 12-character alphanumeric code that exists in exactly 2 places. The bill of lading in my cab and the dispatch company's database in their office in Reno. Then it said mile marker 51. That is where they will find the truck if you keep driving south. You have about 40 minutes. The transmission ended with a click. The CB went back to its low hiss of static and distant signal. The highway was empty ahead of me and empty behind me, and the desert on both sides was dark and flat, and the only sound was the engine and the tires on the asphalt and the heater pushing warm air across my knuckles on the steering wheel. I pulled to the shoulder and stopped. My heart was doing something it had not done in 22 years of driving, which was beating fast enough that I could feel it in my throat and in my temples and in the tips of my fingers. I sat in the cab with the engine idling and the headlights pointing south into empty desert, and I tried to think clearly about what had just happened. Someone on the CB knew my handle, my real name, my CDL number, my truck registration, and my load manifest number. The manifest number is not public information. It is generated by the dispatch system when a load is assigned, and it appears on the bill of lading, in the driver's copy, and in the company's internal database. That is it. It is not broadcast. It is not printed on the truck. It is not visible to anyone outside the cab. A stranger on the CB should not have access to it, could not have access to it. Not unless they had penetrated the dispatch company's server or physically read the paperwork in my cab, which had not left my sight since I picked up the load in Ely. I checked the paperwork. The bill of lading was in the folder on the dash where I always keep it, secured with a rubber band. The manifest was on the clipboard behind the visor. Nothing was missing. Nothing had been moved. The cab was sealed. The doors had been locked at every stop. Nobody had been inside this truck except me and Leo since we left Ely. I woke Leo. I pulled the curtain and shook his shoulder and told him I needed him up front now. He came forward without complaint, climbing into the passenger seat in his socks, rubbing his face with both hands. I told him everything. The road condition report, the bridge abutment, the detour sign, the manifest number, mile marker, 51. He listened without expression, the way a man listens when he is gathering information before committing to a reaction, and then he looked at the CB and then out the windshield at the empty highway and said 2 words. I heard him clearly through the hum of the engine and the heater and the ambient noise of a truck at idle on a desert shoulder. He said, "Not good." We sat there for 10 minutes. Nothing happened. No vehicles passed in either direction. The desert was silent. The stars were hard and bright overhead, and the road stretched south into the darkness, and there was nothing out there except sage and cold air. I decided to keep driving. The alternative was sitting on the shoulder of Route 93 in the middle of Nevada in January, waiting for something that a voice on the CB had told me was coming, and I did not want to be sitting still when it arrived. At least moving gave me options. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the highway. Leo kept watch. He sat in the passenger seat with his window cracked despite the cold, and he watched the mirrors. I watched the road. We drove in silence. The mile markers counted down. 65. 60. 55. At mile marker 53, Leo said there were headlights behind us. I checked the mirror. He was right. High-mounted headlights, the configuration of a large truck or a lifted pickup, about a quarter mile back. They had not been there when I last checked the mirror at mile marker 56. They had appeared in the space between two glances, which means they had either turned onto the highway from somewhere behind us, or they had been running without lights and turned them on. I maintained speed. The headlights maintained distance, a quarter-mile back, steady, not gaining, not falling behind, matching my speed precisely, which is something another truck driver would not do unless they were drafting, and this vehicle was too far back to draft. Leo said the headlight configuration looked familiar. I asked what he meant. He said the spacing and height and color temperature of the lights matched my Peterbilt. Not the same type of truck. The same truck. He said it looked like my headlights were following me. I sped up to 65. The headlights sped up. I dropped to 50. They dropped. I signaled right and drifted toward the shoulder. They signaled right. The same signal timing. The same drift rate. Whatever was behind us was not following my movements. It was mirroring them, the way a reflection in a mirror matches you without delay. Mile marker 52. Leo said the headlights were getting closer. I could see it too. The gap was narrowing. Not quickly. Not aggressively. Closing at a rate that suggested patience rather than pursuit. Whatever was behind us was not trying to run us down. It was reducing the distance because it could. Mile marker 51. The mile marker the voice had mentioned. The one where they would find my truck. Leo said, "Stop." I said, "What?" He said, "Stop the truck right now and do not move." I did not know why, but I listened. I hit the brakes and brought the truck to a stop on the shoulder at mile marker 51. The headlights behind us stopped at the same time, at the same rate, maintaining the same distance. We sat there, both trucks, on an empty highway, in the dark. Then Leo pointed ahead. In my headlights, about 200 yards down the road, a figure was standing on the center line. It was wearing a reflective safety vest, the high visibility lime green type that highway workers and DOT inspectors wear, with silver reflective stripes on the chest and shoulders that caught my headlights and threw them back in sharp lines. It was holding something rectangular at waist level, a clipboard or a tablet. It was standing still, facing us, in the center of a 2-lane highway at 1 a.m. in the Nevada desert. There was no construction site, no work zone, no cones or barrels or arrow boards, or any of the equipment that accompanies legitimate highway work, no vehicle on the shoulder with flashing lights. No reason for a person to be standing on the center line of US Route 93 in a reflective vest in January at 1 a.m. in a stretch of desert that is 40 miles from the nearest town. Leo saw it too. He leaned forward in the passenger seat and squinted through the windshield and said, "What the hell is that?" The figure began walking toward us. Not on the shoulder, not on the fog line, down the center line. Slow, deliberate steps, one foot in front of the other, the way a person walks the painted stripe for a sobriety test. Head slightly down, clipboard held at waist level. The posture was specific. I recognize it because I have been inspected at way stations and ports of entry hundreds of times over 22 years. The figure was walking toward us with the exact posture and cadence of a DOT inspector approaching a truck for a level 1 inspection. The slight forward lean. The deliberate pace that says, "I am in no hurry and you are not going anywhere." The clipboard held in the left hand with the right hand free, the way inspectors carry their equipment so their dominant hand is available to open doors and check lights and feel tire treads. It was performing an inspection approach on an empty highway at 1 a.m, walking toward a truck that was parked on the shoulder in the middle of the Nevada desert, with its headlights illuminating a figure that should not have been there, on a night when a voice on the radio had already demonstrated knowledge that should not have been possible. Leo said, "Do not let it get to the window." His voice was flat and steady, and I understood from the tone that he was not making a suggestion. He was giving an instruction based on an assessment I had not yet made and did not want to make. I said, "I know." I threw the truck in reverse. The Peterbilt is not a vehicle designed for quick reversals. The steering goes heavy when you back a loaded flatbed. The trailer articulates and wants to swing. Leo braced himself against the dash with both hands, and I backed up 20 yards, 30, correcting the trailer swing with short turns of the wheel, watching the mirror for the road behind me. The figure continued walking toward us. at the same pace, unhurried, closing the gap that I was creating with the mechanical patience of something that has calculated our speed and its speed and determined that the math is in its favor. Behind us, through the rear window of the cab, Leo said the headlights were back, the ones that had been following us. They were closer now, much closer, maybe 300 yards. Close enough that Leo could see the outline of the vehicle behind them, and he said it was a truck, a semi, the same profile as a Peterbilt, the same cab shape, the same height. Forward was the figure, behind was the lights. The highway had become a corridor and both ends were closing. Leo said, "Go forward. Go now." I said, "There is a person on the road." Leo looked at me. In the green glow of the dashboard instruments, his face was composed and serious and entirely without doubt. He said, "Wade, that is not a person. Put it in gear and go." I have known Leo Canales for 3 months. He is not a dramatic man. He does not make claims he cannot support. He does not panic. He does not use words loosely. He is the kind of driver who checks his mirrors every 12 seconds because that is what the training manual says to do, and he believes in doing things correctly. When he looked at me in the cab of my truck on the shoulder of Route 93 and told me, with the flat certainty of a man reporting the weather, that the thing walking toward us on the center line was not a person, I did not argue. I shifted into first and accelerated. The figure did not move out of the way. It continued walking toward us on the center line, and as I closed the distance, the headlights showed me more than I wanted to see. The reflective vest was real. The clipboard was real. The work boots were real. The dark pants were real. But the face was the problem. I was looking at it through the windshield from about 100 feet in closing. The face was not quite resolving into a face. The features were present. Nose, mouth, eye sockets, hairline. But they were present the way features are present in a clay model that has not been finished. The proportions were approximate. The nose was a shape that suggested a nose without committing to specific nostrils or a specific bridge. The mouth was a line that suggested lips without defining them. The eyes were dark spaces that occupied the correct positions but contained nothing behind them, no whites, no irises, no reflected light. The face was a draft of a face, an estimate, an attempt by something that understood the concept of a human face but had not yet mastered the details. I moved to the left lane and gave it as wide a berth as a 2-lane highway allows, and I passed it at about 30 miles per hour with my foot fighting the urge to floor it, because flooring it on a loaded flatbed on a 2-lane highway at night is a good way to kill yourself, and Leo, and whatever I was hauling. As I passed, the figure turned to face my driver's window. The rotation was wrong. It turned at the waist without moving its feet, which meant its torso was facing sideways while its lower body still faced forward, a degree of spinal rotation that is not available to a human skeleton. Leo was looking at it through the passenger side. He told me later, at the gas station in Tonopah, where we sat for 20 minutes before either of us could form a complete sentence, that as the truck passed, the figure extended the clipboard toward the window and he could see writing on it. He said the writing was in block letters, neat and evenly spaced, and it included my load manifest number, my pickup time at the yard in Ely, my delivery address in Tonopah, and at the bottom of the page, circled in what he described as red ink that was too bright to be ink, my home address in Winnemucca. The headlights behind us did not follow past the bridge. About a quarter-mile south of where I passed the figure, the highway crosses a concrete bridge over Coal Valley Wash, a seasonal drainage that runs with water during spring snowmelt and monsoon rains. In January it was dry, nothing but sand and rock and a few dead cottonwoods in the wash bottom. But the bridge spans it, and the road crosses the drainage. And when I checked my mirror after the front tires hit the south side of the bridge deck, the headlights were gone. Not fading, not turning around, gone. The road behind me was dark, completely dark. No headlights, no silhouette of a truck, no indication that anything had been following us for the past 15 miles. I looked in the mirror one more time as we pulled away from the bridge. In the red glow of my taillights, I could see the figure. It was standing on the north approach to the bridge, right at the expansion joint where the road surface transitions from asphalt to concrete deck. It had walked from where I passed it to the bridge approach in the time it took me to drive a quarter mile, which means it covered that distance faster than my truck. But it was not on the bridge. It was standing at the edge of it, at the line where the road crosses over the water, and it was holding the clipboard at its side and watching us drive away with the patient stillness of something that has reached a boundary it recognizes and will not cross. A dry wash in January, no water in it. Just the shape of where water goes, the channel carved by decades of seasonal flow, and the concrete bridge that carries the road over it. Whatever that boundary is made of, it is not made of water. It is made of something older than water. The memory of water, the path it takes. In front of me was open road, and the slow climb toward the pass south of Railroad Valley, and the eventual descent into Tonopah. I drove at 85 miles per hour, and I did not stop. I did not slow for curves. I did not adjust for the grade. I drove the way you drive when the only thing that matters is distance between yourself and whatever is behind you. And Leo sat in the passenger seat with his hands flat on his thighs and his eyes on the mirrors, and neither of us said a word for 47 miles. We reached the outskirts of Tonopah around 2:30. The first gas station was a Chevron with a canopy that threw a pool of white fluorescent light across the pumps, and a mini-mart with its lights on, and a couple of other trucks parked at the back of the lot. I pulled in and shut the engine down, and the silence that followed was the loudest thing I had heard all night. Leo and I sat in the truck for 20 minutes before either of us spoke. The heater ticked as the engine cooled. A car pulled into the gas station, a sedan with a family inside, and I watched a woman get out and swipe her card at the pump and pump gas and get back in and drive away, and the normality of it, the absolute ordinary routine of a person buying gasoline at 2:30 in the morning, was so far from what I had just experienced that it felt like watching a scene from a movie about a world that no longer included me. Leo spoke first. He said, "We need to file a report." I asked with whom. He said, "The Highway Patrol." I said, "What do we tell them?" He said, "We tell them that someone placed an unauthorized detour sign on Route 93, and that a person was standing in the highway obstructing traffic, and that an individual on the CB made threats using personal information obtained through unknown means." I noticed that he framed everything in terms that a law enforcement officer would recognize and take seriously. He did not mention the face. He did not mention the clipboard with my home address. He did not describe the headlights that mirrored my movements or the way the figure rotated its torso without moving its feet. He translated what had happened into a language that fit inside a police report, and I understood that this was not dishonesty, it was survival. If we told a highway patrol trooper the full truth of what we had experienced, we would be evaluated for substance use or mental health issues, and the report would be filed under nuisance calls and nothing would happen. If we told him about the detour sign and the CB threats and the person on the road, we would be taken seriously enough to generate a paper trail. We called the Nevada Highway Patrol from the gas station payphone, which still worked, though the handset smelled like cigarettes and the cord was too short to let me stand comfortably. A dispatcher took our information and said a trooper would respond. We waited in the parking lot, drinking gas station coffee that was burnt and too hot and perfect, until a patrol car rolled in about an hour later. The trooper was a man named Gutierrez who looked like he had been on shift for most of the night and was not thrilled about taking a report from two truckers at 3:30 in the morning. He listened to our statements. He wrote them down in a small notebook with a pen that he kept clicking, a habit that under normal circumstances would have annoyed me, but on this night was one of the most reassuring sounds I had ever heard, because it meant the world still contained people who click pens while they write. He asked us if we had been drinking. We said no. He asked if we could describe the individual on the road. Leo gave a description that was accurate but carefully edited, tall, wearing a reflective vest, carrying a clipboard, walking on the center line. He did not mention the face. Trooper Gutierrez drove back up Route 93 to check for the detour sign. He radioed us from his car an hour later and said the sign was gone. No sign, no amber light. No evidence that a sign had been placed on the shoulder at mile marker 79. The gravel on the shoulder was undisturbed. He said he would have doubted our report entirely if not for the bridge. He checked the bridge abutment at mile marker 112. The paint was there. My CB handle, Wrecker, painted in block letters about a foot tall on the concrete abutment in yellow-green paint. Below it, in smaller letters, the number that corresponds to my Nevada license plate. The paint was applied by brush, not spray can, with the deliberate strokes of someone who took their time. Trooper Gutierrez photographed the graffiti and included the photographs in his report. The paint, according to the trooper's report and a follow-up analysis requested by the Nevada DOT, was a lead-based highway marking paint manufactured by a company in Reno that went out of business in 1981. The specific formulation had been discontinued in 1984 when the industry transitioned to water-based latex highway paints. The paint on the bridge abutment was not old, it was fresh, but its chemical composition matched a product that had not been manufactured in over 40 years. The trooper filed the incident under report number NHP-25-009. The detour sign was not recovered. No construction permits or roadwork authorizations had been issued for that section of Route 93 by any state, county, or federal agency. The figure on the road was not identified or located. The headlights that followed us were not traced to any vehicle. The CB transmissions were not recorded, as neither my radio nor the patrol car's equipment captures incoming transmissions. The case was referred to the Nevada DOT for the unauthorized signage and to the Highway Patrol's Criminal Investigations Division for the threatening transmissions. To my knowledge, neither agency conducted a follow-up investigation. Leo transferred to a different dispatch region the following month. He runs loads in California now, the Interstate 5 corridor between Bakersfield and Sacramento, where the highways are lit and crowded, and the CB is full of traffic and nobody calls you by your real name unless they know you well enough to buy you dinner. We talk occasionally, maybe once every few weeks, short calls about loads and weather and the specific shared complaints of men who drive trucks for a living. He does not ask about Route 93. I do not volunteer. Once, about 4 months after the incident, he texted me 2 words. Still good? I texted back, still good. That was the closest we have come to discussing it. I still drive. I still run loads through Nevada because Nevada is where the work is and because I am not willing to let something that I do not understand dictate the geography of my career. But I do not drive Route 93 at night anymore. I run it during daylight only, and I run it with a co-driver, and I keep the CB on channel 19, but I do not respond to voices. I do not recognize, and I do not acknowledge transmissions that use my handle unless I can identify the speaker. The bridge abutment at mile marker 112 was repainted by the DOT sometime in the spring. The graffiti is gone. But every time I cross that bridge, day or night, I check my mirror, and I remember the shape of the letters and the color of the paint and the fact that someone knew my handle and my name and my manifest number and the exact mile marker where they intended to stop me. They told me all of this on an open frequency. Anyone scanning channel 19 in that part of Nevada could have heard it, and that is the part I keep coming back to. Whatever was on the other end of that radio did not care about being heard. It was not hiding, it was not whispering or encoding or using a private channel. It broadcast my name and my information and its intentions on a frequency that any CB radio within range could receive. It wanted me to know. It may have wanted everyone to know. And the fact that it issued a warning, that it told me not to take the detour, suggests something that I find more frightening than any of the rest of it. It suggests that there are things on these roads that hunt, and there are things on these roads that warn, and sometimes they use the same radio. If a voice on the radio knows your name and your route before you do not follow any detour you did not plan. Stay on lit highway, and do not stop until you reach a populated exit. And if headlights appear behind you that match your own, do not pull over, do not slow down, Do not give whatever is pacing you the chance to close the distance. Drive until the road has other people on it. And do not look too carefully at what is standing in the road when you pass. Story 7. The core samples. The boreholes were drilled to the exact depth specified in a proposal I submitted 4 days ago, a proposal that was still sitting unread in my supervisor's inbox. I know how drilling works. I have been a field geologist for the United States Geological Survey for 9 years. I have drilled core samples in 14 states, across formations ranging from Precambrian granite to Quaternary alluvium, in conditions that include 100-degree heat in the Mojave, -20 wind chill in the Bighorns, and a memorable 3 days in a Louisiana swamp where the mosquitoes were so thick they registered on the drill rig's vibration sensors. I have pulled more cores than I can count. I know what a properly drilled borehole looks like. I know the diameter of every bit in my kit. I know how clean edges indicate a sharp bit versus a dull one. I know how the color of the hole tells you whether the operator was patient or rushing. The holes I found on that ridge in the Black Hills were drilled by someone who drills the way I drill. Patient, clean, precise. The collars were textbook. The diameter matched my preferred bit size NQ specification, 75.7 millimeters, which is not the most common size for preliminary survey work, but is the one I've used exclusively since my 3rd year with the survey, because it produces cores large enough for thin section analysis without wasting material. Every geologist has a preferred bit size, the way every carpenter has a preferred hammer weight. Mine is NQ. The holes on that ridge were NQ. My name is Alan Mercer. In late March of 2025, I was assigned to drill preliminary core samples for a mineral survey in the Black Hills National Forest in western South Dakota. The work was part of an ongoing assessment of rare earth element concentrations in Precambrian pegmatite formations, the kind of survey that helps the government understand what is in the ground without committing to extraction. Rare earth elements are critical for electronics, batteries, defense systems, and about 100 other applications that most people use every day without thinking about where the materials come from. The Black Hills pegmatites have been known to contain lithium, beryllium, and various rare earth minerals since the early 20th century. But comprehensive subsurface mapping has never been completed for the formations in the western part of the range. My assignment was to fill in a small piece of that gap. I had selected 6 drill sites from satellite imagery and topographic data, spending 3 evenings at my motel in Custer with my laptop and a set of USGS geological maps spread across the bed. I was looking for locations where surface outcrops suggested subsurface pegmatite veins at accessible depths, meaning within the reach of my portable drill rig, which can reliably core to about 8 meters in hard rock and 10 meters in softer formations. Site selection is part science and part intuition. You look at the surface expression of the formation, the width and orientation of the outcrop, the regional structural trends, and you make an educated guess about what is happening underground. After 9 years of doing this, my guesses tend to be good. Not always, but often enough that I trust them. I compiled the coordinates, the proposed drill depths, the sampling protocol, and the analytical plan into a 23-page proposal document and submitted it electronically to my supervisor, Dr. Catherine Wolf, at the USGS regional office in Denver on a Monday morning. The email went to her personal USGS address. It was not CC'd to anyone. It was not sent to a shared drive or a project folder. The attachment was a single PDF. The subject line was Black Hills REE Survey, Preliminary Drill Sites, and the body of the email said simply, Catherine, attached is the proposal for your review. Happy to discuss when you have had a chance to read it. Thanks, Alan. The read receipt told me she had not opened it. I checked on Tuesday. Still unopened. Wednesday. Unopened. Dr. Wolf is a busy administrator who manages 14 field geologists across a 5-state region, and she receives more email in a day than most people receive in a week. An unread proposal sitting in her inbox for 3 days was not unusual. It was normal. It was the bureaucratic reality of working for a federal agency with more work than staff. I was not concerned about the delay. The proposal was routine. The drill sites would be there whenever she approved them. On Thursday morning, I drove from the motel in Custer to the first drill site on Forest Road 17, a rutted logging track that winds through ponderosa pine and spruce along a ridge above Grizzly Bear Creek. The motel was a small, independently owned place on the main road through town with wood-paneled rooms and a parking lot big enough for my truck and trailer. I had stayed there on 2 previous Black Hills campaigns, and the owner, a woman named Darlene, who had run the place since the 80s, always put me in room 7 because it was at the end of the building nearest the parking lot and I could keep an eye on my rig through the window. I mention this because it is the kind of detail that grounds you, the familiar routines that make the world feel predictable and safe. Room 7, Darlene, the same parking spot, the same breakfast at the cafe down the street. These are the anchors that held me to reality during the days that followed, and I am grateful for every one of them. I was hauling the portable drill rig on a flatbed trailer behind my government-issue Ford F-350, along with sample tubes in a padded case, a GPS unit, a field notebook, 2 mechanical pencils, a hard hat, safety glasses, a high-visibility vest, a cooler with sandwiches and water, and a thermos of coffee, and a geological hammer that I have carried on every field campaign since graduate school. The hammer is a standard S-wing with a blue grip, nothing special, but it has been in my hand at every outcrop I have ever examined, and it is as much a part of my field equipment as the drill rig itself. My field partner was supposed to be a technician named Reese Okamoto from the Denver office. Reese is a careful, methodical worker in his early 30s, who I have partnered with on 4 previous field campaigns, and who I requested specifically because he does not cut corners and does not complain about long days and has the rare ability to stand in a forest for 6 hours watching a drill rig operate without losing focus. Reese had been delayed. A family situation in Colorado required him to push his departure back by a day. He was driving up Thursday evening and would meet me at the motel in Custer. He told me to go ahead and scout the sites without him, and we would start drilling on Friday. I parked at the end of Forest Road 17 where the track dead ends at a turnaround near the ridge crest. The morning was cold, upper 20s, with patches of snow lingering in the shaded north-facing slopes and the smell of wet pine and thawing soil. The ponderosa bark was that particular rust-orange color it gets in early spring when the sap is starting to move and the sun catches the plates of bark at the right angle. I loaded my GPS with the first coordinate and started walking. The first drill site was 300 yards from the road, on a rocky bench where a pegmatite outcrop breaks through the surface, in a band of white quartz and pink feldspar. I had selected this location because the outcrop suggested a vein at least 2 meters wide at the surface, which typically means the vein extends to significant depth. I wanted a core from 5 meters down through the weathering zone and into fresh rock to assess the mineral content below surface alteration. The borehole was already there. It was drilled into the outcrop at the exact location I would have chosen, which is the center of the widest section of the pegmatite band, where the quartz content is highest and the probability of rare earth mineral concentration is greatest. The hole was clean, NQ diameter. The collar was smooth, indicating a diamond-tipped bit operated at the correct rotation speed with proper water circulation. No chatter marks, no deviation. The work of someone who has drilled enough holes to know what good technique looks like. I knelt beside the hole and shone my headlamp into it. I could not see the bottom, but I could see that the walls were clean and uniform for as far as the light reached. I checked the depth with a tape measure on a weighted line. 5 meters. The exact depth I had specified in my proposal. I pulled a sample tube from the hole. There was a core inside it, a clean, intact cylinder of rock, properly preserved, labeled with a tag tied to the tube with wire. The tag was handwritten. The handwriting was close to mine, the same block print I use in the field, the same specific way I write my sample labels, site number, date, depth interval, formation name, my initials. The initials on the tag were AM, my initials. The date on the tag was the date I had planned to drill, which was Friday the next day. The site number matched my proposal. The formation name was correct. Every detail on the label was information that existed only in my proposal document, the one sitting unread in Dr. Wolf's inbox in Denver. I sat on the outcrop and held the sample tube in my hands and stared at the core inside it and tried to construct a framework for what I was seeing. The core itself was beautiful, a clean cylinder of pegmatite showing the characteristic intergrowth of quartz, feldspar, and mica that makes Black Hills pegmatites some of the most studied formations in North American geology. Through the clear walls of the sample tube, I could see a band of pale green mineral that was almost certainly spodumene, a lithium-bearing silicate that is exactly what a rare earth element survey would be looking for. The core was not just properly drilled, it was a good core. It hit the target lithology at the predicted depth and preserved the mineral relationships without fracturing. Whoever pulled this core knew what they were looking for and knew how to get it. Someone had accessed my proposal. Someone had driven a drill rig to this ridge. Someone had drilled a hole at my coordinates to my depth using my bit size and my technique and had pulled a core and labeled it with my initials and my notation system and left it in the hole for me to find. The logistics of this were staggering. A portable drill rig is not something you borrow casually. Mine weighs 2,300 pounds with the trailer. It requires a truck capable of towing at least 5,000 pounds. It requires diesel fuel for the motor. It requires a water supply for the circulation system, usually a 300-gallon tank fed by a pump. It requires diamond-tipped NQ bits that cost between $300 and $600 each, depending on the manufacturer. It requires someone who knows how to operate it, which is not a skill you pick up in an afternoon. It takes months of supervised training before you can drill a clean hole, and years before you can do it in difficult formations like pegmatite, where the hardness changes abruptly at mineral boundaries, and an inexperienced operator will lose bits and jam rods. Whoever did this had access to equipment, expertise, fuel, water, diamond bits, sample tubes, label tags, wire, and the specific contents of a document that had not been read by anyone other than me, and they had done it in the 4 days between when I submitted the proposal and when I arrived at the ridge. 4 days. To mobilize a drill rig, transport it to a remote forest road in the Black Hills, drill 6 boreholes to specification, pull and label 6 cores, and demobilize. Even with a full crew in perfect conditions, this would be an aggressive timeline. I have never completed 6 holes in 4 days working alone. It typically takes me a full day per hole, sometimes longer in hard rock. I walked to the second site. The hole was there. Same specifications, same depth, same bit size, same clean collar, same labeled core sample inside, this one showing a different but equally informative cross-section of the pegmatite vein. The label bore my initials, the correct site number, the correct formation name, the correct depth interval. The third site. Same. This hole was on a steeper section of the ridge where the outcrop is partially covered by talus, loose rock that has fallen from the cliff face above. The drill had been set up in the only stable position that would allow access to the outcrop without the risk of the rig sliding on the talus. It was the position I would have chosen. The only position that makes sense if you have spent enough time drilling on slopes to understand where the footing is safe and where it is not. The 4th, 5th, and 6th, all drilled, all cored, all labeled, 6 holes at 6 coordinates, each one matching my proposal to the centimeter in position and the centimeter in depth. The labels on all 6 sample tubes bore my initials, my notation system, and handwriting that Reese would later confirm was indistinguishable from mine. The cores themselves were the best field samples I had ever seen. Clean cylinders with no contamination and no mechanical fracturing. The kind of cores you get when everything goes perfectly, and the operator has the patience and the skill to let the bit do the work without forcing it. I radioed my supervisor from the truck using the satellite phone. Dr. Catherine Wolf answered from her office in Denver. I could hear the background hum of the HVAC system and what sounded like someone in the next cubicle talking about budget numbers, normal office sounds. the world continuing to be normal while I stood on a ridge in South Dakota holding evidence that it was not. I asked her if she had read my proposal. She said she had not. She said she had been in back-to-back meetings with the regional director about fiscal year allocations and the proposal was in her queue for Friday afternoon review. She apologized for the delay. I told her not to worry about the delay. I asked her if anyone else in the office had access to the email I had sent her. She said no. The email was addressed to her personally, not to a shared mailbox or a distribution list. She had not forwarded it. She had not printed it. She had not discussed its contents with anyone because she had not read its contents. She asked why I was asking. I told her that all 6 drill sites had been completed before I arrived. She was quiet for long enough that I checked the satellite phone to make sure the call was still connected. Then she asked me to repeat what I had just said. I did. She asked if I was certain. I described the bore holes, the collar quality, the bit size, the depths, the cores, the labels, with my initials and my handwriting. She said, "Alan, stay at the truck. Document everything with photographs. Do not disturb the sites further. I will call the regional director and call you back within the hour." While I waited for the call back, I walked the ridge. The 6 drill sites were at the northern end, where my proposal specified, but south of the 6th site, beyond the boundary of my survey area, I found a 7th hole. It was drilled into a formation I had not included in my proposal, a different pegmatite outcrop, smaller, partially covered with lichen and soil. The hole was NQ diameter, clean collar. When I measured the depth, it was 6 meters, deeper than any of my proposed holes. I pulled the sample tube. The core inside was labeled with my initials and a site number that was not in my proposal. It was site number 7. I followed the ridge, south, an 8th hole, site number 8, then a 9th. Each one drilled into pegmatite outcrops I had not mapped, at locations I had not scouted, in formations I had not assessed from satellite imagery. The holes were getting deeper, 7 meters, 8, as if the drilling was progressing into the earth with each successive site, going further down with each step south along the ridge. The additional holes formed a line, not random positions chosen for geological merit. A line, leading south, away from the road, deeper into the forest, toward a drainage I had never visited and had no reason to enter. The spacing between holes matched nothing in standard survey practice. It matched my stride length, 3 feet and change between each hole, as if the drill rig had been positioned at intervals dictated by a walking human rather than geological criteria. I did not follow the line past the 9th hole. I went back to the truck and waited for Reese. Reese arrived at the motel in Custer that evening. I showed him the photographs. I showed him the labeled sample tubes I had pulled from the first 3 sites, which I had brought with me in a sample case. He examined the cores under a hand lens. He looked at the labels. He turned one of the sample tubes over and read the tag and then looked at me and said, "Alan, this is your handwriting." I said, "I know." He said, "No. I mean, this is your handwriting, not similar. Yours. I have read your field notebooks for 4 years. This is how you write a 7. This is how you cross your T. This is your print." I told him about the 7th, 8th, and 9th holes. I told him about the line heading south. I told him about the stride spacing. He was quiet for a long time, and then he said we should go back tomorrow and see where the line goes. We drove back to the ridge the next morning, Friday, the day I had originally planned to begin drilling. We parked at the turnaround and hiked to the 9th hole and continued south. The 10th hole was there, as I expected, 7.5 meters deep, labeled Site 10, my initials, my handwriting. Reese measured the distance between the 9th and 10th holes with a tape, 3 feet, 2 inches. He measured between the 10th and where we found the 11th, 3 feet, 2 inches, my stride. He knew my stride because we had calibrated it together on a field campaign in Montana 2 years earlier, pacing out a survey line when the GPS lost signal in a canyon. The 11th hole was 8 meters deep. The 12th was 8.5. The cores were pulling from depths that exceeded the capability of my portable rig. The drill that made these holes was either more powerful than mine or was being operated by someone who understood how to push a portable rig past its design limits, which is a skill that comes from years of field experience and a willingness to risk burning out a motor. At the 13th hole, Reese stopped. He was crouching beside the borehole, shining his headlamp into it. When he called me over, he said there was something at the bottom. Not a core sample. Something else. He lowered the weighted tape and it hit bottom at 9 meters. Then he pulled it up and attached a small magnetic retrieval tool. A telescoping rod with a magnet on the end that I use for fishing dropped bolts out of boreholes. He lowered it and it came up with a USB flash drive. The flash drive was in a sealed plastic bag to protect it from the drilling fluid residue. I opened the bag and plugged the drive into my field laptop, the one I use for entering GPS data and drafting site maps. The drive contained one file, a PDF. The PDF was my proposal, the exact document I had emailed to Dr. Wolf 4 days earlier. Same formatting, same coordinates, same methodology section, same proposed drill depths, but with additions. Someone had appended 6 additional pages to the end of the proposal. The additional pages described 7 more drill sites 7 through 13, the ones I had found beyond my survey area, with coordinates that matched the holes in the ground and depths that matched the cores I had pulled from them. The additional pages were formatted identically to my proposal. The author name in the document properties was Alan Mercer. The creation date was 6 weeks earlier, 6 weeks before I had selected my drill sites, 6 weeks before I had opened the satellite imagery, 6 weeks before the idea for this particular survey had been discussed at the regional office. Reese looked at the laptop screen. He looked at me. He said we need to leave. He did not say why. He did not need to. We packed the laptop and the flash drive and the sample tubes and walked north along the ridge toward the truck. At the 14th hole, which we had not seen on the way in because it was set back from the line in a small clearing screened by spruce, a figure was kneeling beside a drill rig. It was operating the rig with practiced motions, hands on the controls, adjusting the rotation speed, checking the water flow, monitoring the bit pressure. The posture was mine. The specific way I stand at the controls, weight on my left foot, right hand on the feed lever, left hand resting on the water valve. The hard hat was white, like mine. The safety glasses were the same brand I wear. The high visibility vest was the same shade of yellow-green. The figure pulled a core sample from the hole. It held it up to the light, rotating it slowly, examining the crystal structure the way I examine cores, looking for the specific mineral signatures that indicate rare earth element concentration. It spoke into a voice recorder, and the voice was mine, dictating field notes in my cadence, using my terminology, describing the rock with the precision of someone who has 9 years of training in igneous petrology. Then it said something that was not about the rock. It said, "Alan is standing behind me. He and Reese are watching. The core shows promising rare earth concentrations at depth. The survey should continue south." It was narrating us. It was dictating field notes that described our presence, as if we were a feature of the landscape, observed and recorded the same way you record a lithological contact or a change in soil color. We were data. We were part of its survey. Reese grabbed my arm. His grip was hard enough to hurt. We backed away from the clearing. The figure continued operating the drill rig, pulling cores, dictating notes, performing the work of a field geologist with the competence and calm of someone who has done this 1,000 times. It did not look up. It did not turn toward us. It continued working as if we were not there, or as if our departure had already been anticipated and factored into whatever schedule it was following. We retreated to the truck, and I started the engine, and we drove down Forest Road 17 without speaking. The road was rough, and the trailer with the drill rig bounced and rattled behind us, and neither of us suggested stopping to secure it better. We drove to the paved county road and turned south toward Custer, and I watched the ridge in my mirror until a curve in the road took it out of sight. There was nothing visible on the ridgeline. No figure. No drill rig. No evidence from the road that anything on that ridge was different from any other ridge in the Black Hills. Reese sat in the passenger seat with his hands in his lap and his eyes forward. After about 10 minutes of driving, he said one thing. He said, "We need to tell Dr. Wolf that the investigation needs to include IT forensics on the flash drive and chain of custody documentation on every core sample." He was thinking about the problem as a scientist. He was structuring his response around evidence and documentation and methodology. I think this was the only way he could process what we had seen. If he treated it as data, he did not have to treat it as something that his training had not prepared him for. The regional director at the USGS office in Denver launched a formal investigation the following week. It was classified as a security incident, which gave it higher priority and more resources than a standard field anomaly report. A team of 3 geologists from the Denver and Reston offices, accompanied by a Forest Service law enforcement officer and an IT specialist, drove to the ridge and spent 2 days documenting all 14 boreholes. Every hole was real, properly drilled, properly finished, containing legitimate core samples with accurate geological labels. The team pulled cores from holes 7 through 13 and submitted all 13 cores, including the 6 from my original survey area, to the USGS Analytical Laboratory in Reston, Virginia. The analytical results came back 6 weeks later. The cores from the first 6 sites contained genuine pegmatite material with rare earth element concentrations consistent with what the surface outcrops predicted. The spodumene I had observed in the first core was confirmed as lithium-bearing, with concentrations that the lab described as geologically significant. The cores from the additional 7 sites, the ones beyond my survey area, also contained genuine pegmatite with high rare earth concentrations. In fact, the analytical report noted that the additional sites showed progressively higher concentrations of rare earth elements with depth, suggesting that whatever selected those drill locations understood the subsurface geology well enough to target the most promising formations. The investigation team's senior geologist, a man with 30 years of field experience, wrote in his summary that the site selection for holes 7 through 13 was, in his professional opinion, superior to the site selection in the original proposal. Whatever chose those locations was better at identifying drill targets than I was. The flash drive was analyzed by the USGS IT security team in Denver. The PDF file was verified to be structurally identical to my proposal, with 6 appended pages of additional site descriptions. The document properties listed me as the author and showed a creation date 6 weeks prior to my actual proposal submission. The IT team ran the file through 3 different forensic analysis tools. They could not determine how the file was created. They could not identify the application used to generate it. The metadata contained formatting codes that did not correspond to any known word processing software, including Microsoft Word, Google Docs, LibreOffice, or any other program in the USGS reference database. The codes appeared to be syntactically correct, but used a character set that the IT specialist described in her report as unfamiliar. My proposal, the real one, remained unread in Dr. Wolf's inbox until the investigation team asked her to open it on April 3rd. The read receipt activated 13 days after I found the first borehole. Comparison of my proposal and the file on the flash drive confirmed that the first 6 sites were identical in every detail: coordinates, depths, methodology, formatting. The additional 7 sites were not in my proposal. They were not in any USGS planning document. They did not correspond to any previously identified pegmatite targets in the Black Hills Mineral Database. The incident was logged under Black Hills National Forest case number BH-25-017 and cross-referenced with a USGS internal investigation file number that I am not authorized to disclose. The boreholes remain in the ground. The core samples are in cold storage at the USGS facility in Denver, cataloged and labeled and sitting in sample trays alongside thousands of other cores from hundreds of other surveys, indistinguishable from legitimate USGS samples except for the classification stamp on the storage boxes that reads Origin Unverified. The flash drive is held as evidence in the IT security office. The investigation is listed as open but inactive. No suspects were identified. No explanation was proposed in the final report. The senior investigator wrote a single sentence in the conclusion section that I have read many times. The evidence is consistent with a competent geological survey conducted by an unidentified operator using USGS standard methodology and equipment, motivated by objectives that are not understood. Reese and I have continued to work together on subsequent field campaigns in Montana, Wyoming, and Nevada. We have not returned to the Black Hills. He does not discuss what we saw in the clearing. I asked him once, about 3 months after the incident, while we were packing up a drill rig at a site in the Absaroka Range, what he thought the figure was. He was quiet for a while, the way he gets quiet when he is formulating a response that he wants to be precise. Then he said he did not have a theory and he was not interested in developing one. He said that some things you encounter in the field do not fit into the categories your training gives you, and the professional response is to document them accurately and move on. Then he added, quietly, almost to himself, that he hoped whatever it was had found the rare earth concentrations it was looking for. Dr. Wolf retired from the USGS the following autumn. She cited personal reasons. I do not know if the retirement was related to the Black Hills investigation. I did not ask. We were never close enough for me to feel entitled to that question. I still do field work. I still drill core samples. I still use NQ bits and my labeling system and my block print, but I check my drill sites before I unload the rig. Now, every site, every campaign, I walk the coordinates first. I look for holes in the ground that I did not make. I measure for NQ diameter. I check for my handwriting on tags that I did not write. So far, the sites have all been empty when I arrive. So far, if the work is done before you arrive and the results are waiting for you, the job was never yours. Something else claimed it first, and the additional sites beyond your survey area are not extending your research. They are extending a path that leads somewhere you were not invited. Do not follow the work past the last point on your plan. And if you find a flash drive at the bottom of a borehole, 9 meters underground, do not open the file. Whatever wrote it knows your name and your methods and your initials, and it authored a version of your proposal 6 weeks before you had the idea to write one. Story 8. The Search Grid. They found the volunteers packed 3 miles from the search grid, and inside it was a note in his own handwriting that read, "It was never a rescue. We were the ones being collected." That volunteer was me. My name is Jared Colton. I am a member of the Pinal County Search and Rescue Team in central Arizona, and in early February of 2025, I was called out to find a missing day hiker in the Superstition Wilderness east of Phoenix. I have been volunteering with SAR for 6 years. Before that, I spent 8 years as a paramedic in Mesa, which means I have spent most of my adult life looking for people who are lost or hurt or dying and trying to bring them back. I know what a real search looks like. I know how clues distribute across terrain. I know the patterns of a person who is genuinely missing versus a person who has simply wandered off trail and will show up at the parking lot sunburned and embarrassed in a few hours. What happened in the Superstition Wilderness did not match any pattern I have ever seen, and I have been running searches in the Arizona desert since I was 26 years old. The call-out came at 0700 on a Saturday morning. My phone buzzed with the automated SAR text. Missing hiker, Superstition Wilderness, Peralta Trail area, last seen Friday afternoon, overdue by 12 hours. I pulled on my boots, grabbed my go bag from the closet, where it always sits packed and ready, kissed my wife Danielle on the forehead while she was still asleep, and drove to the staging area at the Peralta Trailhead parking lot. The staging area was already set up when I arrived. Pinal County Sheriff's deputy had a command post at the north end of the parking lot, a folding table with maps and a radio and a clipboard. The SAR team leader, a retired firefighter named Craig Ballard, was briefing volunteers as they arrived. There were 6 of us total, which is a standard deployment for a day hiker search in the Superstitions. Craig assigned us a grid pattern covering the trail corridor from the Peralta trailhead to Fremont Saddle, a stretch of about 3 miles through a narrow canyon bordered by volcanic cliff walls and saguaro-studded slopes. The terrain is beautiful and treacherous, and it kills people every year, mostly from dehydration and heat exposure, occasionally from falls. In February, the temperatures are manageable, 60s during the day, but the canyon walls create shadows that can disorient hikers, and the trail forks and false trails branch off in half a dozen places where people routinely go wrong. The missing hiker was described as a male, mid-30s, last name Kowalski, solo day hiker from Gilbert. His car was in the lot. He had signed in at the trail register at 1:30 Friday afternoon and had not signed out. His emergency contact, a girlfriend, had called the sheriff when he did not come home Friday night. Standard overdue hiker profile. No red flags. No history of mental health issues or suicidal ideation, according to the girlfriend. Just a guy who went for a hike and did not come back. Craig paired me with another volunteer named Luis Reyna, a 32-year-old construction foreman who has been with the SAR team for 3 years and who I trust because he follows protocol and does not let his ego make decisions. Luis and I were assigned the eastern section of the grid, which covers a side canyon that branches off the main Peralta Trail about 1.5 miles from the trailhead. The side canyon is not on the official trail map, but it is visible from the main trail, and it attracts hikers who think it might be a shortcut to Weaver's Needle, the iconic volcanic spire that is the most photographed landmark in the superstitions. It is not a shortcut. It is a dead-end box canyon with loose scree walls and no water and no shade after 10 in the morning. People go in and come out, and sometimes they do not come out, and that is where Craig wanted us to look. We started our sweep at 8:30. The February air was cool enough that I could see my breath, and the desert smelled like creosote and damp rock, the particular scent the Sonoran Desert produces after a winter rain. The saguaros along the trail were fat with stored water, their pleats expanded, their arms reaching in every direction like people stretching after a long sleep. Luis and I walked the main trail to the side canyon junction, checking off trail areas as we went, calling the hiker's name at intervals, scanning the slopes with binoculars. At the junction to the side canyon, we found the first clue. A water bottle. Nalgene brand 32-ounce, blue, sitting upright on a flat rock about 10 feet off the main trail. It was approximately half full. The cap was screwed on. It was clean, no dust, no debris, no sign of weather exposure. It looked like someone had set it down moments ago with the intention of picking it up. This is where the search should have felt normal and did not. I have found hundreds of clues on searches. Water bottles, hats, sunglasses, pieces of clothing, food wrappers, tissues. Lost hikers shed items as they become disoriented, and the distribution of those items typically follows a pattern called the trajectory of confusion. Early items are close to the trail. Later items are farther away and more random. The items show increasing signs of distress as the hiker becomes more lost, fumbled zippers, dropped food, discarded gear that was too heavy to carry. The first item is usually accidental, something that fell out of a pocket or was set down and forgotten. This water bottle was not accidental. It was placed upright on a flat rock at the exact junction where the side canyon branches off the main trail. It was positioned like a trail marker, pointing the way into the canyon. I noted it, and we entered the side canyon. 300 yards in, we found the second clue. A baseball cap, tan, sitting on a boulder at the canyon's first bend. Again, clean and undamaged. Again, placed rather than dropped, positioned at the point where the canyon turns and the main trail disappears from view. At the second bend, a torn piece of jacket, blue synthetic material, consistent with a hiking windbreaker. The tear was clean, as if the fabric had been cut with scissors rather than ripped on rock. It was draped over a branch of a Palo Verde tree at eye level, visible from 50 yards away. Luis stopped. He looked at the water bottle in my hand, which I had collected. He looked back toward where we had found the cap. He looked at the jacket fragment. He said, "Jared, these are spaced too evenly." He was right. I had been measuring the distances subconsciously, a habit from years of SAR work, and the clues were placed at almost exactly equal intervals. 300 yards between the water bottle and the cap, 300 yards between the cap and the jacket piece, as if someone had walked the canyon with a tape measure and placed each item at a precise distance from the last. I radioed Craig at the command post and reported our findings. I told him the clues were evenly spaced and appeared to be staged. Craig said I was probably reading too much into it, and that we should continue the sweep and report anything we found. He reminded me that we had a missing person and the clock was running. We continued. 300 yards past the jacket fragment, we found a hat. 300 yards past the hat, a single hiking shoe. Each item was clean, positioned at eye level or on a prominent rock, visible from a distance. Each one drew us deeper into the side canyon. The canyon was narrowing. The walls were getting higher. The morning sun had not yet reached the canyon floor, and the air was cold and still, and the only sound was our boots on the loose rock and the occasional call of a canyon wren echoing off the cliff faces. Luis pulled me aside after the shoe. He said, "This feels like baiting." I told him I was thinking the same thing. He said the clues were too clean, too evenly distributed. He said, "Real lost hikers do not leave a breadcrumb trail of perfectly spaced items leading into a dead-end canyon." I said, "I know." He asked what I wanted to do. I radioed Craig again. I told him my assessment that the clue distribution was inconsistent with a genuine lost hiker scenario, and that the items appeared to be deliberately placed to draw searchers into the side canyon. Craig was quiet for a moment, and then said he appreciated my assessment, but that we had 2 other volunteers, Mike Stratton and a newer team member named Alex Pham, who had peeled off from the main group to follow a set of footprints on the north slope, and that they had gone radio silent about 15 minutes ago. He said he was trying to raise them and asked me to continue the sweep while he worked on restoring contact. 2 volunteers off the radio in the Superstition Wilderness is not good. It is probably nothing. A dead zone, a drained battery, a turned-down volume knob. But it is not good, and Craig's voice had the particular flatness that experienced team leaders use when they are managing concern. Luis and I pressed deeper into the canyon. The walls were close now, maybe 50 yards apart, and the floor was choked with boulders and dead Palo Verde branches and the desiccated remains of cholla cactus that had fallen from the slopes above. The canyon curved to the right and then to the left, and with each turn the opening behind us narrowed until I could no longer see the main trail. The light changed too. In the open desert, the February sun was bright and clean, but in the canyon it reached only the upper walls, leaving the floor in a permanent blue shadow that made the temperature drop noticeably. I could feel the cold air pooling around my boots, the way cold air does in enclosed drainages, sinking to the lowest point and sitting there. Luis was walking ahead of me, about 10 feet, scanning the ground and the walls and the slopes above us with the practiced attention of someone who has been trained to read terrain for signs of human passage. He checked behind us periodically. We both did, not because we expected to see anything, but because the training says to maintain 360 awareness at all times during a search, and the training was the only thing that felt reliable in a situation that was becoming less reliable with every 100 yards we walked. The clues had stopped. No more water bottles or hats or shoes. The canyon floor was bare rock and gravel and dead vegetation. If the hiker had come this way, the staged trail of belongings ended at the shoe. Beyond that point, there was nothing to follow except the canyon itself, which narrowed steadily as we approached what I knew from my familiarity with the superstitions would be a dead-end cliff face, where the volcanic tuff rises vertically for about 80 feet, and there is no way forward except to climb, or to turn back. But ahead of us, around a final bend where the canyon walls pinch together and the floor drops slightly into a depression that collects rainwater during monsoon season, we could see something that did not belong in a box canyon in the Superstition Wilderness. A campsite, fully set up, positioned in the flattest part of the depression, sheltered from the sun by the east wall, organized with the kind of meticulous care that suggests a person who camps often and has a system. A tent, 2-person, gray and green, with the vestibule unzipped and a sleeping pad visible inside. A cook stove on a flat rock, a compact jet boil with a fuel canister attached. A food bag hanging from a paracord line stretched between two boulders, properly rigged with a carabiner and a cord lock, the way I rig mine when I am in bear country, though the superstitions do not have bears. A small folding camp chair, positioned beside the stove, facing the opening of the canyon. The site was neat and organized, and it looked lived in rather than abandoned. The stove had a pot on it. The sleeping bag inside the tent was unrolled and positioned the way a person positions it when they are planning to sleep there tonight, not the way a person positions it when they are leaving. The gear was familiar, not generically familiar, not in the way that all camping gear looks roughly similar if you do not pay attention to brands and models. Specifically familiar. The tent was the same brand and model I own, an MSR Hubba Hubba, green and gray two-person, with the same small patch of seam tape I applied to the fly last spring after a storm on a SAR training exercise on Mount Lemmon tore a 2-inch section of the seam. The patch was visible on the fly, same position, same length, same transparent seam tape, from the same repair kit I keep in my go bag. The sleeping pad visible through the vestibule was a Thermarest Neo Air, the same model and color I carry. The cook stove was a Jetboil Flash, the same unit I have used for 3 years, with the same blue neoprene cozy wrapped around the mug. The food bag was a Bear Vault 500, the same size I own, hung at the same height I hang mine, which is about 8 feet, because that is as high as I can reach without standing on something. Every piece of equipment at that campsite matched my personal gear, brand for brand, model for model, including damage and repairs that are unique to my specific items. This was not a generic campsite. This was my campsite, built with replicas of my gear, or built with my gear itself, in a canyon I had never camped in, during a search for a person who had apparently never existed. On the ground beside the cook stove, open and face up, was a journal, black and white marbled cover, Meade brand composition notebook, the same type I carry in my go bag for field notes during searches. I picked it up with the tips of my fingers, the way you handle something you do not fully trust. The pages were handwritten in neat block print that was close to mine, not identical. Close enough that the differences required focused comparison, the slightly different height of my lowercase letters, the subtly different angle of my crossbars. But the overall effect was convincing. A stranger looking at this handwriting and then at mine would call them the same. The journal contained a log of our search, not the search as we had experienced it that morning, the search as it had been planned, as if someone had written the script for the day before the day began and was tracking the performance against the plan. The first entry described the call-out. Saturday, 0700, 6 volunteers. Grid pattern, Peralta Trail corridor. Craig Ballard as team leader. The details matched what had happened that morning. The second entry described the clue placement. Water bottle at the junction. Cap at the first bend. Jacket fragment at the second bend. The distances were listed. 300 yards, 300 yards, 300 yards. The entries read like stage directions, not observations. They described the clues as if they had been placed, not found. The third entry described Mike and Alex leaving the main group to follow footprints on the north slope. It noted the time they would lose radio contact. It noted that Craig would try to raise them and fail. It noted that he would ask Luis and me to continue the sweep while he dealt with the communication gap. All of this was written in past tense, describing events that had happened exactly as written, but the journal entry was dated 2 days before the search was called. The fourth entry described what would happen next. It said that Luis and I would find the campsite. It said I would pick up the journal. It said I would read to this exact point and then look up. I looked up from the cliff face at the dead end of the canyon, from a narrow crevice about 20 feet above the canyon floor that I had assumed was a natural crack in the tuff. A figure was emerging. It did not climb out. It did not squeeze through. A tight space. It stepped out of the rock the way a person steps through a doorway, one foot placed on the narrow ledge, then the body following, then the second foot, as if the cliff face contained a passage that was not visible from below, an opening into something behind the rock that the rock was concealing. It was wearing SAR orange, a high-visibility vest over a dark long-sleeve shirt, the same configuration I was wearing, the same configuration every member of our team wears during a call-out. Below that, dark pants and hiking boots. It was my height, my build. The proportions were right, the ratio of shoulder width to waist, the length of the arms, the way the vest fit across the chest. It looked down at me from the ledge with the posture of someone who has been waiting patiently for a specific event to occur and has just confirmed that the event has occurred on schedule. It called my name, Jared, my first name, in a voice that was mine, not like mine, mine. The same voice I hear on recorded radio transmissions when I play back search communications, the voice that always sounds slightly different from how I think I sound, because your own voice transmitted through a speaker is never exactly the voice you hear inside your head. Luis was beside me. He had his radio in his hand, keyed to transmit, but he was not pressing the button. He was looking at the figure on the ledge, and his mouth was open, and no sound was coming out. I could see his thumb on the transmit button, the knuckle white from pressure, but his brain had disconnected from his hand, and the radio was silent. The figure spoke. My home address, street name, house number, city, zip code. It recited the address the way a dispatcher reads a call location over the radio, flat and precise and inflectionless, the cadence designed for clarity rather than emotion. It was information I have never spoken on a search channel and have never shared with any member of the SAR team except Craig, who has it on file as my emergency contact information. Then it said the two missing volunteers' names, Mike Stratton and Alex Pham. It said they were already processed. It used that word, processed. The way you might describe an intake at a facility or the sorting of materials at a plant. It said it without weight or emphasis, as if the processing of two human beings was a routine step in a procedure that was now moving to its next phase. It asked if I would like to come inside. Inside what? Inside the crevice. Inside the rock. Inside whatever space the cliff face was concealing behind a crack that should not have been a doorway, and that I had walked past 100 times on previous hikes in the superstitions without noticing, because there was nothing to notice. The cliff face is solid tough. There are no caves in this canyon. There are no mine shafts. There are no passages. I know this. I have searched this canyon before. There is nothing behind that rock, but the figure had stepped out of it, and it was inviting me in. Its face shifted. I need to describe this carefully because what I saw is not something I have a framework for, and I want to be accurate rather than dramatic. The face I was looking at, which had been mine but slightly wrong, in the way all the faces in these encounters are slightly wrong, began to change. Not slowly, not like a gradual transformation. It shifted the way a channel changes on a television, one image replaced by another in a hard cut. I saw Craig Ballard's face for a moment, his gray mustache, his sun-weathered forehead, his blue eyes. Then Mike Stratton's face, younger, clean-shaven, the mole on his left cheek that I have seen 100 times at team meetings. Then Alex Pham's face, the glasses, the careful expression he wears when he is concentrating. Then a face I did not recognize. Someone I have never met. An older woman with deep lines around her mouth and eyes that were not quite the right color. Not quite any color. Shifting between brown and gray and something that was neither. The features cycled like slides in a projector. Each one was held for about a second, fully formed and detailed and recognizable, before dissolving into the next. The transitions were instantaneous. There was no morphing, no blending, no in-between state. One face, and then another, and then another, and the body beneath the faces remained constant, the same height, the same build, the same SAR-orange vest, standing on a ledge 20 feet above me, in a dead-end canyon, with an invitation to come inside. Luis grabbed my arm. His grip was hard enough that the bruise lasted a week. He pulled. He did not speak. He did not need to. His hand on my arm and the force of his pull communicated everything that his voice could not, which was that we needed to leave this canyon immediately and that the direction we needed to leave was up, not back the way we came, because the way we came was through a canyon that had been designed to funnel us to this exact point, and whatever had designed it might have anticipated that we would try to retreat the same way. We scrambled up the canyon wall. The south-facing wall, which gets afternoon sun and is slightly more stable than the north face, though stable is a generous word for volcanic tuff that crumbles under your fingers and sends rockfalls cascading down with every handhold. My hands bled. My knees bled. Louis tore a gash in his palm on a piece of obsidian embedded in the tuff, and he did not make a sound. We climbed 40 feet of rotten rock with no ropes and no protection and no plan except up, and we pulled ourselves over the rim and onto the ridge above the canyon, and we lay there on the warm rock, breathing hard and looking at the sky and not looking down. When I finally looked down, the campsite was still there. The tent, the stove, the food bag, the journal on the ground, and the figure standing beside the tent now, no longer on the ledge, looking up at us from the canyon floor. The afternoon sun had reached the western rim, but the canyon floor was still in shadow, and the figure stood in that shadow, and it watched us with the patient immobility of something that has nowhere to be and all the time in the world. We followed the ridge west until it connected with the main Peralta Trail, and then we ran. Down the switchbacks, through the desert, past the saguaros and the chain cholla and the trail markers, all the way to the parking lot where Craig was standing with a deputy and an expression on his face that told me he already knew something had gone wrong before we opened our mouths. Mike and Alex walked into the parking lot 40 minutes later. They were disoriented, pale. They could not account for the previous 3 hours. Mike said he remembered following footprints on the north slope. Alex said he remembered hearing a voice calling his name from a side drainage. Neither of them remembered anything after that until they found themselves walking south on the Peralta Trail about a mile from the parking lot, heading in the right direction, but unable to explain how they got there. Their radios were functional, their batteries were full, there was no technical reason they should have been unreachable. The missing hiker, Kowalski, was never identified. The sheriff's department ran the name and the vehicle registration. The car in the parking lot was registered to a rental company in Phoenix. The rental agreement was signed by a person named Kowalski with a driver's license number that did not correspond to any license issued by the state of Arizona. The girlfriend who had called in the missing person report used a phone number that, when traced, connected to a prepaid cellular device purchased with cash at a convenience store in Mesa. The device was never recovered. The person who purchased it was not identified on security footage because the store's cameras had malfunctioned that day. There was no missing hiker. The call-out was generated by a report from a person who may not exist, about a hiker who may not exist, using a car rented under credentials that do not check out. The entire search was built on a foundation that dissolves under examination. My pack was found 3 miles from the search grid the following day by a trail maintenance crew. I do not know how it got there. I was carrying it when Luis and I climbed the canyon wall. I do not remember setting it down. I do not remember dropping it, but it was found on a ridge I did not cross, 3 miles from the last place I remember having it, and inside it, in the front pocket where I keep my notepad, was a note. The note was in my handwriting, block print, my pen, my paper, the same notepad I carry on every search. It read, "It was never a rescue. We were the ones being collected." I did not write that note. I do not know who did. But the handwriting is mine, and the notepad is mine, and the pen that wrote it was clipped to the notepad's spiral binding exactly the way I clip it. The incident was filed with Pinal County Search and Rescue under case number PC-SAR-25-003. The Pinal County Sheriff's Department conducted a follow-up investigation into the fraudulent missing person report, and the vehicle registered under false credentials. The investigation produced no leads. The car was returned to the rental company. The campsite in the side canyon was documented by a sheriff's deputy who hiked in the following Monday. He found the tent, the stove, the food bag. He found the journal. He did not find the figure. He reported that the canyon was quiet and empty and that the campsite appeared to have been abandoned recently. The journal is held as evidence. I have not been allowed to read it again. Mike and Alex both left the SAR team within 2 months of the incident. Neither gave a specific reason. Luis is still on the team. He and I do not discuss what we saw in the canyon. We work together on call-outs and we trust each other in the field, and we have an understanding that does not require words, which is that we were both in that canyon and we both saw the thing on the ledge, and we both understand that the search we responded to was not designed to find a missing person. It was designed to bring us to a specific location in a specific order using clues placed at specific intervals by something that had written the script before the call-out was ever made. If the evidence on a search is too clean and too evenly spaced, it was placed for your benefit, not the victim's. Do not follow a trail of clues that funnels you into low ground with one way out. And if the missing person cannot be verified, consider the possibility that the search itself is the trap and you are not the rescuer. You are what is being rescued from the world above. Story 9. The Trail Cameras. The trail camera footage showed me entering the clearing 11 times over the past week, wearing the same clothes, making the same movements, but I had never been to that property before today. I need you to understand that trail cameras do not lie. They are motion-activated devices that take photographs or video when something warm-blooded crosses their infrared sensor. They do not hallucinate. They do not make things up. They record what passes in front of them, stamp it with a date and time, and store it on an SD card until someone pulls the card and looks at the files. The technology is simple. A sensor, a lens, a processor, a memory card. There is no mechanism by which a trail camera can produce an image of a person who was not physically present in front of it. The camera saw me 11 times over 7 days. In a clearing I had never visited, on a property I had never walked, wearing clothes that were hanging in my closet at home. My name is Nolan Frazier. I am a 39-year-old electrician living in London, Kentucky, and I have been deer hunting since my father first put a rifle in my hands when I was 11 years old. Hunting is not a hobby for me. It is how I process the world. It is the only time I am fully quiet inside my own head, sitting in a tree stand at dawn with frost on my gloves and the forest waking up around me, and the only thing I need to think about is the wind direction and the light and whether the buck I have been watching on camera all season is going to step out of the timber. I have hunted public land and private leases across eastern Kentucky for 28 years, and in all that time I have seen things in the woods that I could not explain, strange lights, sounds that did not match any animal I know, the feeling of being watched from a direction I could not identify. I filed all of these under the woods are weird and moved on with my life. I cannot file this one. In late November of 2024, I signed a lease on a new hunting property in the Daniel Boone National Forest, a 200-acre parcel of mixed hardwood and pine on a ridge above the Red River Gorge. The property was owned by a retired schoolteacher named Mrs. Embry, who lived in a farmhouse on the county road at the bottom of the ridge, and who leased the hunting rights to one party per season for a modest fee. I found the listing on a bulletin board at a sporting goods store in London and called her, and she told me the property had not been hunted in 3 years because the previous leaseholder had, in her words, lost interest. She did not elaborate. I drove out to look at the property, liked what I saw, liked the ridge access, liked the oak flats that would hold deer during the rut, and signed the lease for rifle season. I set trail cameras the first weekend of November, 3 weeks before the rifle opener. 5 cameras total, positioned along travel corridors between bedding areas, and a set of white oak flats where I could see fresh scrapes and rub lines on every other tree. The rut was building. The sign was excellent. Every ridge I walked showed the evidence of bucks competing for does, the shredded bark of rub trees, the pawed-out depressions of scrapes with fresh urine and soil churned up by hooves, the kind of sign that makes a deer hunter's hands shake a little, because it means the biggest bucks in the county are moving in daylight and everything you have waited for since last season is about to happen. I hung my cameras on trees at about chest height, angled slightly downward, aimed at trails and openings where deer would be funneling through. I use a specific mounting system, A bungee cord threaded through the camera housing and wrapped around the tree trunk, tightened until the camera is flush against the bark. I angle each camera about 15 degrees below horizontal, because this compensates for the infrared sensor's detection cone and reduces the number of false triggers from wind-blown branches. I learned this from a hunting forum 7 years ago, and it has reduced my empty frames by about 60%. It is a small detail, but it is mine, and it is the kind of detail that will matter in a few paragraphs. I set the cameras and left the property and did not return for 2 weeks. I went to work. I wired houses and commercial buildings and crawled under floors and pulled cable through conduit, and I thought about opening weekend, the way all hunters think about opening weekend, which is constantly and with a level of anticipation that non-hunters sometimes mistake for obsession, but that is really just the ancient rhythm of a person who is preparing to participate in the oldest activity human beings have ever performed. 2 weeks later, on a Friday afternoon in mid-November, I drove back to the property to pull the SD cards and see what the cameras had captured. Opening weekend was the following Saturday, and I wanted to confirm deer movement patterns before choosing a stand location. My hunting partner, a guy named Troy Whitaker, who I have hunted with for 12 years, was with me. Troy is an auto mechanic in his mid-40s, built like a fire hydrant, with thick forearms and a permanent grease stain on his right thumbnail that no amount of scrubbing will remove. He has the useful quality of being unimpressed by anything that does not directly affect the operation of an internal combustion engine. He is steady, practical, not a man given to imagination or exaggeration. If Troy tells you he saw something, he saw it, because he does not have the capacity to make things up. We hiked to the first camera, a stealth cam mounted on a white oak at the edge of a small clearing where two deer trails intersect. The clearing is about 30 yards across, surrounded by hardwood, with a grapevine tangle on the south side that deer use as cover when they enter from the bedding area. I had positioned the camera to cover the north entry point, where the trail comes down off the ridge and opens into the flat. Good light in the morning, wide field of view. I had used my bungee system and my 15-degree downward angle, and I had checked the test image on the camera's screen before leaving, and it showed exactly the frame I wanted. The north trail opening into the clearing with the big white oak on the left and the grapevine on the right. I pulled the SD card and slipped it into the reader on my phone. The camera had captured 342 images over 2 weeks. I started scrolling. Deer, turkeys, a coyote trotting through at 2 a.m, a raccoon investigating the base of the camera tree, the usual parade of wildlife that crosses in front of a trail camera in eastern Kentucky hardwood. I was looking for mature bucks, checking timestamps to establish movement patterns, doing the mental math that every deer hunter does in the week before the opener. What time are they moving? Which direction are they coming from? Are they hitting the scrape line before or after first light? How many shooters are in the area? Then I stopped scrolling. The image on my screen showed a human figure entering the clearing from the north trail. The figure was wearing an orange hunting vest over a brown Carhartt jacket, the same jacket I have worn every rifle season for 6 years, the one with the frayed cuffs and the small burn mark on the right chest pocket from a campfire spark 2 seasons ago. Below that, blue jeans and Danner pronghorn boots, the same boots I wear during rifle season, 8-inch, brown leather, with the specific tread pattern that Danner uses on the pronghorn line. The figure was carrying a bolt-action rifle slung over its right shoulder, barrel up, sling wrapped once around the forearm, the exact way I carry my Remington 700 when I am walking to a stand. The figure was my height, about 5'11", my build, about 190. It was walking with my gait, the slightly forward-leaning stride I develop when I am carrying a pack and a rifle uphill, leaning into the grade to keep my center of gravity over my boots. The timestamp on the image was 7 days ago, a Saturday morning, 06:42. I had been at work 7 days ago on Saturday morning. I am an electrician. I had a service call in Corbin at 7, replacing a breaker panel in a crawl space under a ranch house on the south side of town. I was 40 miles from his property, on my hands and knees in mud, running wire through floor joists. I have the work order with my signature and the homeowner's signature and the time I arrived and the time I left. I was not on this property. I was not anywhere near this property. I scrolled to the next image. Same figure, same clearing, same clothes, same rifle, same gate, timestamp, 6 days ago. Oh, 6:38. I was at home 6 days ago, asleep in my bed, with my wife beside me and my alarm set for 6:30. I had not visited this property since I hung the cameras 2 weeks prior. The next image, 5 days ago. The next, 4 days ago. The images continued. The figure appeared in the clearing every day for 7 consecutive days, always in the early morning, always wearing my clothes, always carrying my rifle, always moving with my walk. In each image the figure entered from the north trail, crossed the clearing, and exited to the south. The same path, the same route, the same posture. The sequence played like a time-lapse of a single person walking the same trail day after day, except the person was me and I had not been there. Troy was looking over my shoulder. He did not say anything for a long time. Then he said, "Nolan, that is you." I said, "I know." He said, "No, I mean that is you. That is your jacket. That is how you walk. That is your rifle." I said, "I know, Troy." He looked at me, and his expression shifted from confusion to something more focused and more serious. I scrolled to a specific image and stopped. The figure was facing the camera directly, not walking past it, facing it, standing in the center of the clearing, looking straight into the lens from about 15 feet away, with an expression on its face that I would describe as a smile if the word smile did not imply warmth. The mouth was curved upward, the teeth were visible, but the expression did not reach the eyes, which were flat and dark and aimed at the camera with the fixed focus of something that knows exactly what a trail camera is and where the lens is and how to position itself for the best possible image, and the face was wrong. It was my face, mostly. The jawline was right, the hairline was right, the ears were right, but the proportions were slightly compressed, as if someone had taken a photograph of my face and narrowed it by about 5%. The forehead was a fraction too short. The distance between the eyes was a fraction too close. The overall effect was subtle enough that, at a glance, you would say that is Nolan Frazier, and only on closer inspection would you feel the particular discomfort that comes from looking at something that is almost right, but is not right, the feeling that has been described as the uncanny valley, which is a term I learned after this happened and which I wish I had never needed to learn. Troy pointed at the image. He said, "Look at the shadow." I looked. The figure was standing in a clearing on a sunny morning. The sun was low in the east, coming through the trees at a sharp angle. Every tree in the frame cast a shadow to the west. The figure's shadow fell to the east, away from the sun, in the opposite direction of every other shadow in the frame. We pulled the second camera, deeper in the timber, mounted on a hickory overlooking a scrape line. The card contained similar images. The figure, appearing daily, wearing my clothes, carrying my rifle, walking my walk. But the second camera had captured something the first had not. In one sequence of images, 3 frames taken about 2 seconds apart based on the timestamps, the figure was checking the camera. It walked up to the tree where the camera was mounted. It reached toward the camera housing, and it looked directly into the lens from about 12 inches away, and in that close-up image, Troy and I could see what we could not see from 15 feet. The smile was too wide. The teeth were too uniform. Not crooked or discolored or gapped the way real human teeth are, but even and identical and arranged in a curve that was geometrically perfect rather than biologically normal. And the eyes, at 12 inches from the lens, showed no iris, no pupil, no distinction between the colored part and the dark center. They were uniformly dark from edge to edge, like marble set into a face. Troy put his phone in his pocket and said, "We need to leave." I said I wanted to check the other cameras. He said, "Nolan, there is something wrong with this property, and it is wearing your face, and we need to leave now." I did not listen. This is a mistake I have to own. I told Troy that whatever was on the cameras was not here now, that the images were days old, and that I wanted to understand what was happening before we left. Troy disagreed, but he did not leave without me, which tells you the kind of man he is, because I could see in his face that he wanted to be in his truck and on the county road and as far from this ridge as his engine could take him. We hiked to the third camera. It was mounted on a pine at the edge of a hollow that drops down toward the river. I pulled the card and scrolled through the images. Same figure, daily appearances, same clothes, same rifle, same walk, but here the figure had done something different. In a series of 6 images, it was standing at the edge of the hollow, looking down into the timber below, and it was using a grunt call, a deer grunt call, the kind hunters use to attract bucks during the rut. I could see the call in its hand, raised to its mouth, the rubber tube and the reed clearly visible. It was using my grunt call pattern. I use a specific sequence when I am hunting the rut, 3 short grunts followed by a pause, followed by 2 trailing grunts, a pattern I developed from watching a particular buck vocalize on a property I hunted in Laurel County 10 years ago. I have never taught this pattern to anyone. I have never described it in writing. It is something my body knows how to do the way my hands know how to tie a knot. The figure in the images was performing my grunt sequence from a position overlooking the hollow, as if it was hunting. Then we heard it. From the ridge above us, maybe 100 yards uphill, 3 short grunts. A pause, 2 trailing grunts. My pattern, my cadence, my call. Troy grabbed my pack strap. He did not have to pull. I was already turning. From the timber on the opposite side of the hollow, an answer came, the same pattern. 3 grunts, pause, 2, coming from 2 different positions. Our position was between them. Something was using my hunting sounds to locate us, or to position us, to triangulate our location by calling from 2 points and listening for our reaction. This is a hunting technique. It is how predators coordinate. It is how wolves locate prey in heavy timber, calling from different positions to provoke movement that reveals the target's location. We were the target. Troy said run. We ran. Down the ridge toward the county road, through oak and pine, over deadfall, sliding on the carpet of dead leaves that covers every Kentucky hillside in November. I am not a fast runner. Neither is Troy. We are both mid-career working men with bad knees and heavy boots and the kind of cardiovascular fitness that comes from walking to tree stands rather than running marathons. But we move through that timber with the urgent, graceless speed of 2 men who have spent their lives in the woods and who have never before been the thing being hunted. The irony of this was not lost on me, even as I was crashing through brush and ducking under branches. 28 years of hunting. And this was the first time I understood what the deer feel when they hear the crack of a twig that does not belong to the forest. We covered the half-mile to the property gate in what felt like 30 seconds, but was probably 4 or 5 minutes. The terrain dropped steeply off the ridge, and the loose leaves made the footing treacherous, and Troy went down once, hard, on his hip, and got up without breaking stride and kept moving. Behind us the timber was quiet, no footsteps following, no grunt calls. No sound at all except our own breathing and boots and the hammering of blood in my ears. From the tree line behind us, at the moment we cleared the last row of oaks and hit the open ground near the fence line, a figure stepped out. I saw it in a glance over my shoulder, the kind of glance you take when every cell in your body is telling you not to look back, but your brain needs to know what is there. Orange vest, brown Carhartt jacket, my build, my rifle slung over its right shoulder. It was standing at the base of the tree where the third camera was mounted, about 150 yards uphill from us, silhouetted against the gray November sky. It was holding something small between 2 fingers of its right hand, pinched delicately at head height, held up as if showing it to someone across a distance. An SD card, the kind that slots into a trail camera. It was showing me the card the way a magician shows an audience the card before making it disappear. And it was watching us leave. The face was turned toward us, and even at 150 yards through the bare hardwood I could see that the face was mine but was not mine, the proportions slightly compressed, the expression that was not quite an expression, and the shadow that fell east when every other shadow on the ridge fell west. We reached Troy's truck at the gate. Troy had left it running because he always leaves his truck running when he knows he will be back within the hour, which is a habit that drives his wife crazy, and that on this particular Friday afternoon in November was the single best decision he has ever made. We climbed in, and he pulled through the gate and down the gravel track to the county road, and he did not speak until the tires hit pavement, and he said one sentence, delivered in the flat tone of a man stating a fact that does not require elaboration. He said, "I am never going back to that property." He was right. Neither of us went back. I called the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife the following Monday morning from the parking lot of a job site in London where I was supposed to be installing a service panel but was instead sitting in my truck with 2 SD cards in, a plastic bag on the passenger seat, and a feeling in my stomach that had not gone away since Friday. I spoke to a conservation officer named Gary Amsden. Gary is a 20-year veteran of the department, a serious man who handles poaching cases and habitat violations and the occasional bear complaint with the methodical thoroughness of someone who has been trained to follow evidence wherever it leads. I told him I had trail camera evidence of trespassing and impersonation on my hunting lease. This is the language I used, because it is the language that produces action. Trespassing is a misdemeanor in Kentucky. Impersonation, depending on the circumstances, can be elevated. If I had told Gary Amsden what I actually believed was happening, which is that something non-human was wearing my body like a costume and rehearsing my hunting routine on property I had leased, the conversation would have ended with a referral to a mental health professional and no report would have been filed. Gary agreed to review the trail camera footage. I drove to his office in London that afternoon and showed him the SD cards on his computer monitor, a large Dell that displayed the images with more detail and more clarity than my phone screen had provided. He scrolled through the images, methodically, frame by frame, pausing on each one that showed the figure. He did not react visibly. He is a professional. He has probably seen strange things on trail cameras before, though I suspect not this strange. He watched the close-up. The face with the too wide smile and the uniform teeth and the dark featureless eyes that held no iris and no pupil and no reflection of the camera's infrared flash. He studied that image for a long time. Then he scrolled to the images of the figure checking the camera, reaching toward the housing, and looking directly into the lens from 12 inches away. He watched the shadow falling in the wrong direction. He went back to the shadow image 3 times. He was quiet for a long time after the last image. Then he asked me if the images had been digitally altered. I told him they had not. He ran the files through a metadata viewer on his computer. The metadata confirmed they were original captures from the stealth cam, triggered by the infrared motion sensor, with standard JPEG compression and no evidence of editing or post-processing. The timestamps were sequential and consistent with the camera's internal clock, which I had set when I installed it. The camera's serial number in the EXIF data matched the unit I had registered when I purchased it from a sporting goods store in Lexington. The files had not been opened on any device before my phone. Gary filed a report under case number KDFWR-24-118. He classified it as suspected trespassing and potential harassment of a leaseholder. He drove out to the property the following week with a deputy from the Laurel County Sheriff's Office. They hiked to all 5 camera locations. They found the camera still mounted on the trees, still powered, still functional. My bungee mounts were in place. My 15-degree downward angles were set. Nothing had been disturbed. The SD cards I had left in the 2 cameras I did not check, the 4th and 5th cameras on the property, were empty. Not corrupted, not formatted, not malfunctioning. Empty. The cameras were operational, had full battery life, and were aimed at active deer trails, and yet they had recorded 0 images in 2 weeks. No deer, no turkeys, no coyotes, no raccoons, nothing. As if nothing warm-blooded had crossed their sensors in 14 days, which is functionally impossible on an active hunting property in eastern Kentucky during the rut. or as if something had pulled the cards, erased them, and replaced them. Gary noted this in his report but did not draw a conclusion. He told me the case would remain open pending additional evidence. No additional evidence was generated. The case is listed as active, but no investigative activity has occurred since Gary's site visit. The lease was not renewed. Mrs. Embry, the property owner, accepted my cancellation without comment. I called her on a Tuesday evening to tell her I would not be continuing the lease, and I expected questions. She did not ask any. When I told her, carefully and without specific detail, that I had experienced something on the property that I could not explain, she was quiet for a few seconds and then said that the previous leaseholder had said something similar 3 years ago. She said he had used the words, "I am not comfortable out there anymore," which are polite words for something that is not polite. She said she preferred not to discuss it further. She wished me good luck, and she sounded like she meant it, and she hung up. Troy and I still hunt together. We found a new lease on a different ridge in a different county, 30 miles from Mrs. Embry's property, on land owned by a man who bought it in 2020 and has not reported anything unusual. The rut came and went that November without me hunting it. The first time in 28 years I sat out an opening weekend. I told my wife I was tired. I told my friends the property had not panned out. I told Troy nothing because Troy already knew everything and did not need to hear it again. I hunt again now. I set trail cameras again. I pull the cards and review the images, and I look at every frame with a level of attention that my wife describes as clinical and that I describe as necessary. I scan for an orange vest, a brown Carhartt, a forward-leaning gait, a shadow falling the wrong way. So far the images show deer and turkeys and coyotes and the occasional bobcat moving through the timber in the gray light of early morning, doing what animals do in a forest in Kentucky in the fall. Normal wildlife. Normal behavior. Normal shadows falling in the correct direction. So far is the best I can offer. So far is what I tell myself when I pull a card and hold my breath and press the button that loads the first image. If your trail cameras show you somewhere you have never been, the camera is not malfunctioning. Something is rehearsing. It is walking your property in your clothes with your rifle and your grunt call and your gait, learning the terrain the way a hunter learns terrain, studying the corridors and the crossings and the sight lines with the patience of something that has all season and does not need a tag. Pull your cameras. Leave the property. Do not hunt that ground again. And if you hear your own call coming from the ridge above you, do not answer it. Whatever is calling already knows where you are. The call is not for you. It is for whatever is listening from the other direction, and the two of them are working together, and you are standing in the space between. Story 10. The Cabin Frequency. I should have turned the radio off when it started playing our conversation back to us word for word 30 minutes before we had it. I am going to tell you this as clearly as I can because clarity is all I have left, and I want you to hear every word and understand that I am not embellishing and I am not guessing and I am not filling in gaps with what I think might have happened. What I am about to describe happened to me and my brother in a cabin in the Superior National Forest in northern Minnesota in December of 2024. And every detail I share is something we both witnessed and have confirmed with each other in the weeks since. 2 witnesses, same events, same details, no discrepancies. My name is Ben Korhonen. My brother's name is Eric Korhonen. We are 35 and 32, respectively, both born and raised in Virginia, Minnesota, on the Iron Range, which is the part of northern Minnesota where the landscape is boreal forest and iron ore, and winter starts in October and does not let go until April, and the cold is not a season, but a state of being that shapes everything. The houses, the vehicles, the people, the silence. We are Finnish American, which in northern Minnesota is a specific cultural identity that comes with a sauna in the backyard and a tolerance for discomfort that outsiders sometimes mistake for stoicism. It is not stoicism. It is practice. When you grow up where we grew up, you learn that complaining about the cold is like complaining about gravity. It is there. You deal with it. You move on. Every December, Eric and I drive to our family's cabin on a small lake in the Superior National Forest for a week of ice fishing. The cabin has been in our family since our grandfather built it in 1967. A one-room log structure on a granite ledge overlooking a lake that is too small to appear on most maps and too remote to attract anyone who does not already know it is there. The lake is about 40 acres, roughly circular, surrounded by black spruce and paper birch, and in December it is frozen solid, 2 feet of ice minimum, enough to drive a truck on if you were inclined to, which our grandfather was and we are not. The cabin has no electricity. Heat comes from a cast iron wood stove that our grandfather salvaged from a mining camp in Ely. Light comes from kerosene lamps. Water comes from a hole we auger through the ice. There is a battery-powered radio on the shelf above the stove that our father put there in the 80s so he could listen to the Twins games during summer trips, and it has sat on that shelf through 4 decades of seasons, slowly oxidizing. The antenna bent at a slight angle from the time Eric knocked it off the shelf with a fishing rod when he was 9. The cabin is ours now. Our parents passed it to us when they retired to Duluth. Eric and I are the only people who use it, and we use it the same way every December. Drive in on the logging road, park where the road dead ends at the portage, snowmobile the last 1.5 miles across the frozen lake to the cabin, unload the sled, open the shutters, start the stove, auger the fishing holes, spend a week on the ice catching walleye and northern pike and sitting in silence that is so deep and so complete that you can hear your own blood moving through your ears. We arrived on a Friday afternoon. The drive from Virginia took about 2 hours, the last 40 minutes on a forest road that had been plowed once in November and not since. The snowmobile trail from the road to the lake was packed from our October trip, when we had come up to close the cabin for the fall and run the snowmobiles one last time before the deep cold set in. We loaded the sled with our gear, food for a week, firewood supplement, auger, tip-ups, bait, a bottle of brandy that Eric insists on bringing because our grandfather always brought brandy, and coffee, which is the more important of the two. The cabin was cold, -15 outside, which means the interior was also -15 since the stove had been dead for 2 months. I opened the door with the key our grandfather had cut at the hardware store in Ely in 1968, the same key, the same lock, and stepped inside and smelled the familiar cold cabin smell of old wood and kerosene residue and the faint mineral scent of frost on stone. The stove was dark. The kerosene lamps were where we left them. The 2 mugs on the shelf were where we left them. Everything was as it should have been, except the cabin was unlocked. I had locked it in October. I am certain of this because locking the cabin is the last thing I do every time we leave, a ritual I perform with the deliberateness of a person who understands that a cabin in the Superior National Forest is 40 miles from the nearest sheriff's deputy, and that the lock is the only thing standing between our grandfather's legacy and whatever might want to enter it. I locked the door. I checked the lock. I pulled on the handle to verify. Eric was standing next to me when I did it. He confirmed this. The cabin was unlocked. The door was not forced. The lock was not damaged. The key turned smoothly when I used it to unlock the deadbolt that was already in the unlocked position. Someone had opened this door with a key or had unlocked it by some other means that left no mark on the hardware. I mentioned this to Eric. He shrugged. He said maybe we thought we locked it. I said we did lock it. He said then maybe someone from the Forest Service came in to check on it. I said they do not have a key. He said then I do not know, Ben. Let us start the stove because I cannot feel my feet. We started the stove. The cabin warmed. We unpacked. We set up our sleeping bags on the two bunks, mine on the left, Eric's on the right, the same bunks we have slept in since we were children. We lit the kerosene lamps and the cabin filled with amber light, and the shadows of the log walls moved in the flame, and the stove began to tick and pop as the iron expanded, and the first real heat pushed into the room. I set the two mugs on the table, positioned where each of us sits, mine on the left, Eric's on the right. I opened the coffee and measured grounds into the pot that sits on the stove, a battered aluminum percolator that our grandmother bought at a farm auction in the 70s. The coffee grounds were already in the pot. I looked inside the percolator. There were grounds in the basket, fresh grounds, dark roast, the same brand we had brought, which is a specific brand from a roaster in Duluth that Eric and I have been buying since college because our mother used to buy it and the taste is a direct line back to every morning of our childhood. The grounds were dry. They had not been brewed, but they were there, measured to the amount I always use, which is 4 tablespoons for a full pot, a proportion I learned from our grandmother and have never varied from. Eric saw me staring into the percolator. He asked what was wrong. I showed him the grounds. He looked at them and then at the bag of coffee we had brought, which was unopened, and then at me. He did not shrug this time. The stove was warm. Not warm from us starting it. Warm in the way that means it had been fired recently. I opened the firebox and looked at the ash inside. The ash was soft and dark. Recent. Not the cold gray powder of a fire that burned 2 months ago. This ash was from a fire that had burned within the past few days. I could feel residual heat in the iron when I put my hand near the firebox door. Faint but present. Someone had been in this cabin and had burned a fire and had measured coffee into our percolator and had left the door unlocked, all within the past few days, in a cabin that is accessible only by snowmobile across a frozen lake in the Superior National Forest in December. I checked the windows. Both were latched from the inside. The shutters were in the position we had left them. Nothing inside the cabin appeared to be disturbed or missing. Our grandfather's tools on the wall were in their places. The fishing gear in the corner was as we left it. The kerosene supply under the shelf was full, which was wrong because I remembered it being about 3/4 full when we left in October. Someone had refilled the kerosene. Eric stood in the middle of the cabin and looked around slowly. I could see him cataloging the details the way I was cataloging them, checking each item against his memory of how we had left it. He is an engineer. He notices deviations from baseline the way a mechanic notices a knocking engine. He said the mugs are wrong. I looked at the mugs on the shelf. They were positioned where each of us sits, mine on the left, Eric's on the right. But I had not put them there yet. I had been about to when I found the coffee in the percolator. Someone had placed the mugs in our positions before we arrived. We should have left. I know this. Eric knows this. We did not leave because the cabin is ours and our grandfather built it and we have been coming here every December since we were children and we were not going to let an unlocked door and some coffee grounds drive us off our own property. This is the finish in us. The stubbornness that our mother called sisu and our father called being too dumb to quit. We brewed the coffee with our own grounds, dumping the mystery grounds into the snow outside. We ate dinner. We sat at the table and played cards and drank the brandy and talked the way brothers talk when they are alone in the woods and there is nothing to prove and nowhere to be, and the only audience is the stove and the kerosene lamps and the darkness outside the windows. That is so complete it looks solid. At some point around 9 that evening, the radio on the shelf crackled. The battery-powered radio, the one our father put there in the 80s. The one with the bent antenna and the oxidized tuning dial and the batteries that we had removed in October because leaving batteries and electronics over the winter is how you get corroded terminals and a radio that does not work when you need it. The batteries were removed. I had removed them myself and put them in a plastic bag in the toolbox under the shelf. The radio should not have been capable of producing sound. It did not have a power source. It was a box of plastic and wire and a speaker and nothing else. It crackled. Then it produced a voice. 2 voices. Our voices. Eric's voice said, "Should we fish the East Bay tomorrow or try the North Point?" My voice said, East Bay, the structure is better over there. We pulled that 30-inch walleye off the East Bay 2 years ago. Eric's voice said, yeah, but the North Point has been producing this year, according to Pete. My voice said, Pete has not been up here since October. What does he know? Eric's voice laughed. The laugh was Eric's laugh. The specific short exhale through the nose that he does when something is funny but not funny enough for a real laugh. The conversation played for about 45 seconds and then stopped. Static. Silence. The stove ticked. The kerosene flame flickered. Eric and I sat at the table and looked at the radio and looked at each other. We had not had this conversation. We had not discussed fishing plans. We had not mentioned Pete, who is a friend of ours from the range who fishes the North Point when he uses the cabin in the summer. We had not said any of the words the radio had just played. The conversation it produced was new. It was a conversation that had not happened yet. Eric stood up and walked to the radio. He picked it up and opened the battery compartment. It was empty. He showed me. No batteries, no power source. He set the radio back on the shelf and sat down, and we stared at each other across the table for a long time without speaking. 30 minutes later, we had the conversation. It started naturally. Eric said, should we fish the East Bay tomorrow or try the North Point? I opened my mouth to respond and then stopped. The words forming in my mind were the words the radio had played. East Bay. The structure is better over there. We pulled that 30-inch walleye off the East Bay 2 years ago. I said them. Eric said, yeah, but the North Point has been producing this year, according to Pete. I said, Pete has not been up here since October. What does he know? Eric did the laugh, the short exhale through the nose. We both stopped. We both recognized what had just happened. We had performed the conversation the radio had played for us 30 minutes earlier, word for word, inflection for inflection, including a laugh that Eric produces unconsciously and cannot fake. The radio had not recorded a conversation that already happened. It had played a conversation that had not happened yet. And then the conversation happened exactly as played, because those were the words we were going to say, and the radio knew it before we did. Eric asked me if I remembered the exact words from the radio. I said yes. He said they were the same. I said, I know. He said, Ben, how is that possible? I did not have an answer. We did not go to sleep. We sat at the table with the kerosene lamps burning and the stove crackling and the brandy between us, and we tried to construct an explanation that did not require us to accept that a batteryless radio in a cabin in the woods had predicted our conversation with perfect accuracy. We could not construct one. Every explanation collapsed under the weight of the empty battery compartment, and the fact that both of us had heard the same words, and both of us had then said the same words, without planning to. Around midnight, footsteps began circling the cabin. The snow outside was deep and dry, the kind of powder that squeaks under boot soles when the temperature is below zero. The footsteps were distinct. Crunch, 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 slow and evenly paced, circling the cabin clockwise. Starting at the front door, moving past the east window, around the back, past the west window, and returning to the front door. One complete circuit. Then another. Then another. Eric went to the east window. It was frosted over, a thick layer of ice crystals on the inside of the glass from the temperature differential between the heated cabin and the -20 air outside. He rubbed a clear spot with his palm and looked out. A figure was standing on the frozen lake about 30 yards from the cabin. It was visible in the moonlight, which was bright enough to cast shadows on the snow. The figure was wearing Eric's parka, the red and black Columbia down parka with the hood and the duct tape patch on the left elbow where Eric repaired a tear last winter. The parka was hanging on the hook behind us. I looked at the hook. The parka was still there. But the figure on the lake was wearing it, the same parka, including the duct tape patch, visible even at 30 yards in the moonlight. The figure was standing still, not walking, not circling the cabin, standing on the ice facing the cabin, in Eric's parka, in -20-degree air, without moving. The footsteps continued around the cabin, but the figure on the lake was stationary. Whatever was circling the cabin was not the thing standing on the lake. There were two. The radio crackled again. This time it played a different conversation. It was us, arguing. panicked, describing what was happening now. In the recording, Eric's voice said, "There is something on the lake wearing my coat." My voice said, "The footsteps are still going around the cabin." Eric's voice said, "We need to barricade the door." My voice said, "With what?" The recording was playing the conversation we were about to have, the conversation that was forming in our minds at that exact moment, and it was playing it in real time alongside the events it described. As we listened, something knocked on the cabin door. The knock was in perfect sync with the knocking sound on the recording. 3 knocks, the same cadence, the same force. The recording then played the sound of the door opening, a creak of old hinges, and the rush of cold air that accompanies an open door in sub-zero weather. Our door remained shut. The bolt was thrown. But the radio played the sound of it opening, and through the speaker we could hear what sounded like footsteps on the cabin floor, inside the cabin, moving from the door toward the stove, and a voice that was neither of ours saying something in a language I did not recognize, low and rhythmic, like a chant or a prayer or a set of instructions delivered to an audience that was not us. Eric grabbed the radio off the shelf and threw it across the room. It hit the far wall, and the battery cover came off, and the speaker went dead. The knocking stopped. The footsteps outside stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. We barricaded the door with the table and the bunks, and every piece of furniture in the cabin. We kept the stove burning all night. We did not sleep. We sat on the floor with our backs against the barricade, and we listened to the cabin and the lake and the forest, and we did not hear anything else until dawn. When the light came up, gray and blue, through the frosted windows, we moved the barricade and opened the door. The morning was still and cold, and the lake was a flat white plain stretching to the tree line, and the figure on the ice was gone. The snow around the cabin showed boot prints. A single set, circling the cabin clockwise, the path I described. The prints matched Eric's boots, the same brand, the same size, the same tread pattern. Eric put his boot next to one of the prints, and the match was exact. On the lake, where the figure had been standing, there were no prints. The snow was unbroken. Nothing had stood there, but we had both seen it, 30 yards from the cabin, in Eric's parka, motionless. We loaded the snowmobiles as fast as 2 men with numb hands and no sleep can load snowmobiles, which is not fast but is motivated. Eric started his machine first, and I followed. We crossed the frozen lake in a straight line toward the portage trail that connects the lake to the logging road where the truck was parked. The morning light was flat and gray, and the snow on the lake was unbroken except for our tracks from Friday and the trail we were now cutting across the surface. Halfway across the lake, I looked back. The figure was there, standing on the ice near the cabin, in the same position it had occupied the night before. Eric's parka, Eric's build, standing on the frozen surface, motionless, watching us leave. The distance was about 300 yards and closing as we pulled away, and in the clear morning air I could see the shape distinctly against the dark wall of spruce behind the cabin. I did not stop. I did not slow down. Eric was ahead of me, and he was not looking back, and I was not going to make him look back. I kept the throttle open and watched the figure in my peripheral vision as the distance between us grew. We reached the portage trail at the north end of the lake. The trail climbs through a stand of black spruce and paper birch for about a quarter mile before it connects with the logging road. As my snowmobile left the lake ice and hit the packed snow of the trail, I looked back one final time. The figure had followed. It was closer than it had been, maybe 200 yards, walking across the lake toward us at a pace that should not have closed that much distance in the time it took us to cross. But at the shoreline, at the exact point where the lake ice meets the snow-covered ground of the forest, it stopped. It stood at the edge of the frozen lake, one boot on the ice and the other on the shore, and it did not take another step. The tree line rose behind it, and the trail climbed ahead of us, and the figure remained at the boundary between the open ice and the wooded land, as if the transition from frozen water to solid ground was a line it recognized and would not cross. Eric was waiting for me at the logging road. He asked why I had slowed down. I told him I was checking behind us. He did not ask what I saw. His face told me he already knew. We drove to Virginia without stopping. Eric called the St. Louis County Sheriff from his phone as soon as we had signal. A deputy met us at the station and took our statements. He asked if we had been drinking. We said we had brandy. He noted this. He asked if we wanted to file a formal report. We said yes. We returned to the cabin 2 days later with a cousin named Matt, who is a former Marine and who we brought because he is large and unafraid, and because he volunteered when we told him what happened, though we could tell from his face that he thought we were exaggerating. The cabin showed signs of recent habitation, which we expected because we had been there 2 days prior. The boot prints around the cabin had been partially filled by wind-blown snow, but were still visible. Matt photographed them. The radio, which Eric had thrown against the wall, was on the floor where it landed. Matt picked it up. The battery compartment was still empty. The speaker was cracked from the impact. He pressed the power button. Nothing happened. The radio was dead. The incident was logged with the St. Louis County Sheriff's Department under case number SLC-24-001. The deputy who took our statements noted the boot prints and the unlocked cabin and the report of unusual sounds from a batteryless radio. He classified the incident as a possible break-in with no suspects identified. He did not include the detail about the radio playing our conversation before we had it because, as he explained, his report needed to contain information that could be investigated, and he did not know how to investigate a radio that operates without batteries. Our family sold the cabin the following spring. Eric and I made the decision together, sitting in his kitchen in Virginia with coffee that tasted like our grandmother's, because it was the same brand from the same roaster. And we agreed that whatever was in that cabin, or on that lake, or in the forest around it, had been waiting for us, and knew us well enough to predict the words we would say before we said them. That is a level of knowledge that implies observation, long observation, possibly years, possibly decades. The cabin has been in our family since '67. Whatever learned our routines had 57 years to do it. The new owners are a couple from the Twin Cities who use it in the summer. We have not told them what happened. I do not know if that is the right decision. I think about it often. If a radio plays your voice saying things you have not said yet, the thing listening to you has been listening longer than you know. Do not stay in a place where your future is already recorded. Leave at first light and do not return alone. And if you hear a knock on the door that matches a knock on a recording that is playing from a device with no batteries, do not open it. Whatever is on the other side already knows what you are going to say when you see it. It has heard the conversation, it has rehearsed the script, and the version it plays does not end the way yours does. Thank you so much for watching tonight, and welcome to the channel if you are new here. This is Dark Horror Narrations. I put out these stories for you every week because I believe the things people experience in the wilderness deserve to be heard, and the more of us who listen, the better prepared we all are. If any of these stories hit close to home, or if you have an experience of your own that you have been carrying around and have never told anyone, drop it in the comments. I read every single one. And here is a question I want to throw out tonight. Of all the encounters in this compilation, the surveyor, the photographer, the lookout, the cabin, the canoe, the trucker, the geologist, the search team, the trail cameras, and the radio, which one would have broken you the fastest? Which one would have been the moment you stopped being able to explain what was happening and started running? Let me know below. Stay safe out there. And if the woods feel like they are watching, trust that feeling. It is older than you are.